Beautiful day to be alive. Welcome, everyone. It's a lovely Monday, the 28th. This is April 2025. I'm Charles. We are back after this short break to take you on a roll of the headlines on the dailies this morning. Let's get to it. Begin on the Daily Trust newspaper this morning. On the Daily Trust, Kwankwaso's political future in limbo as defections rock NNPP. Gunmen kill 16 in Adamawa and Benue. Manufacturers battle for survival as energy costs rises. 15 months after, EFCC yet to release probe reports on EDU and Sadia experts flag delay. Plateau communities peak pieces after deadly attacks. Federal government call to action over WHO Gavi's alerts on disease resurgence. Weeks to come on entrance exams. FCT teachers strike lingers. All the details on the Daily Trust. Hunger worsens in IDP camps as UN agencies cut operations. That's all on the Daily Trust. We're moving now over to the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. On the Tribune this morning, Nigeria targets single digits inflation, job creation amid global uncertainty, says Edun. I thought I heard this headline sometime under Buhari's regime. Well, here we are. Nasima, OPS worry over World Bank's 50% poverty projection for 2027, offers short-term measures to reverse trend. Still in the Nigerian Tribune this morning, Tinubu's government making effort to dismantle democratic foundations. Odinkalu, Ojodu, Jinadu, 15 others warn, with the writer, warn against countries' march towards one-party states. We didn't fight to end military dictatorship, only to enthrone civilian authoritarianism, they say. Tinubu not building one-party states, presidency speaks. Fitch upgrades Lagos, Oyo, Kaduna, Kogi to stable. Sanwo-Olu promises more actions. IMF 37.0% inflation projection. LCCI expresses concern, says nation's economy vulnerable to external shocks. 50 billion naira earned allowance. We didn't rely on money released on paper, says ASU. Ayo Adebanjo, a courageous leader, advocates on United Nigeria, Abure, Rose Vival, NPF, others, as Labour Party holds nights of tributes for late elder statesman. All the details on the Nigerian Tribune. And now over to the Punch newspaper. On the Punch this morning, defections. PDP calls emergency meeting to halt Hurricane Tinubu. With the writer, Nigeria not drifting to one-party states, says presidency. APC welcomes Obovoveri, others today. NDLEA seizes 1 billion naira drugs in 80-room hotel raid. Heritage Bank, NDIC begins 46.6 billion naira payout to top depositors. Ondo doctor, others face charges over abortion for 10-year-old victim. Fitch upgrades Lagos, Kaduna, two other states' investments rating. Federal government targets 70% local pharmaceutical production. U.S. report calls out Nigeria's trade barriers, ports, corruption. All of the details you can find on the Punch. And now over to the Daily Times. On the Daily Times, NDLEA raids Lagos Hotel, recovers 1.042 billion naira illicit drug consignment. 16-year-old boy nabbed with gun in Lagos. More IDP governors to join, apologies, more PDP governors to join APC. EFCC berates or reiterates warning to Nigerians on Ponzi schemes. All right, that's it on the Daily Times newspaper. And now to the Guardian. On The Guardian this morning, solar panel import ban may trigger 150% price surge, worsen energy cost crisis. Tompolo endorses Tinubu for second term, says Fubara will return. Presidency, civil society clash over Tinubu's alleged one-party state agenda. No cash above $10,000 must leave Nigeria without declaration, EFCC warns. Over 80 northern communities under ISWAP control, says group. Fulani headers get 48-hour ultimatum to leave Benue community. All the details you can find on The Guardian, still there. NLC cancels May Day celebrations in Rivers and Edo. Nigeria won't be great without Agric, says Afe Babalola. Don't don military attire. Army urges Nigerians. Don't don military attire. All the details you can find on The Guardian newspaper. And let's end it here. We have in studio with us Chris Maduka. Chris, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Charles. Good morning, numerous viewers from across the globe. Welcome to another day at Signature Television Newspaper Review. Happy to be here.
Indeed. So Tinubu is making efforts to dismantle democratic foundations. Odinkalu Ojudu, Janado 15 orders a warning. What's your take on this?
For 15 good citizens of Nigeria to notice that the democratic structures are being dismantled gradually, directly or indirectly, is a warning that we should not pretend we didn't hear. You know? And look at the riders on that newspaper, the Tribune. It's the one against country's march towards one party. And one party state, it's almost like what they call it, a dictatorship. And evidently, that is what is playing out. I don't know whether the politicians notice that. If there is, maybe this is part of our growing democracy, because there's nowhere we fathomed in our greatest imagination that someday everybody will be, going into one party. It's not, nobody could have imagined that. It's not like it's nothing you see, close your eyes and open and say, one day everybody will be speaking with one voice in Nigeria. But this, speaking in one voice, has corruption and probably abuse of power at the center, and fear and palpitation for those who their hands are soiled, because you can't go into Nigerian politics without soiling your hands. So going into Nigerian politics is like soiling your hands, and somebody who also soiled his hand because he has higher power can use it against you. We have had the issue of EFCC being set against political opposition. EFCC have not come out to defend that and told us how they do the operations. And some politicians, whether rightly or wrongly, have openly accused that they are being hunted because they are in opposition. And a very powerful former chairman, party chairman, national chairman of APC, told us that if you join APC, your sins are forgiven. It was like a joke. But we have seen people who have some elements of allegations against them, either financial or otherwise, and they joined PDP, and those things disappeared. So, like, whether they right or wrongly, everybody wants to go into where your sins are forgiven. I mean, everyone is afraid of hell, going to hell even after sinning. I live in this life, and I know I have some element of sin following me. I'm asking for grace of God. So if somebody come and said, join me and your sins are forgiven, I can also decide to join 90 million flies if that will make my sins to be forgiven. But the funny thing is that the 90 million flies, what did they eat? Where they go? And they're asking for people to join them. That is also the irony. So it's something that we see working out, and the sooner we want, and if nobody sees it coming out, just close your eyes, imagine. In Nigeria, where we have all the 36 states and Abuja, that is 37 as it were, all in one party.
But devastating, really.
So just imagine it. How many left to go? Every day we look like joke. Delta is down. How many to go?
Well, the report, what we're seeing is that we had rumors of ENUGU, Rivers. Rivers is understandable because, I mean, he has to play the politics in order to save his seat. And then we heard about ENUGU, and then we heard about Akwa Ibom. These are the four for now.
We're expecting that in 2027 we have the presidential election. And in 2025, precisely in April, you know, we were losing a great number of people to the ruling party. If what is happening in the recent past continue in the recent future, the warning of Odinkalu and Ojudu and Jinadus and all will have come to pass. You see, we see Nigerians will always close our eyes and walk into difficult situations and expecting that somebody will come and help us save us.
I thought politics is mostly local, because local in the sense that you must have to, you know, tinker with the minds of people who would vote for you directly. Why is the political parties, especially the governors who are planning to, you know, defect, why are they not speaking to the people? And because it's for the people that would vote. The president will not leave his seat at the federal, come and vote for you in the state. Because what we're getting, the information we're getting is that Delta State people are not with Obovawere for defecting to APC.
We see that work is in a system, ideal system. The people should be listened to, consulted. I've said it several times.
Yeah.
In Nigerian systems, how many of the politicians jumping ship got to those positions with people's vote? Let us be very frank. We have a very faulty system in our electoral structure. It's not only me that has said it. It played out 95% in 2023.
But it's not Tinubu that also gave him...
No, nobody is calling Tinubu in this case. Nigerians, I'm talking about Nigeria. Tinubu is a Nigerian. And Nigerians in 2023 got the president they deserve. I have always said, every clan, every tribe, every group of people, every era, period, we decide what they want to do. Nigeria in 2023 got the kind of president they want. Who is a Nigerian in Nigeria, breathing Nigerian air, Nigerian happening to be their president and the governed and the governors. So we have taken what we are reaping, what we sow. Whenever we get tired that we have sowed maize and we are reaping maize, we go and sow wheat or decide to change. So the power of how this Nigeria runs still runs in our hand. If, for whatever reason, some people who have made it sure that poverty has been weaponized, everybody is looking for a stomach structure instead of this national infrastructure, then we take it that way, chop and die. We go and chop food and die, chop and die. And that's what happened. Imagine the number of people who have died of hunger after 2023. Some of them collected 2,000 naira. Some of them collected gari wrapped in plastics and the street of Lagos. Are they still taking that? I'm sure most of them would have died. And then, but this is a system that allows one individual get so corrupt that he can buy over no nation. If you have, I'm a Nigerian, this system allows me to amass as much as trillions. Am I not talking about naira? I'm not so unpatriotic, but naira. I'm talking about hard currency, trillions, and I'm moving it around this country. There's nothing I cannot buy. Charles, this one we blame people, blame the umpires, blame judges, blame everybody in this world has a price. I'm sorry to say. So if this nation allows one individual to become so powerful and got so much money unregulated, he can buy off anything. Imagine yourself, I've used this story once. You are the chief judge, attorney general of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and somebody said, I want you to compromise this case, I'll give you 100 billion naira. What do we say? He has offered you a bribe, you cannot refuse. If you refuse, you die. If your children do not kill you, your village people will kill you. Because that money that money can, there's a word in the Bible that says the prayer of a saint availeth much. That money can avail much in Nigeria. So the system that allows one individual to have that money, when you talk, I buy you over. If you talk, I buy you over. And we see it playing out. We have bullion van politicians in this country, and they're spending their money. Of course, they made the money. You allow them to make the money, so you can't decide the morality or what. I mean, who are you to? But the system first allowed them. Some of them in this country cannot make such money, though the countries where they go to invest.
Absolutely.
Even in those places. That's why some corrupt politicians, even across those places, we think they're so holy. When their money gets to a certain point, they bring it to Africa in form of charity, register charity, and bring it here and turn it over and take it back. Because there isn't any foundation, they say they're coming to Africa to pursue, to fight malaria. They will send their own people to come and manage it and take back the fund. So they are laundering money in these international aids and charity they do. Because they can't spend it abroad. If it is there, that system will tax whatever they put in the bank 500%. So they find out there's no need making the money. So the only thing they will do is to register charities. People who do not know it will think they are coming to help you. Nobody helps nobody. They are just laundering their money through charity. But even Nigeria here, without registering even one single village charity, you can't even do nothing. You can have that kind of money in Nigerian bank. Let the politicians put their money from Nigerian banks and see how Nigerian bank will crumble. Because they are going to smiling and declaring large profit and dividends where their people are dying. Where did the money come in? Is the money politicians in Nigeria are wandering around the banks? This system is faulty. It allows one individual to get so corrupt that he can buy anybody over. So you are waiting for your own turn. I'm not quoting our dear president of Milo. So if you make that kind of money, the system allows you, and you can declare it's your. You decide what goes to where. Do you understand? So that's about it. That's about it. So much, Yeah,
well, PDP calls emergency meeting to halt Hurricane Tinubu.
Let these people stand on. Let the PDP stop. There's no Hurricane Katrina. There's no Hurricane Tinubu. There's no hurricane. What they should be fighting is the internal hurricane. PDP hurricane is hunting PDP. So let it not, why blaming another man? These people, when they had ordinary wind blowing around them, they went partying, smiling and going to court. The thing developed into what we call the wild wind. As I was at that time, the PDP was at holidays. The thing got to tornado level. They now started giving a baptismal name. For as far as I'm concerned, our dear president, Tinubu, in that regard, I know so many things we expect him to do. Tinubu, what they call it, tornado, or whatever they call it, Katrina, whatever they want, has nothing to do. This is a manner of the way PDP made their math. They are lying perfectly on it, and they are comfortable. And this one is crocodile tears. None of them there. Let them prove us. None of them in PDP are sincere with their union. They are strange bedfellows. All of them have hand somewhere. And like I told you, if you have somebody, you have a bird who is usually will fly from heaven and perch on the ground. And suddenly what that bird is carrying on his neck, the necklace the bird is wearing, just you find the bird perpetually must walking around the ground like chicken. No banana. Where will he? The guy will perpetually live on the earth. So PDP is on the cross of self-destruction, and somebody is come to help them. Who are they blaming? They say, what are they stopping? You didn't stop water when it was at your knee. Now it's at your neck.
But what can they really do?
You ask me?
Mm-hmm.
They already plan what they want to do. They plan to fail, so they will fail. They will say, me tell them. That's why you're putting words in my mouth. Somebody didn't plan to succeed. What do we do? He will fail. These are called politicians who are almost pioneering all the parties. Who is in any party in Nigeria that didn't come from PDP? You're asking me what they do? They know what they do, but they didn't want to do it. They know what to do. All these ones, they're not talking so that they will look like they're talking. Because I know federal government gives them money.
Give PDP money?
Parties, they get money from parties. Don't you know?
I don't know that.
Parties get money. They get as much as 50 million from government. I don't know whether it stopped. That was why you had the avalanche of parties when we have over 52 parties registered in Nigeria.
Like, is it statutory?
It's statutory because they have to run. You cannot, because you are sitting government, allow them. When will the Nigeria, they have to run their offices. And so some parties who have 2-man membership get 50 million, they go to holidays until another election time. But I think it's always coming once during election. There's a way they do it. But parties in Nigeria get money from federal government. So the sooner they find a way of what to do with it. But they shouldn't, there's no Tornado, Tinubu or anything. They should leave the man alone. They cause their own while as far as I'm concerned. I sat on this seat crying. NDLA raid a Lagos hotel, that's Daily Times, and recovers 1.042 billion naira worth of illicit drugs consignment. You know, most of the times we get this kind of news. From now, that's it. You will not hear it again. Are you following?
Yeah, I'm following you.
Well, how many times have we had this kind of news? And you guys are journalists. Sometimes you follow up. From the story of NDLA, it's not started today. They make big hauls like this. Where did the money go? Where did this drug go? What happens to what they recovered? Where is it paid in? Who is in control? Because let it not be that some Nigerians are running from fire to frying pan. Let it not be what I'm thinking of round robin. Let it not be, because it's Nigerians with the NDLA, Nigerians operated by Nigerians, who Nigerians are happen and running their blood, doing this against Nigerians who are illicit drug addicts, who are drug barons, and all in Nigeria that actually allow this kind of haul to manage here and go. And that is one day. So once in a while you hear NDLA in the news making such hauls. Nobody has followed up to say what happens later. Obi has gone to army. Where is the boot? That's what we're waiting for. Because the last duty of a man is not this fight and die. It's to live and tell the story. Let us hear the story. Yeah. And that's about that time. Let's look at the last one we take and then we'll call it quits.
Okay, that's because of
the
time.
solar panel import may trigger 150% price surge, worsen energy cost crisis.
Yes.
Yesterday, I was, because of time, we didn't talk about that we had that the presidency is installing solar panel.
In different institutions.
In Aso Rock.
Yes, there's one for Aso Rock, but there's also one for across institutions.
So once the federal government install
10 billion naira worth of solar.
10 billion, they invest 10 billion in solar, and then you and me will remain on national grid, and then there will be no power failure again in Nigeria. When the leaders, it was what one analysis somebody was making. He said, you go to pay for your bills in NEPA office that they're using generator. So the irony of Nigeria is so incredible. I can only say, Charles, God bless Nigeria. When I get my own money, I install my own solar.
Anyways, thank you, Chris Monica, for your insights on the program this morning. Truly appreciate it. So we're back after this. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Welcome back. So, women's rights and gender equality has always been a topical issue, especially as it concerns Nigeria. In the African continent, it's difficult to find a country, except maybe just recently, in Rwanda, do above 60% of women in politics, especially in parliamentary seats. But across Nigeria and other countries, it's always been a problem. I mean, it's either women are shouting for it, or asking for it, are begging for it. Some would say, look, in politics, you don't beg for it, you grab it. But even though they are more in numbers, you wonder why they never get to power. Look at the Senate. The Senate is just 4 women, and the House of Reps, well, maybe you could say less than 20. But they haven't been really represented more in that space. So what is the problem? We'll talk about that elaborately with Ambassador Onyi Mama. She's a women rights and gender promoter. Good to have you. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice meeting you.
My pleasure. Why has it become difficult in Nigeria for women to advance to that stage of leading, especially in the political space?
All right. The issue of women, it's one big issue, and I wonder when we're going to reduce the number of topics that culminate with the factor of women politically and marginalization and all of that. So I could tell you that we are culturally entrenched to follow a pattern. a pattern that views women as second. So there's a subconscious relegation of women, and then there's a conscious relegation of women, and that's the patterning. So values over time has been inundated to allow women to play out from the second position. And so most of the times we curve these things, we push these things deliberately and indeliberately. For example, the family unit, it's one major unit of socialization. But the family subconsciously allows the female to grow with the sense that stronger things should go for the male, and the less painful or less stronger things should be pertaining to the women. And so naturally, the boy is told, carry jerry can, you're a man. So the word man, man keeps ringing. And then the woman is told, wash plates, prepare the houses, do the couches, and all of that. So subconsciously we entrench stereotypes. And it begins to form a perspective that trickles down to the society and never allows the women to blossom out. And so some of these factors is consigning culture, values we entrenched over centuries, transgenerational. It's connected to religion. The religion itself almost synchronizes its pattern with culture. So the political circle over time, you know I keep saying it, over time has allowed the men to own the terrain. For example, how many political parties has a woman as the chairman of the political party? And you know the large box of decision emanates from the political circle, right? So if the deciding factors or the deciding personnel are not women, how do they find a space to push themselves into priority areas? So these are the things, all right? So I think the war will be won when women start moving out from the cubicle called women leaders. They relegate you and they give you positions on number 5, number 6, and you are the loudest cheerleader in a political group where your voice doesn't really matter but your noise. So if women will start thinking around being leaders of the political parties first, in a large sense you could bring in other women and then make a more prominent noise, because noise varies.
Right.
Yeah, there's an important noise, and then there's a noise that keeps you only at the level of being a cheerleader. And that's where we remain. So if we look at culture, religion, dominance of the political parties and political circle, and then you talk about money. I always share this story on so many platforms. 2022, I formed a group, Women Support Women. And we had about 100 and something women converge. And they said, we've procured our tickets for the primaries. We're aspiring to be candidates of. By the time the primaries were done, we had just about 9 women remaining. And by the time the first section, we had just 2 women in the whole of 113 that I recall that I spoke with or saw or interfaced with. Just 2 are in the State House of Assembly. And you could imagine the level of reduction. So what I saw in that space, that even when I interfaced with women groups and women leaders, and I told them, see this person, she's coming out, they asked me one key question. I hope she has something for us. And brother, believe me, if you don't have something for them, they will leave you and sing for the brother who is about to fleece the money. So money is still a large component for women's participation and inclusion. So 2
key issues you've raised, really, traditionally from the family, and then of course talking about what happens in a political space. Let's speak to issues that relates to the family first, like you have raised. Traditionally, we have people, parents do things that favors the boy child over the girl child. How do you think that relates or equates or in comparison with what happens abroad, where you have the girl child and the boy child in the same house? Do you think that they train them the same way that they do or they don't do in Africa?
All right, so I think one of the key learnings from westernization, it's human rights. Over time, I've come to realize that humans are treated like humans. They are not treated like their gender. I mean, even priority case is given to women. You have a problem with a woman, you leave the house for her.
Abroad?
Yes. But here, even your relatives, your friends, your husband's people will be introducing your husband into throwing you out of the house. You are the woman that leaves, even if the man is at fault. You are the person that comes to apologize to the man, even if you find him cheating. You shouldn't have raised your voice. After all, polygamy is connected to a man. So there are too many things we adopted from the whites that we don't want to inculcate. Westernization is purely connected to human rights, but we don't practice human rights here. We're gender segregative up till this 21st century. So it's one of the key things, because I've had a lot of projects and interface with the whites. I discover these people first visualize people as humans and their rights. But in African climb, what's so particular about Onyabuwai? It's one phrase you will not find missing in any discussion. If we go deep into a discussion now, you will hear Okwanowa Rapia. It's relegated. It's one of the things that find us where we are.
Where did that come from, though? Is it from the tradition, from
so
culture?
I said subconsciously, culture entrenched it. Because we grew with the value and the norm that a woman should not really be so hard. After all, she shouldn't be hard anyway. She should be seen. A woman should be inside, taking care of the home, the children, catering for the needs of the home. And then the man should be the wild dog, the lion, facing. Or recently you see women doing the wild things, capturing the fronts, taking care of their families, and they're still expected to be submissive to a man who doesn't even understand his rules. So some of these things were culturally calculated into our softwares to behave as if, yes, of course, we are second. You know, I tell people there's a big difference between looking for submission and finding subjugation. A wife will bask in the euphoria of submission if the natural things happen. But she will wallow in subjugation if you keep wearing it out on her. I got married to you, I paid your dowry. You know, some of these things has a way of bringing someone to a point. You know, I paid your dowry, I married you. So you procured one of your furnitures. That's, you know, these are some of the definitions it gives to women. So even when they are not voicing it, they are not saying it, they have this patterning. They have a value to believe that, yes, I was bought, I was handed over. So there's a relegation there.
So the other aspect would be, you know, even in political parties where you have women that are more, you still see them unable to ascend. You know, some people will say that there's this thing about women hating on each other. I mean, if it's not me, it can be another woman. This thing that exists amongst women that makes it difficult, that even if you have 10 people in one place with 8 being women, they'll rather actually pinpoint the 2 guys to be the head of that team than any of them. Do you agree with that?
Okay, so I think the relationship of men and women, nature is taking a due course. We naturally find ourselves working better when it's man and woman. And then when it's woman and woman, there's this friction for the ones who foundationally have competitive spirit and not self-aware. I tell people everywhere, a self-aware woman will never compete with another woman You will never slander her, you will never fight her. But when the fight creeps in gradually, there's this thing in women to naturally try to prove to you that you cannot do anything. Even when she cannot do nothing. She wants to prove. So, I have noticed that friction. I've dealt with women. I have women group. I will automatically submit to you that I've seen a whole lot of scenario play out. Women have so many frictions. And that friction is because just a minute number of women are self-aware. So I've seen the guys hate on each other. Really hate on each other. Banter, but they sit over it and they let it go. Because the guys have less things to compete about.
So where did that friction come from? How do you deal with that kind of friction? Because it is when you are able to deal with that you can now start saying, okay, we're high in number. We can vote this person to be our leader, to lead the political party. Because it's also part of the problems that some political parties face. It's not like they don't have women to lead, but women themselves in that political party are not able to even vote them to be in positions.
So aside from money, women look out for things men hardly notice. If I drive into a political party, the women will look at my vehicle. They will look at, is she wearing gold? They should come with a designer, Google, and so many things we observe that the men are less interested in. So by the time you begin to equate, is she bigger? Am I richer? Is she wearing a hair? Am I wearing a thread? And all of that.
Why does that matter for a woman?
I don't know. These frictions, they come with women because we keep looking. And you know, women is connected to beauty and aesthetics. So by the time you start equating, if you're not self-aware, there's a tendency for you to blow up with either competition or jealousy. And so because they have issues of always wanting to measure up each other, that's why the hatred people keep shouting about come from. Naturally, why are you angry with another woman? What did she do? She did nothing. It's just that you're measuring up. Who is bigger? Who is finer? Who is wearing hair? Who is wearing designer? Who is on gold? I've dealt with those people for 50 years. So I'm telling you from the place of less argument and reality. But I've also found deep-rooted women lovers like me. That's practically what I've been doing all the years of my interventions. Trying to let women see from the mirror of working for themselves, loving each other, and understanding that we have the critical mass to beat the show. Because the show is always on. We just need to be together to hit that show up. And the men, they understand these metrics. They understand this calculation. And so every time they capitalize on the tiny weaknesses that they find that come out from these women and use it to win. Imagine if a man is coming to a self-aware woman like me and you're telling me, see that woman, don't vote for her. Unless she's not credible and competent. And for me, if you're not credible and competent as a woman and you come to me and I have a level of communication with you, I will automatically tell you to go and build up your CV and see if you can. I will not push you because you have money, because you need a lot of loads, capacity field level loads to face politics. There's a lot of metrics in politics that you need to understand, not just coming from the place of having money, but because a lot of things will be involved. So, that we're saying women inclusion, women participation, doesn't mean I'm looking for empty people. I'm looking for very credible, competent women. I can support you at any level, but maybe not always political. For me, if you come out to face politics, you have to be loaded. You have to have money, and you have to have the brilliance to face the wolves. I've never seen a circle that is more contaminated with political people called wolves than politics. There's too much metrics and I can't even meddle with it.
Is that not the reason why women are running away from politics?
That's
because
not.
Of, because
that's
of
not
the
because
dirtiness
for the first time in 2022, I told you, 85% increase occurred. Lots of women came out and they said, okay, we're picking from various parties. But eventually, I mean, with the number they came out is with the number they went back. And so beyond that, the step was convincing for me, because we've never seen it in the history of ENUGU and even Nigeria. I don't know how it happened. Lots of women came out, but very poor number of women succeeded, especially in ENUGU, went from 4 to 2. So, but you know, this time around, if I'm to advise, there are very reasonable things I will share with people who are interested in coming out in politics, because the game doesn't start in the year.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I had very serious conversation with stakeholders who have been in the game, and they taught me the maths. They said people don't start canvassing to win in the year when they are out. You start canvassing 2 years earlier.
True.
So.
Yeah. There's this thought about politics in Africa as being a very dirty game. Many of these politicians and politics are actually played in the wee hours of the day, and it's not really a good time for a woman coming out at that time. In fact, in this part of the world, when a woman is in politics, there's this eye that's, is looking at you already as being someone who is dirty, because politics is dirty. How do you think a woman can navigate that system? I mean, you have mentioned just here that you have to be really strong and be ready to face the wolves. And you've practically described politics as maybe a Wolverine, department. So how does a woman navigate these things and still keep her dignity in the eyes of the society?
All right, so don't let people identify you, because the people are certainly going to talk from what they perceive as who you are. But I also think that we should stop fearing for women treading in the night. They are humans, and humans go in the night. Everyone should be security conscious, including the man. The man should be threatened about, night marauders, armed robbers, kidnappers. So also the woman. If the political party certainly and definitely puts up a meeting for the wee hours of the day, let the woman come as a human being and not as a woman. Because I first see humans before I see gender. Nothing differentiates our capacities except from our biological makeup. And then I've seen some women beat through the wild times and conquer. So if there are women who have really conquered, there will certainly be more numbers coming to conquer.
Yeah, it's quite difficult. The reason I say that is because, you tell a woman to come around 12 midnight for a meeting, and then that means the meeting is practically finishing at 3, and she has to be up again to, fend for the kids in the morning going to school. And then you wonder, what husband would accept that kind of woman to be their wives?
All right, so, politics is not all year. It's for a certain period, right? So the husbands that understand the political attitude of their wives should be able to cushion the moments. Understand that from now till the primaries or the main election, she has to go wild. Wild not because she's sleeping around, but wild because too many unprecedented movements will certainly come up. I'm an advocate of a man that will even carry the wife to the place, probably get its support staff at home for the kids. It's just for a moment. We don't do election and politics every year. It's for a certain time, every 4 years. So within the moment, this can be cushioned, can be managed. I don't want us to keep, allowing too many factors to mitigate against the woman's participation. No, these things can be managed.
It comes down to the man allowing. It's a permission. He has to allow that to happen. If he doesn't accept it, then it comes down to friction.
Yeah.
So how important do you think men would be in an advocacy for women in politics?
All right, so we have a lot of he for she's. These men are women promoters, women lovers. These men have women that are politically sound, making waves in politics. They are still married, they are happy, and there's not anybody coming to advocate for peace in their homes. So why we talk about this, we try to project positive masculinity. Yes, you're a man. You can decide you don't want your wife to move. But what if her not moving is you know, imprisoning the talents that I have, or the skills she has to use to make her name and ends meet. So we should also think about it. Why trying to play out male chauvinism, authoritative husband? Also think about the fact that this woman has some potentials embedded in her that you can keep at a place and it will die off. So sometimes I think it's about agreeing and knowing the kind of man you're married to. A man who is insecure will automatically cause a lot of political chaos at home.
True.
Yeah, because he will misinterpret the night, misinterpret the men that call you at wee hours, misinterpret the laughter you're giving to another man. So a man with a high level of, you know, sexual insecurity or all of that may not promote a politician at home. Yes.
And that you think is a big factor?
It's a very huge one. But again, who are the husbands of those women that came out in 2022? So I think it's about us beginning to learn, unlearn, and then relearn some of the things that held us tight to the ground and didn't let us move. If you're sure of the woman you have, it's just like my husband seeing me in the midst of 1,000 men and you tell me he will be worried. He will go to sleep like 1,000,000 times. Yes. So because you need to be sure of who you're married to. You need to be sure of who you're married to. That also leads us to decision and, you know, selection. Be careful about who you're married to. Don't marry someone who doesn't really understand their track. They suddenly tell you they're interested in politics and you're wondering why. Meanwhile, she has never done well in her little space. Now she wants to delve into politics. So it's suspicious.
Right. Let's talk about the role of the religious institution. How much of that do you think that the religious institution in Africa is playing to, you know, foster this equality between genders?
Yeah. Do you know religion is part of the reason why there's poor participation of women in politics?
Really?
Yes. Religion, it's an opium, it's a guide, it's a lord, it's an invisible lord that patterns Christians or even its worshippers to a certain place. And so in the scare of women coming out to participate with people who can ask you for anything, a lot of people are scared of going to politics. Do you know that the latest and the best grade of our people will never come out to participate in politics because of the name politics has been given, and that's because of religion. A lot of religious people will tell you, I respect you a lot. If I see in politics, I will lose my respect for you. That's religion.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because politics has been tagged. And who is telling you that the person coming to the new front is not going to bring the new change? They don't believe you're bringing a change in Nigeria. So if religion has a little shift from the perspective it has spread over years and time, it's also going to help us. If the church comes to say, we're picking you when you come, do you know what it means? If the Catholic Church comes to say, we're picking on you, or the Anglican Church is saying, we're picking on you, do you know the numbers? And once the people say, it's our bishop, or it's our cardinal, or it's our archbishop, do you know what it means? It means winning. So the religious body, it's a critical body for good politics to happen. That's why they need to rethink.
But you wonder whether it is not the same doctrine that they preach outside the shores of the country, or actually the shores of Africa, that they preach in Africa. I mean, why is it different issue. Why is it not an issue abroad?
Mindset, perspective. That's why I said we need to have a shift. In abroad, everything they do is first visualizing people as human before gender. And
Even before religion?
Yes, and that's why they have allowed a lot of genders. Because they are not really concerned about what you want to be. If you want to be a cat, if you want
as
to
long as
turn
you're
into
competent
a sheep,
enough.
just be a human being. So they have a central word. That's humanity, humans. That's why their human rights is capitalized. It's really entrenched. But for us in Africa, we're still looking at man, woman, woman's. Do you know, my husband lived in Copenhagen for over 15 years. And he told me the white man is not interested in who he's seeing. He's interested in what you're bringing to the table, no matter your age, your physiological makeup, or whatever your gender wants to be. And that has really helped that part of the world. But believe me, you come into some places and they look at you, they say, nothing mother, woman, young woman, old woman, components that limit us. You don't even know what the breastfeeding mother is bringing to the table.
All right. Ambassador Oyi Mama, I'll just leave it here for now. I mean, it's a continuous discussion as relates to women's rights and gender, basically, especially in Africa. It's a tortuous topic, but it's something that would actually just expand further, maybe a little later. Many thanks for your time, which we really appreciate.
Thank you. You're welcome.
All right. We're back after this. To stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
It's a resurgent circle. When everything is calm, everyone is quiet. And when there's an attack, then everyone starts talking about, oh, state police, we are supposed to have done state police. This thing has been on raging since, 1999 is just, some few years back. But it's been on for decades. What is going on? Is it really sponsored? Is it something that we should start looking internally to solve from within? Or basically, is it something that we should just speak about on the pages of newspaper, and then when there is an improvement in security, everybody goes back home? Nick Agule joins us. He'll be speaking to us on effectiveness of internal security architecture in Nigeria. Good to have you. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Nick, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning, and good morning to our viewers globally.
Thank you so much, Nick. I mean, this discussion around state police is, I don't want to say overflowed, because if you say overflowed, it will look as if there has been some implementation in that regard. But apparently, I think we have a bit of an issue with the connection with Nick. We would get back to him shortly. But again, I just wanted to mention something, that every time we speak about issues regarding state police, there's always something that comes up and, throws the spanner on the wheels of the movement of the car. I mean, can somebody just tell me, hasn't there been every single time we've seen from Obasanjo to Yaradua to Goodluck Jonathan, to Buhari, every single government has mentioned something around the thoughts on state police. But ever since then, there hasn't been anything, no finger lifted on state police. Why? Most people say, oh, well, because we are a country, of divisions, or a country or a group of persons who feel that giving some powers to the state government will make us even divide further, because of our history, a history of the 1967 to 1970 Civil War. Well, some governors can decide to, secede using that apparatus. Several things just come up as an issue with state police. Nick, thank you for rejoining us. Thank you so much this morning.
Thank you very much.
All right, speaking of security architecture, I really don't know how to place it. When you speak of the effectiveness of security architecture within our nation, everyone speak about the police architecture, we speak about the NSCDC, we speak about the Nigerian Army. We have all of these security architecture, around. Why has it become very difficult to stem the tide of insecurity in the country? The painful part is not even when the attack happens, but it's even afterwards. We are unable to apprehend those who attack us and move into the bushes. Why has it become difficult for us to solve these problems?
Thank you very much for that question. I think this is a question which the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria needs to answer. This is a question on the lips of every Nigerian, because we have a security architecture in place. There are the armed forces that are organized in 3 services: the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. And these 3 services have their service chiefs and commanders down the line to the last man. These 3 services are coordinated by the Chief of Defense Staff. Then, aside from the armed forces, we have the police and paramilitary security architecture, which includes the Nigerian Police Force, deployed in all the 36 states in Nigeria and the FCT. We have the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. Aside from them, we have other arms-bearing paramilitary institutions, which include the Nigerian Customs, the Nigerian Immigration, the NDLEA, the EFCC. Then, so all these ones I have mentioned also bear arms. Then we have the intelligence community, where you have the DSS, the Department of State Services, then the Nigerian Intelligence Agency, the Military Intelligence Agency, the Defense Intelligence Agency. And there is also intelligence in each of the other armed services. So the Army is got their intelligence, the Navy, the Air Force, the police, they all also have their intelligence agencies. And all these intelligence agencies are also arms bearing. Then this architecture is supported by a budget. For a long time now, dating back to several presidents that we have had, which you listed, the defense architecture is always given the highest budget allocation. And that is the case even for the 2023 2025 budget. There is nowhere in Nigeria you will go that you are not going to see this defense architecture in operation. The military, for instance, even though their role is to defend the territorial boundaries of Nigeria, they have been deployed in almost all the states of Nigeria today, as well as the other agencies. You will see them on the roads. I don't think there is any road in Nigeria as we speak today that you will travel for 2 kilometers without encountering one of these agencies on the road mounting a checkpoint. So with all this in place, the big question which the president needs to answer, and if he does not have the answer, then it behoves on him to ask his commanders this question: why is it possible that despite this deployment of security all over Nigeria, that we can have bandits operate within the sovereignty of Nigeria? Like you rightly said, if these things were happening at the border communities, it could even be understandable that perhaps the bandits are coming in from foreign countries, attacking Nigerians at the border and fleeing back into those foreign countries. Even that, we could chase after them in collaboration with those countries. But what is happening is that states like Plateau State, Benue State, these are states that are in the heart of Nigeria, in the middle of Nigeria. That's why they are called central. You either call them North Central or call them Middle Belt. They are in the middle of Nigeria. So how is it possible that bandits can breach our territorial boundaries and travel hundreds of kilometers into the middle of Nigeria, and the architecture, the security architecture that I have described, doesn't do anything about it? Like the governor of Benue State said in an interview, these people coming on motorbikes, motorcycles that are numbering in hundreds. How can such a movement of hundreds of motorcycles evade the scrutiny of the security architecture we have spread all over the country? By the way, a motorcycle tank, a motorcycle's tank is so small that I can't see how it's going to have enough fuel that will take that motorcycle from outside the borders of Nigeria to the North Central. That motorcycle must have to fuel along the way. So they are fueling their motorcycles, they are buying food, they are getting ammunition, they are getting all of these things, and yet our security say they don't know anything that is happening because, like you rightly pointed out, it behoves on the security to prevent the movement of these people to their target location. They have to prevent them, take them out before they get to any place. But assuming they come in and do what they want to do, then they have already shown their hands that they are murderers. Why do we let them to go away scot-free? So this is a question for Mr. President. He must answer this question. He is responsible to Nigerians to tell Nigerians how possible is it that in many parts of Nigeria today, we have these bandits operating as if nothing stops them. And just before I will give way to you, because I believe you might want to make an intervention. One last thing. The National Security Advisor, the man whose job is to advise Mr. President on security matters in Nigeria, He was in the capital of Benue State last week. He stood in the comfort and safety of the government house in Makudi and made a statement that there is no territory in Nigeria that has been taken over by bandits. My question is that, is this the type of advice he's giving to Mr. President? Because the governor of Benue State, if he thought about it, he should have taken Mr. Nuhu Ribadu, the NSA, to the IDP camps that are spread all over Benue. Because an IDP camp exists only because somebody has been displaced from his home, from his farm. And if Mr. Ribadu claims that no territory has been taken over, he should have then led these IDPs by himself back to their farmlands, back to their homes, so that he can see things for himself and go and tell Mr. President that we have resettled these people. So for me, perhaps it's also one of the problems that Mr. President advisors are not giving him the true position of things. But Mr. President does not only need to depend on his advisors. He reads the newspapers. He listens to the news. If he doesn't do that, then that is terrible of him. If you are leading a country like this, you should be listening. You should have time in a day, at least half an hour of your day, to go through the highlights of newspapers and watch television and know what is happening with the people that you are governing. So this situation as we have it today is terrible. Nigerians are losing their lives, and the farms are not producing enough food. There's hunger in the land, and Mr. President needs to do something about this very, very urgently. This situation goes beyond rhetoric. It goes beyond issuing statements from the presidency. It goes to tasking the security architecture to go and wipe off the terrorists and bandits and kidnappers that are taking Nigerians for granted and taking their lives every day.
How do you think that state police can help in this regard? Because so many persons have cited Amotekun, Ibubago, Hizba police in the north, as one of the police architecture organized by state governments that hasn't really worked. The Southwest has an active Amotekun. You could say that Southwest is still under some sort of attack, because the governors came out the other day to say that they are, the forests are not safe, and there have been a few attacks there as well. Do you think state police would work? And if you work?
So we are a federal republic. Our name is the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And the concept of federalism is that the states are semi-autonomous arms of government. And like in the United States, whose constitution we have copied and whose federalism we have also copied, you will discover that the states manage their affairs in a semi-autonomous way. They take care of their internal security, and the states are also the economic centers. They generate money and they send money to the center for the center to run common services. And common services include things like defense, the military, foreign policy, economic policy, issuance of notes, issuance of currency, and things like that. That's what is at the center. The rest of everything is at the state. So if Nigeria calls itself the Federal Republic of Nigeria, then we have to do governance in line with a federalism in line with a federal structure. Because if you say you are something and you are not behaving as that something, then there's a problem there, right? It's a problem. So the state police matter has been on the table, just like you have said, right from the Obasanjo days through to all the leaders to today. But at the end of the day, nothing comes out of it. And it is very important that state police are given the go-ahead. Unfortunately, even in the last Council of States that was attended by the governors and the president and his team, state police, which was on the agenda, was not discussed. And that is the second time that this meeting we hold and state police on the agenda will not be discussed. So it looks as if we are giving lip service to this. And I make the point, I always make the point, that policing is local. But the way that policing is organized in Nigeria today, we have one Inspector General of Police who is looking after all the policemen in the country. By so doing, we have placed all our eggs in one basket. Because if that Inspector General is not effective, it means the entire policing system in Nigeria will not be effective. So it is important that the states must be given the go-ahead to arrange their police force. That way, we are going to have 36 Inspector Generals of Police in each state, one per state, and then another one in the federal capital, if the federal capital wants. Otherwise, the federal capital can allow the federal police to provide internal security. But if we have 36 police structures in Nigeria, chances are that at least half, if not more, of those structures will be effective. They will have competent leadership. They will be funded by the states that set them up, and they will be able to recruit more people to police their states, and the combined policing efforts of those 36 police forces is going to provide better security to Nigeria today than we have it. And for me, these are areas where President Tinubu needs to look into. A reform, he says it's a reform government, it's a government of reforms. Reforms must not stop with increasing petrol prices, increasing electricity prices, increasing the price of the dollar. That is not where reforms must stop. Reforms must also go into matters like state police, where President Tinubu needs to show courage and allow state policing to begin. These are the kind of things that he, as governor of Lagos State, was asking for. So how could he have been asking for this when he was a governor, and now he's not asking for them? I mean, he has already taken courageous steps, like sending federal allocation directly to local government autonomy. He's touching on those kind of fundamental issues. He should go ahead also to touch on this policing matter. As for the fears that people express that the governors will misuse the state police, they will use them to even say secession. How is that possible? One state, how can you secede when the federal might will come upon you? That aside, that's not to say that our constitution should not be changed to include a referendum. If people really want to secede from Nigeria and they vote to secede, why not? That is the modern way to do it, but that's an aside. So the factors that people raise in terms of the dangers of having state police, for me, is scaremongering. And we heard this thing when they debate as to whether to allow private sector to also have broadcasting. For the benefit of our viewers who were not old enough to know, there was a time in Nigeria that Signature TV that we are on now will not have been possible because the entirety of the media, whether print or electronic, was in the hands of government, were government owned. So there was a debate to liberalize the sector so that private people can also have radio stations, can also have TV stations. And a lot of people used to make this comment that, oh, if you allow the private sector to have radio stations and television stations, that people will seize those stations and announce a coup. And I would say that since the 90s, when this liberalization has happened to date, which private radio or television station has been used to execute a coup in Nigeria? Answer is none. So some of these fears are basically scaremongering, or they are fears expressed by people who are probably benefiting from the current situation and they don't want a change. So I would say that the president needs to go out and make sure that this state policing thing works. And then there will be checks and balances that even if you're a state police and you commit a crime, then the law will take its natural course upon you. That is where the checks and balances will come in. So we just have to go ahead with this state police because, like you mentioned, Amotekun and the other regional security outfits that are being promoted by states is not the equivalent of a state police because they are not as armed. They are not allowed to be armed with automatic weapons, which will be the kind of firepower you need to confront the bandits that have taken over parts of Nigeria. So state police has to go ahead.
We've seen how over time governors have even abdicated their own responsibility. I mean, they just say they are not responsible, basically asking people to defend themselves. And even in that same breath, refuse to provide what people would use to defend themselves. In the scale of things today, when a governor comes to a community to say, defend yourself, do you think that it's something to listen to? Should the people go ahead with that, with what the governor has said, even though we understand that it's in the Constitution? But then again, when a governor says that, he should be looking at bringing or providing what the people can use to defend themselves, isn't it?
Any governor or any person in Nigeria who says the citizens should go and defend themselves is calling for anarchy. Actually, if you're a governor and you ask your citizens to go and defend themselves, then your role as a governor is no longer tenable. Just leave, vacate your office of governor and become a citizen, join the citizens and let you guys just defend yourself, because the reason why you're a governor is to provide security and welfare to the people that you are governing. That is what the Constitution mandates you to do. So if the Constitution mandates you to provide security to the people, and you have abdicated on that responsibility, but instead have asked the people to go ahead and provide security for themselves, then why are you still in office? That means your role in the office that does no longer hold. So this is just the truth. But to be honest, it's good that we are focusing on the governors. But if we look at the current security architecture in Nigeria, there is no governor in Nigeria that commands any armed security. Sorry. There is no governor in Nigeria today that commands any armed security outfit. Absolutely none. The law does not provide that. So, in as much as it is said that the governors are the chief security officers of their states, you will just discover that appellation that is put upon them is more ceremonial than being effective, because you cannot be the chief security officer of your state when the commanders of the security forces in that state, deployed in that state, don't take orders from you, right? So if you go to a state today and you have the armed forces, the Army, Navy, Air Force, and then you have the police, the civil defense, custom, immigration, all of that, and the intelligence agencies deployed in that state, none of the commanders of those deployment will take an order from the governor. So the governor's duty is basically to work with these security architecture and support them in any way that he can support them. But the fact that they don't report to him, the fact that if he tells them move and they cannot move unless they get orders from Abuja, makes that arrangement to be very, very uh, unstable. That's an arrangement that is totally ineffective. It can't make things happen. And so that further enhances the conversation that we're having, that state policing must be given the go-ahead so that the governor will have his state security in place. Because instead of having one Nigerian police, we're now going to have 36 Nigerian police all over Nigeria being funded by the governors. And they are going to recruit more people, you know. And the other thing is that the current security architecture we have now at the federal level, um, about 50% of the security architecture, from the armed forces to the police to the paramilitary, they attach their men to individuals. Sometimes individuals of dubious character. You find them giving personal protection to these people. Just come out on any road in Nigeria. You are going to see our security in their uniform, with their arms, providing personal security cover for an individual in their vehicle, at their homes. There was a video that came out recently where some Chinese nationals were sharing money to our armed security. And the thing went viral, and Nigerians were speaking about it. And I say, where have you guys been? This is what is happening all over Nigeria, even in that location where you are, that you are making it look as if this is something new, that individuals have hired our security, who, as we speak, are at their homes or at their offices, or they are accompanying them on a trip, and those security are not available to provide security for the generality of Nigerians. So these are some of the issues. And you hear the president or the commanders make statements like, oh, we are withdrawing Nigerian police from individuals, we are withdrawing military from individuals. But that is not happening, right? It's not happening. So as we speak today, these things are happening. And it's all about who has money. There are drug pushers. There are Yahoo boys. There are all sorts of 419 characters who give money to the security, and the security are protecting them, right? So you can see that there's a lot that needs to be done security-wise. And until we deal with this, we can as well just forget about economic development, because who is going to bring their money and economy where this kind of insecurity pervades the land? And then for the lives of Nigerians that are being lost, this is really terrible. It needs urgent action.
Some persons have also stated that we're not ripe for state police as a nation. I mean, we've even seen the IG of police, the current IG of police, Ebotoku, say something in that regard, that the governors would misuse the opportunity that they have, and that it would most likely, make the president lose certain powers in that regard. How true is this statement, and why do you think someone like in the stead of the Inspector General of Police doesn't see the need for a state police?
The Inspector General of Police, I believe, is protecting his personal territory instead of protecting the interests of Nigerians. Because the powers that he's talking about, he knows that those powers are the powers of the Inspector General, who today presides over policing in the 36 states in Nigeria and the FCT. And if the states now have their police, he believes that his powers will be eroded, because he will now have to more or less compete with state police formations as well. So he is coming from a very selfish perspective, because the people who are governors, they were elected by their people to be governors, and they took an oath of office to be governors in their states. And this oath of office included their swearing on a holy book to abide by the Constitution of Nigeria. What should have interested the Inspector General of Police is to say that we will be ensuring that state police formations are running their affairs in line with the Constitution. And those that are not, they will be held to account. Nobody should be above the law in a democracy like the one we practice. Nobody should be above the law. So the fact that you are a state police inspector general, it does not mean that you can go ahead and deal with Nigerian citizens in a way that breaks the law. Nobody has that. One thing that the inspector general, which I believe he knows, is that even in countries where policing has been devolved to the local authorities, like in the UK here where I'm speaking, we have here in London the Metropolitan Police. And if you keep going, you are going to get Manchester Police, you are going to get all of these kind of police forces. In the United States, you have state police, you have county police, sometimes you have city police, like the city of Houston police, Dallas police, things like that. And you even have university campuses, they have their police. Even transportation system like the railway, they have their rail police and things like that. In all of these places where policing has been devolved to such local levels, you still have the federal police. You still have the federal police. So, like in the United Kingdom, you have Scotland Yard. You have in America. You also have the FBI and all of that. You have policing that is still federal. So the Inspector General of Police should not fear for his job. The architecture will be such that even as the states have their own police formations, there will still be a federal police upon which he will be presiding. And it's unfortunate that in the position that he is and the knowledge that he has and the global travel that he has made and been to countries where this thing is working effectively, all he can do now is to scaremonger and to advise the president not to go ahead with the state policing because the powers of the president will be eroded. The president's powers are as commander-in-chief of the armed forces. He didn't say he's also commander-in-chief of the police. So that alone should have told the Inspector General that it's an anomaly because the president is actually officially called or titled the president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He didn't say police. So this advice that he's giving the president is wrong. And I expect that the president should be wiser. The president should rise above the advice and go ahead and ensure that we have state police. It will be a big gift that he will give to the Nigerian Federation if he makes it to happen.
How much of satellite technology you think is important? I mean, we've seen other climes claim that more than 50% of their operation is practically intelligence-based. I mean, a situation where they stay in their environment and press a button or two, and they're able to pick out certain areas that are red zones, and they find a way to attack as at when due. How important do you think technology and intelligence gathering is in policing a country like Nigeria?
So these are the matters that need to be addressed. Policing in the modern world is a complete package. It's not just about putting boots on the ground. Policing has also gone digital. There has to be a lot of technology that needs to be put in. Like here in the UK, where I'm speaking to you from, you cannot go about here for more than 500 meters, sometimes even less than 100 meters if you are in the city of London, that a security camera, will not capture your movement, you know. So first, that camera acts as a deterrent to people because they know that they are being watched. So the kind of things they will ordinarily do, if they know they are not being watched, they won't do it. That's the first thing. But the second thing is that even if anything happens, the cameras are the ones that will also give detailed information or detailed data about the movement of the people who committed the crime and sometimes their vehicle registration Then sometimes you see they capture their faces and they put them out and ask the community to look out for people like this. So those are the kind of things that happen, and also you find out that like here in the UK, the police don't mount checkpoints the way you have it in Nigeria. Instead, the police install what they call automatic number plate recognition technology in their cars. And as the police car is patrolling, it's picking up the plate numbers of all the vehicles that are, uh, that the car comes in contact with. And if there is an issue with a particular plate number, that vehicle is going to flag a message, and the policeman will then take necessary action, either to stop the vehicle, or if he fails to stop, they chase after the vehicle. So these are all of the kind of uh, technology that is being used. Today we have drone technology where you fly drones, and the drones are able to survey an area, pick up areas that will feed back data which can be worked upon. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, you discover that our cities don't have cameras. Like in Abuja, they started the project to install security cameras in Abuja. You still see the poles and sometimes even the cameras on the poles, but that project has been moribund and nobody talks about it. You see, you can only provide security if you build the system to police the environment, which includes such things like the cameras. So those are the kind of areas that should interest Mr. President to say that why don't we have this camera technology working in a city like Abuja and other states? And this is where governors also need to come in, because you can install these things around your state, especially in places that have a high risk or having this insecurity. Now, I was talking about automatic number plate recognition technology. You find out that here in the UK, everybody's vehicle has a plate number. The Prime Minister's vehicles have, in fact, the Prime Minister's vehicle does not even have an official number. The Prime Minister's vehicle is registered just like any private vehicle. It carries the same plate number like my car or any other car out there. The King's vehicles have plate numbers, and the police technology is able to read those plate numbers to know whether those vehicles are are needed for anything. In Nigeria, you have vehicles that have no plate numbers and they are plying our roads. Yeah, and most often these vehicles are not even official. It is individual. Sometimes Yahoo boys or kidnappers or 419 or even bandits. They just take a Hilux van, they remove the plate number, they put reflective light on top of that Hilux van, and they are moving about Nigeria. And the so-called checkpoints that even have, when they see them, they will just assume that they're a convoy and they just give them free passage. And these guys go all over Nigeria, whatever they want to do. So there are basics that you need to have. The other time I was speaking about the 999 technology like we have here in the UK. Even though in Nigeria you have the 112 system, which is not effective, you need to have an effective emergency response system with a command and control center in place so that the GSM companies will link their network to this emergency system. And it only takes the citizen dialing a three-digit number and they get across to the control center. And the control center, we ask them what the issue is. Is it a security issue? Is it fire? Or is an ambulance you need? And then they are able to send rescue, send help of whatever nature it is the citizens are calling to that particular location, and matters are dealt with. By simply doing something like that, you have made the 200 million Nigerians to also become security men, because they are watching over their areas, and if they notice anything, then they alert the appropriate agencies to come to rescue. I mean, if criminals know that if I start anything here, the citizens will call for security and the security will be here in no time. It is a big deterrent for them to go ahead and try to perpetrate anything. So these are things like, and of course, this 999 system, as I say, works with satellite technology such that if there is no GSM number, it will pick the call and all of that. So even if the phone doesn't have battery, there's an internal battery in the phone, in every phone, that the 999 system will work with. So these are the kind of things that the Nigerian government has to put in place. There are basic infrastructure, including technology, that must be installed for you to have effective policing. So far, we have not even started in those areas.
Do you think there's an international dimension to this insecurity that we have in this country? Every now and then we keep hearing that these security situations are not internal. They are mostly from the fringes, from outside. And so many persons point towards the death of Gaddafi and then the proliferation of light weapons across borders and so many other things. Do you think there's this international dimension to it? And what is specifically the motive of this international influence on insecurity in Nigeria?
So there's definitely an international dimension to it, uh, because the Sahel region experienced a lot of crashes. And right from Libya, it started with the Arab Spring when some of the North African nations, um, had protests that led to toppling of governments. And then in Libya, Gaddafi was toppled and they've been at war. And then in Afghanistan, then in South Sudan, Eritrea, and all of that, there has been wars in countries like that. And these people have moved from those war um, torn areas, and they have come through to Niger, through parts of Cameroon, through Chad, and they have come into Nigeria, and they are operating in Nigeria. And that is why Nigeria set up a multinational joint task force in the Lake Chad area to deal with the international dimension to this crisis. But for me, I don't think that our security architecture should be bothered about where these people come from. Anybody who takes arms against Nigerians, whether he came in from somewhere else or he's a Nigerian and of what religion or from what ethnicity or from what state should not matter. A gunman takes arms against Nigeria, there are only two options that should be given to that gunman: for the gunman to surrender and to be arrested, or to be fixed an appointment with God. It doesn't matter who the gunman is, whoever, wherever they come from. So for me, it becomes very distracting when the conversation moves from tackling the gunmen who are terrorizing Nigerians to, to analyzing where they come from, who they are, which ethnicity they are. For me, it's irrelevant. It doesn't really matter. For the Nigerian security architecture, it should be about a gunman. Once they see a gunman, they tackle the gunman and they don't allow the gunman to terrorize Nigerians. So he's either arrested or he's killed, taken out. And thereafter, we can run an inquest into who he is, investigate. Does he have internal collaborators? Who gave him arms? How did he come to the point that he traveled all the way undetected to the point where he perpetrated this crime or committed the crime? Those should be post-mortem examination after the gunman has been dealt with. So I think the conversation should move away from trying to analyze who these people are. The conversation should be that the Chief of Defense Staff, the Inspector General of Police, led by their Commander-in-Chief, should explain to Nigerians why gunmen are terrorizing Nigerians in the middle of Nigeria without they doing something about it. That's the most important thing. And for us, if my brother takes arms against me, I expect the state to protect me. And the state can protect me by either forcing him to surrender or killing him. Even if he's my brother, my sibling, same father, same mother with me, it shouldn't matter to say, oh, it is his brother, so leave him to deal. No, that's not the way security is done elsewhere.
Right. Do you think corruption within the security apparatus of Nigeria has a role to play in the way and manner that we go about fighting security or insecurity in our nation?
Time. Corruption is happening big time. And I am not saying this of my own accord. I'm saying it based on empirical evidence. The last government that opened the can of worms in the security architecture in Nigeria was the Buhari regime. At the advent of the Buhari regime, they investigated the military and other security agencies in Nigeria, and we were all witnesses to the kind of um, uh, dirty data that was revealed, totally dirty. Arms, contracts for arms were paid for, no arms received. The wrong types of arms were made. People were just taking millions and billions of monies meant for security. And unfortunately, when President Tinubu granted a media interview, they asked him if he was going to follow in the footsteps of his predecessor, which is the government of President Buhari, and check out the security agencies, including the military, in terms of making sure that they are applying the budget that they are given for the right purposes. And unfortunately, the president just said it would be disrespectful of the military institution if he goes to check out their books, which to me was something very scary for a commander-in-chief to say. You are a commander-in-chief, you are in charge of the armed forces, they are reporting to you. You are also mandated by the Constitution to defend the Constitution. And what I would have expected the president to have said in that media chat would have been that if there are allegations or any prima facie evidence of corruption in the security architecture, including the military, that the law is going to take its due course. That is what he should have said. That's the minimum that was expected of him to have said. But for him to now say he was not investigating the military, because if he does that, it disrespects the institution. He basically gave a blank check to the military that you guys can go ahead and do whatever you want to do. I'm not going to come after you. So there's no doubt about the fact that corruption is happening. Even the earlier scenario that I pointed, where private individuals who have no official functions are given security cover by our military, by our police, by our paramilitary, who have been recruited, trained, and armed by the resources of the people, are attached to individuals for personal security duties in itself is corruption. That is also corruption. So all sorts of people are being attached. Religious leaders, you see some pastors now, they carry their security. Everybody carries their security. Some are being paid by corporate entities. You go to every major office in Nigeria, and they have this security, our security men, at their premises, who are providing security only for that premises. They are not available to provide security for anybody else. That also is corruption. The fact that commanders can take money from people, some of them with dodgy characters, and provide them security, who will now be at their homes, at their offices, and accompanying them about without being available to the rest of Nigerians. It's also corruption. So yes, there's corruption, and the president has to deal with it.
When you hear the president respond to questions in that manner and saying that it will be disrespectful to look at the books of the military, then you wonder where we're headed really. I mean, what role really do you think the president has in making sure he stems the tide of corruption? Because with that response, it does mean that apart from the military, every other security apparatus would not be checked, and so corruption just continues. And the way and manner the system is built, just like you have mentioned, is basically if the corruption is not tackled within, then you are rest assured that it will surely play out in the field. But how important do you think that the president must, in many ways than one, check what the security agencies are doing with a view to at least tackling corruption within the system so that we can have a better, outlook, when the men go out to, to the front to really fight?
Yeah, so the duty of the president is clear-cut. The Constitution provides him um, his tasks and targets, as we used to call it in the private sector. What he is expected to do is in the Constitution and the other laws that support the Constitution in Nigeria. So the idea is for him to go ahead and to implement these laws the way they have been stated. And Nigeria's problem, like I always say, is lack of law enforcement. We can talk about every other thing, but all that we're talking about, including the state of insecurity, which we're analyzing now, they are not really the issues. These are symptoms of a broken system. And the system that is broken is the law enforcement system. If you enforce the law in Nigeria, all other things will be sorted out. Even this insecurity will be sorted out. So Mr. President's singular agenda is to enforce the law. Look, when he took office, he put his hand on the holy book and said he's going to defend the Constitution of Nigeria. What does defense of the Constitution mean? It means if the Constitution says do A, you have to do A. If you don't do A and go and do B, Mr. President will come upon you with the full powers that have been granted him. That is how you defend the Constitution. Because once the Constitution says something, you expect people to do according to the Constitution. And if they don't do according to the Constitution, it is your role as a president to put them in check. But you see what? For Mr. President to do that, he has to put himself and his friends, party leaders, and his cronies, whoever, he has to put them in check. The question is, does he have that mindset that he can police himself, that he can apply the provisions of the Constitution on himself, his family, his friends, and his colleagues? If he does not have that mindset, then he's not going to do it. But if he has the mindset, then he will do it, because if you put side by side the Constitution and his party supporter, who does he want to go with? If he's a man who has nationalistic mindset, he will go with the Constitution, even as his party supporter is on the other side. But if he has a little mind, he will go with his party supporter against the Constitution. So that is the whole thing. If Mr. President enforces the Constitution, I tell you that all of the other things that we are busy talking about in Nigeria, such as insecurity, such as poor infrastructure, such as lack of food production, such as lack of power supply, no railways, decayed infrastructure, inflation, unemployment, high exchange rate, all of them will solve. They are symptoms of a disease. And the disease is that we are not enforcing the law in Nigeria. Whether this president is the one who can enforce the law in Nigeria, he has to prove it to us. For so long, he hasn't proven to us that he can enforce the law. And I think for that, it's a terrible situation for us to be in.
Nick Agule, many thanks for your time. We truly appreciate your insights on the situation, especially as it concerns effectiveness of internal security in the country. Many thanks for your time.
Thank you very much, and good morning to our viewers.
All right, we are headed to the Northwest, and this time, of course, to speak to a guest who spoke to us earlier about the Northwest security, because today we're going to be speaking largely about security. We'll also touch on the Northeast security and what exactly is fueling the insecurity in these part of the country. We're back after that. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
More Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
The governor of Borno State, Zulum, is out screaming and that look, he does not think that the military has done well so far in combating insecurity in the northeast, specifically his state, Borno State. He criticized the performance of the military, and the military actually replied him, giving some of the things that they have done while he is governor of the state. But again, he also stated there are 3 local government areas that are under the control of insurgents. And it's quite devastating hearing these kinds of things, because I thought we've passed that stage, but it does look like there's a resurgence of insurgents in the Borno state. So we'll speak to that, and maybe most likely speak to the historical context of that, and with a view to finding solutions to these issues. We have with us via Zoom this morning retired Colonel Samaila Yombe Dabai, the former Deputy Governor of Kebbi State. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning. Nice having me.
All right. Can you give us a measure of an overview of the history of insecurity, how these all started in the northeastern part of this country?
Well, the issue of insecurity in the northeast is well known because of the length of time the Boko Haram has operated from there, right from the death of Yusuf to the escalation of the devastation in Borno State. I have the privilege of working in Borno State. There is no single local government that I have not worked in my earlier business of area pest control. You know, Borno State has a large rice farm. As such, there are these quailabos that devastate the farm. So I was always given the contract to control this quailabos whenever they invade. So that gave me the opportunity to operate in nearly all the local governments. For almost 10 years since the advent of Boko Haram, this quailabos control has not been done. Luckily, last year, I was assigned to go and carry out pest control. Either to 10 years ago, it was impossible. So I was privileged again to go around the local governments, and I saw the devastation, and of course the efforts made by the previous governments and the present government. I must say that His Excellency Zulum had done a marvelous job in the area of rehabilitation, especially efforts to resettle those displaced people, built new houses, schools, and hospitals. But recently, it's saddening to hear that bandits have have started coming back. And I think this is because of the pressure given by Chad. So they took that advantage to come back again. But I believe with the military presence in that place, tenure by Boko Haram in these three local governments will not be something that will take prominence, inshallah.
I mean, you have highlighted a few things as part of the reasons why we've continued to have insecurity in the Northeast. You spoke about the killing of Yusuf. You also spoke about escalation at some point. But I thought that there was some sort of negotiation that brought to a halt that particular incident because people were appeased, you know, there were discussions that were made. Do you think that there's more to the death of Yusuf than, you know, what we're seeing?
No, I think the recruitment of so many youth during the Boko Haram war, so to speak, led to the state's government inability to do certain things. That's my opinion. Because not all the ex-Boko Haram fighters were all rehabilitated or accepted into the fold. I had the privilege of meeting last year. I'm meeting some of these rehabilitated Boko Haram chaps. On my way from Borno to Dikwa, I met so many roadblocks. The army roadblocks, the police, the vigilante, and the Boko Haram roadblocks. The most interesting thing here is the way the Boko Haram roadblocks welcomed us. I was shocked to realize that they were so friendly and offered to and asked if they had any problem. If there is any problem, they are willing to help. I mean, it was amazing to listen to Boko Haram behaving and discussing our safety like that. And they did not ask us to give them anything. All they are doing is voluntarily. Then I ventured to ask one of them, I said, what are you doing here? Because we passed the roadblocks before coming here. Then one of them said, look, there are some of us that are still mad in the head, that they may try to do something out of the way, but we know how to handle them. That's why we're here. So you see, there is really some areas of the agreement that was not met. I've also seen some of those rehabilitated. I discussed with one of them, and he explained that, look, it is just something to do. They were looking for, we are not interested in carrying guns again. But you see, there are so many, and I think the government have revisited that area of resettlement and then infusing them in with the rest of the people.
Right. For you, Your Excellency, like, how much of international influence do you think Boko Haram have? I mean, we've heard several stories, especially in Sambisa, that Sambisa is so large, and not just so large, but it has some resources. And part of the reasons why fighting have refused to go away from that zone is because of that resource. Many persons are trying to chase away people from that area and create some sort of chaos so that people can move away completely from there. So do you think that there's an international influence, or it's just local and it's something that the federal government has not been able to deal with all these years?
No, sir, it's nothing local. We've heard from two very senior sources. First, Major Al-Mustafa, who was the ADC, or Chief Security Officer to late General Abacha, explained before you that there is this mineral that is in abundance in Zambezi forest. They call Californium. And an ounce brings so much money that the international body had interest in there and they were manning, and so they are the kind of people that supports the Boko Haram, apart from other sources. Now, sometimes, yes, the last 2 months, I listened to the Chief of Defense Staff, who informed the nation that definitely the existence of Boko Haram, and in fact, some of the bandits, cannot be an activity that is self-sustaining. There must be international interest and support for the existence of these monies. So yes, there is international support, definitely. I haven't heard that from the Chief of Defense Staff. Again, when we look at the kind of weaponry carried by these bandits, it's not something that can be obtained locally. Definitely Nigeria don't manufacture AK-47, or do we manufacture GPMGs? But you see, the 7.62 large or NATO ammunition, but this is in abundance with the bandits and Boko Haram. How do they get that? They get that through the support they get internationally.
So, when we have this kind of information, how difficult is it to talk to those people who we term as those who are the international body, because they are, for the life of me, they are not hidden. I mean, if you want to gain an information about the sponsors of these people, if you want it, you will get it, except you are not looking for it, or except you don't want it. And at some point, in fact, in the last administration, we even had the government publish names of sponsors of Boko Haram. Why hasn't that even been explored? Why haven't we heard people even being tried for sponsoring insecurity in the Northeast? You know, some of these things that happen, you feel that maybe the government, you know, isn't really serious about fighting this insecurity headlong.
Well, you just mentioned the government. You know, any issue such as security, as seriously as the subject is the responsibility of the government. And to intervene internationally is also an issue for the government. It has political undertone. I'm not a specialist in political issues, I must tell you, but the responsibility is that of the government. And I have been following, in the past, I've been following the efforts made by various governments. And as much as they try, so also the problem becomes so difficult. I can't explain why we're having such difficulties in resolving this issue by liaising with the governments of those responsible for this support. But again, you see, that is a complex issue for me to delve into. And I leave that for government to listen. And I praise the efforts made so far by the present administration in making sure that, yes, the states are supported financially and morally. And I also appreciate very much the efforts made by the security agents of this country, because of the nature of the targets they are opposed with. So you see, the international issue, we leave it for political resolve.
It almost seems as if you have, you know, lost confidence in the way and manner the government is going about it with what you have just said. It does look like this is going to continue unabated. Maybe it's going to stall for a bit and then continue. I'm sure that resources that they are mining over there in the Northeast hasn't gone away. So as long as that resource continues to stay there or continues to be there, I mean, this chaos continues. So one would wonder, really, it means we're here for the whole hog. The insurgency is not going to go away anytime soon if the government is handicapped, because I'm wondering how in the world we would have this consistently year on, and the government, isn't being able to do anything. The state government has been crying about how insurgency have been ravaging local governments. We're talking about 3 local governments overtaken by insurgency. I mean, when you hear this and you wonder, I mean, if they can take over 3, I mean, what can't they do? So it means that we've lost hope in trying to solve this matter.
No, I disagree with you. I'm not saying that I lost confidence in government's effort to solve this. There is no way in my discussion with you that suggests so. I've been involved in security issues since I was 16, from military school up to the level of commanding a brigade. I know the complex nature that fighting an insurgency is. Fighting an insurgency is not like fighting a conventional. I've explained that severally. It is a very, very difficult war to fight. And I can assure you that the various governments have tried and they are trying. So to say that I lost confidence, or anybody who say that he has lost confidence is wrong. The governments are trying them as much as they can. Can you imagine you standing and facing east and somebody behind you come and give you a dirty slap? You couldn't see him. Before you turn around to say, let me respond, the guy had disappeared. And he does the same to the next person. So you start to get him, you have to be trying various methods to say, how can this man slap me from the back and I cannot see him? And that's why you don't have eyes in the back. And these people know you, they know where you are, they know how to come in and go out. So they are of more advantage. They have more advantage than you do. Look at what is happening at Lakunawa in our area of responsibility in Kebbi State. They come in from Niger. They ride all the way, come and attack defenseless people. People who are just sitting down or working or doing something, and they have been attacked without even any provocation. They are killed, their houses put ablaze, and they disappear as they came. Now, the Chief of Defense Staff had mentioned that, and the Chief of Army Staff in his speech, when he visited the Plateau incident, that they need the cooperation of the locals, the inhabitants. And that cooperation includes policing to a certain level, that is, creating a kind of awareness that they are able to provide some people that will look out and give out information immediately. That's one. Secondly, they have to deal with informants among themselves. So you see, those are 2 very serious issues, which I'm happy that His Excellency Dr. Nasir Idris Kaurangwandu, the governor of Kebbi State, is taking a positive step to bridge that gap between the security agents and the locals. So you see, there are efforts being made here and there. And in Borno, there is what they call Katu de Gora. Katu de Gora is a force that they nicknamed Katu de Gora to bridge that gap between security agents and the locals. So you see, there are efforts here and there being made by various governments to see that I think we have to develop that method much more. because the security agents cannot be everywhere because of the escalating and widespread of these activities. So you see, the governments are doing the best they can, and I can't imagine any magic apart from just to bridge that gap between the target and the security agents.
How much of collaboration between us and our neighboring countries can have in terms of solving these issues? We know we are bordered, we have Chad, we have Benin Republic, we have those countries on the fringes of our nation. And can you just give us an overview, in fact, of Borno border between us and the other country, and how much large it is, on what you think can be done in terms of manning those borders to really check the influx of these people who are not wanted in our country?
Yeah, I had the privilege of attending one such meeting in Katsina, where we had representatives from Chad, Niger, and Republic of Benin. And the discussion was to harmonize the amalgamation of forces around the border. They will allow us to travel a certain distance, our going what distance, into Niger, for example, if we are pursuing. In fact, the Nigerians at that time insist that the enemy must be liquidated, not just to drive him and leave him alone. But what happened? The Sahel region, the secession, the Sahel, the Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso from ECOWAS affected that arrangement. That of Chad and Borno, I think, is ongoing. But you see, Chad is also facing rebellious activities in their one region of their country. So they are widely spread and so thin on ground. But I think there is that arrangement between them. You see, but yet the border is porous in some areas, and the bandits know that. Or the Boko Haram terrorists know that. They know the ground like the back of their hands. And to cover all that means a whole lot of boots on ground.
Right. I mean, you mentioned Lakurawa, which is imminent in the northwest.
Yes.
You also mentioned that they actually travel across the border. I'm wondering if you feel that they collaborate with locals, because at some point we heard that they were even in control of some areas in the northwest. Can you speak to us regarding that? Is it an international insurgency against us, or is it locally? Is there a collaboration locally?
Well, from the little I know about Lakurawas, they entered in with the name of Da'wah. That is the preaching of the Islamic religion. And when they came with guns. So we can't, and then killing people. And we can't say that is for any religious reason. They are more or less bandits. And so they are treated as such. The step government is taking, especially the Kebbi state government, the executive governor has created a small team that will assist our security agents. Like if you recall, I mentioned that there's the escalation of this insecurity to the extent that our security agents are, deployed in such a wide area that they cannot cover everywhere. But those that are given the responsibility of covering that axis, now will be assisted by the local vigilantes, so that they are able to create a kind of buffer for the security agents for their launch. So you see, it's like international, so to speak, but I can't, they are not Nigerians, and they are not under any kind of government, so to speak, not that I know of. The collection of people who have no direction, who had lost out somewhere and they just can't live peacefully, they decide to come and be creating havoc. But very soon that is the manner at which the Kebbi State administration has planned. I can assure you, Nakurawas will have no seat. Again, here I will advise that Kebbi State should split their effort together along with Sokoto State, because these two states are the two states that the flowers have been devastated.
All right. On the general notes, for you, if you were to advise the federal government on how to put this to a halt completely, especially as it concerns insecurity in the northeast and the northwest, because again, I remember that we have had the multinational joint task force, and that was a collaboration that happened between Nigeria and other countries in the northeast, bordering even northwest too, and there was some operation that happened and things went quiet. But right now, to have had the governor Zulum say that 3 local governments are under insurgency, and then you still have issues in the northwest, it creates some sort of fear. It does look like maybe these efforts have been railroaded by some lackadaisical attitude. I mean, you can imagine a governor blaming the military of not being able to contain the insurgents in Borno State. That's unprecedented. You hardly hear that in this country. But for you, how would you advise the government to move as to solving these issues?
Simple. Listen to the problems presented by the security agents, the military, the Air Force, the Army, the police, the SSS operating in that area. Listen to their logistic cries, so that try and meet up with those logistic demands. There must be something that will lead the governor to say that the military are unable to meet up their mission. It has, in my opinion, it has to be something to do with the logistic support. And that must have to be met if we are to make any meaningful difference in that place, as we've been doing. Let us look at what really is the problem and solve it. Let us not shy. The military cannot just sit down and be accepting defeat by such ragtag force. So I also suggest government to listen to the security agents and try as much as possible meet up their demand.
All right. Your Excellency, retired Colonel Suleiman Samaila Yombe Dabai, many thanks for your time. We truly appreciate your insights on the program.
Thank you.
All right. Retired Colonel Samaila Yombe Dabai is a former deputy governor of Kebbi State, speaking to us from Kebbi State this morning. Many thanks again. We're back shortly after this, to stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges. Completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Welcome back. You are watching Signature Morning on Signature TV, and of course, if you are not living under the rock, you must have heard about the Trump tariffs. It's all over the place. The countries around the world are reacting differently. I mean, Canada is a little bit scared, not necessarily putting back, tariffs, and they're scared because America is their largest trading partner. So if you put that tariff, it might affect them. China is going haywire. In fact, it's as if there's some sort of crazy war going on between US and China. Many persons think that all of these tariffs are actually targeted towards China, but because some of the trade deficits, some people would point at and said, look, China is having much more advantage over the United States, and Trump wants to change that. We'll speak to that all across boards this lovely morning. We have a guest in the studio who is going to do justice to that particular topic. He is a global affairs analyst. Amobi Fejora is a development economist. Good to have you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, it's not news about this tariff because Trump said this is what he's going to do during his campaign. There are a lot of countries who have taken advantage of America, and then this is what exactly he's going to do, bringing jobs back, bringing manufacturing back to the United States. With what you have seen so far, how far has he gone? Do you think this move would in any way bring back manufacturing, bring back jobs to America?
Well, thanks for having me. Will it bring back jobs to America? To a small extent, yes. Basically, and since that has been his objective, create jobs, grow the American economy, as well as increase revenue from tariffs to the U.S. It will have its pluses. It will also have its minuses, but I think it will have more negatives than positives. Generally, because tariffs. I mean, what's a tariff? A tariff is a tax on imports, and so if you are a high, or a large exporting country, you make money from your exports, but the importing country now pays that tax, which is that tariff for imports, which is the general rule, basically. I mean, in Nigeria we have it here. We have our import taxes, custom tariffs and stuff like that. Now, the problem or the issue that the US is going to have is not because they're imposing tariffs, because tariffs have always been there. It's the fact that the US president is now using tariffs as a weapon of intimidation to other countries, trying to bring the countries to the negotiating table. So what does he do? First and foremost, he imposes a flat 10% tariff on all US imports. And so any country that's importing to the US just know that you have a baseline 10% tariff. Then he now introduces what he called reciprocal tariffs. And that is, he now looks at two things. One, the existing export tariff that the country has with the US. For instance, Nigeria exports oil to the US. Nigeria imposes a 27% tariff on the US. So Trump is saying, well, if you're going to impose 27% tariff, on us, and we have like a 50%, trade balance. So in other words, Nigeria exports more to the US than it imports by, almost double. So Trump is saying, well, in that case, you're going to have to pay more. It's almost like a law of reciprocity. So instead of, since we are since you are charging us 27%, we will charge you half of that, and that's how the 14% thereabout came about. So, but what is happening now is that this is actually a global thing. It's not specific to one or two countries. It cuts across almost every country in the world. So you're indirectly now gingering a trade war between the US and the rest of the world, which will have its own disruptions. I mean, value chain disruptions, increase in prices across not just the US, but in these countries, decrease in revenue for a number of countries that will not be able to afford these tariffs, so on. So in terms of jobs, Trump accuses a lot of countries of being unfair to the US. That these countries have taken US jobs out of the US and are producing certain goods in their countries and bringing them back to the US. It's not because those countries are doing that specifically that is wrong, but the US also has to take a look at its own internal productive economy. US is one of the countries that have very, very huge and strong unions. So most countries in Asia, union activity is almost zero. And so while the US workers are demanding high wages and better working conditions and so on and so forth, countries that don't have these union activities that can produce at cheaper costs because labor is cheaper, take over these jobs. US businesses find it even cheaper to produce, to actually manufacture their own products outside the US, like Apple and the rest of them. Yeah, and so when Trump is saying, I will impose tariffs on China, for instance, in order to bring jobs back, internally, the US also has to look at its own labor laws and see how would Apple even want to close its shop in China and bring it back to the US, where it's going to cost them more to produce an iPhone, for instance. Those are some of the questions and the issues that have to be addressed.
Right. I'm also thinking of the fact that sometimes some of these decisions are made based on facts on the table. He says that these countries have taken advantage of America over the years. I mean, the countries that has been labeled as reciprocal tariff are countries that have also taken advantage of the US. Even before the tariff, these countries have had lower tariffs from the US versus theirs. So do you think that this move makes economic sense, at least just to, I mean, if you say let's do 50%, then I should do 50% too. I mean, it's just normal for us to be at par.
Yeah. On paper, one could say yes, because it makes sense when you actually look at it. In reality, it's going to be difficult to implement.
Why?
If I am an importer into the US, say Nigeria, right, and US imposes a high tariff on me, it's going to hurt me naturally, because I'm going to be, it will actually hurt me because it's going to hurt the revenue that I make from exporting to the US. But who's going to pay that high tariff or tax in the long run? It's the American consumer. So in the long run, it doesn't make political sense, given that you are a democracy, because your people, I mean, see what's happening in the US today. Almost every major city, there are protests about increased prices. You can't even find eggs on the shelves and stuff like that. For a country like China that doesn't have that democratic setting, they can afford to retaliate, because if prices go up in China, people will just absorb it. They can't hit the streets and stuff like that. And so at the end of the day, it hurts you more as the American and hurts your own political base, because now even Republican congressmen and even some of the MAGA faithfuls are even reconsidering their vote, and they're like, this is not, I mean, you said you were going to impose tariffs, but maybe we didn't understand what it was all about. But today we're losing our jobs, prices are getting higher by the day, and so on. And so it creates a lot of disruption. Now, can he sustain it? No. He won't be able to sustain it, because tariffs have never really been a tool to achieve what he wants to achieve.
Does it look like somebody who, well, we understand that he has made several comments and then made several policies and then withdraw them, but I think he's strong on this tariff thing. Does it look to you like somebody who would retract?
He's going to actually draw it as long as he could, until it gets to a point where, if, for instance, if what we witnessed last week, or what we're witnessing now in terms of the protests and so on, if it grows more than it is today, he will have to reconsider, because at the end of the day, the whole idea is to benefit the people, to make America great again. And if it is not making America great, then something is wrong with that whole model. And so yes, as much as he will be stoic in terms of saying this is what I want to do and I don't care, which he has said so, and yes, people who can't afford it, just swallow it for now, because tomorrow things will get better. People are like, yeah, tomorrow will be better, but I'll be dead by then.
True.
Yeah.
Right. So for Nigeria, how do we navigate it? How does this affect us? Because I've seen the federal government's release statement saying it won't affect so much. They had to go back to the budget to check the plus and minuses, and then for Nigeria, how do you think it would affect the country, and how can we leverage this issue? Because I mean, it's an international issue, and it cuts across. So we're also looking at the opportunities from these issues. How does Nigeria leverage on these kinds of things to, gain advantage from whatever it is that is happening?
Well, it's going to have an effect on Nigeria naturally, but it's not going to have a huge effect. Okay, let me just put it this way. It's going to have a direct effect and it's going to have indirect effects. Now, of course, the direct effect is that it's going to hit our revenue, because we have been exporting to the US over the years under the AGOA scheme, the Africa Growth Opportunity scheme. Now, an AGOA is a zero tariff scheme. So we have been exporting to the US and paying zero taxes. We have been importing from the US and charging them 27%. We export to the US more than what we import from the US. And so it's a trade deficit for the US, which is what's making Trump upset. It's like, hey, Nigeria is one of the countries that's actually, cheating us. And so we have to reciprocate. Now, With 14%, we're going from zero tariff to now paying 14%. So it will cut into the revenue we get from our exports. It will also affect our reserves because, building up our reserves is also revenue from export. So if we're now paying a tax that we didn't used to pay before, it's going to affect, our foreign reserves. So that's one way. Secondly, Nigeria being an oil producing or oil exporting country and a member of OPEC, and because this Trump tariff is global, it's going to have serious effects in the global oil market. So it might not hit us directly, US, Nigeria, but it will hit us indirectly because we are part of the oil ecosystem. So what's going to happen now is that we're going to have to start paying more for a lot of the things that we pay for today because we're paying this, tax. And so we should expect to see prices, go up slightly, depending on how, depending on the effect of this is both direct and indirect. I don't really have a figure. I can't say it'll go up by 5% or 10% or 20%, but we will see price movements domestically. We will see, price, not only prices of goods, but prices of services go up. Now, we import from the US, and so we are going to have to also, pay that extra from the cars and so on, etc., that we import. Will it affect us much? Not. It won't hit us much because over the years, we have had even our own customs, Nigeria Customs Service announce every now and then that there'll be say 70, 80, 100% custom duty on Tokumbo cars and stuff like that, and it hasn't been much of a disruption. All we've seen is that the price of cars, a Toyota Corolla that was 3 million before is now 10, 14 million. So we're going to see more of those things for those specific goods that come in from the US. So ICT, machinery, auto, textiles to some extent will get hit. We will also see increased prices from other countries that also are affected by the US. So the shoes that we import from Italy, all our designer products that we get from Europe, because Europe is going to be hit, they will also spread this cost across board. So it's not just the high prices coming from the US, it's also coming from our other trading partners that will spread this cost across their various trading partners. So yes, we will expect to see prices go up. That will be at least one of the effects that will be glaring. Increased prices, decrease foreign reserves, in those areas. And of course, with increased prices and so on will now come, with the increases in taxation will now come with it some job reduction capabilities, because a lot of companies will now scale down to minimize costs, which will mean laying off some workers or cutting down on labor. And so those are some of the effects.
I'm particularly surprised at the fact that we're going to have more costs, incurred for some of these things. You just mentioned vehicles, like you mentioned the car moving from astronomical move from 3 million to 10 million, and the numbers are still going up. If we have to import, then it has to be that high in price. Then is there a way to then think outside the box? Must we import from the United States? Because I'm sure that it's not all the countries that are doing the same thing. if we decide, you know what, let's start importing from the United States, maybe move to China, move to UK, move to some other countries, would it also affect them?
Well, they are also affected by the same tariffs.
Okay.
So, and then, you see, the cars we import from, say, Dubai or Europe or Germany are not Dubai-made cars. They're also American cars.
Oh.
They're also cars made in the US. So whether we import them directly from the US or we import them through third-party countries, it's still going to hit.
Wow.
And then also besides, okay, since we're on US-made cars, US-made cars, just like even European cars, are not specifically made in the USA.
Okay.
You know, okay, Detroit in Michigan is a location where most of the cars made in US come from. So take a car maker like General Motors. Tennessee, also in the US, mines the metal that is shipped to Pittsburgh in Philadelphia, where it is converted into steel. The steel is exported to Canada, to a plant where it is cleaned up and polished. Canada exports that polished steel to Mexico, where they make pistons. So Mexico now converts that steel into pistons for General Motors. The pistons are exported back to the US, to Detroit, which is now used in building your Chevys and your Buicks and your Pontiacs and your Oldsmobiles and all, the rest of them, and your Fords and so on. So now you have just one US made in USA vehicle that has gone to Canada, from Canada to Mexico, and every time it crosses borders, a tariff is paid.
Wow.
So by the time you add all this value, because a tariff is what's called an ad valorem tax. It's a tax on the value. So it's almost like a VAT. So by the time it goes from one country, goes back into the US, goes to Mexico, comes back into the US, at every stage, there is a tax on it.
Wow.
So by the time the car is produced in the US, Americans are now paying more for that vehicle. If it leaves the US and comes to Nigeria, or goes to Dubai and then comes to Nigeria, we even pay more than the Americans pay.
Yeah.
So that's the global effect, and this is how it's going to affect not just vehicles, but almost every product that comes to the US. The US is a huge economy. There's a lot of transshipment of goods and inputs that go from one country to another in the production of some of the products that we consume. Your smartphone, although it is, say it's a Samsung from South Korea, there are components of that Samsung that even start from Africa. Europe, Asia, before it even gets there, and then comes back to the US and then gets exported.
Wow.
So it's going to affect, that's why it is seen as a trade disruption. It will be a global disruption. So what will Nigeria have to do to avoid this? First and foremost is to assess this effect on us. And it's not just saying, okay, well, we only export 10% of our trade to the US, therefore it's not going to hit us well. There's that indirect impact that we are going to be hit with. Can we sit down with the US and negotiate this? And that will be one of the best options. Because fine, Trump has said, well, 14% to Nigeria. If we negotiate 14 to 13, even 13.5, 0.5% might seem small, but in terms of the volume of trade, it can save us, quite a bit. So we can sit down and renegotiate and try and say, okay, fine. President Trump is a transactions president. He's a deal maker. You say to him, okay, this is what Nigeria will put to the table. This is what you get out of Nigeria for this to happen. U.S. companies can come in and play more part in the oil and gas sector for a reduction in this tariff. Trump could weigh the options and say, okay, that's fine. Instead of 14, we'll do 6%. Now, some other countries that are stoic, especially those in the European Union and Canada, are looking at it and saying, okay, well, within this whole equation, we have a time factor here. Trump has less than 4 years from today.
Yeah.
Can we wait this out? Can we, we drag this until, he's not coming back after 4 years? Yeah. And so, do we as Nigeria have the capacity to wait?
No.
No. So the option is to negotiate.
Wow. So as it stands, is there anything that we can do, maybe short term or long term? Can we think inwards, those things that we import from America, maybe start looking around whether it's something that we can manufacture within, even though not short term,
Yeah. Well, a short-term measure would be to pivot away from the U.S. and say, okay, some of these things we're bringing in from the U.S., can we look at China? Can we look at the EU? Can we look at Canada as alternatives? So instead of importing our 100% today from US, we can cut it down to 60%, 40%. That way we minimize this tariff thing. But these other countries that we're going to now look at, AGOA doesn't apply to them. So they also have their own tariffs.
Yeah.
So we have to weigh and say, okay, well, for the EU, what are we going to be paying? For Canada, how much are we going to be paying? And then we weigh these options and decide whether it's a better option or whether to just stick with the US and pay this. I mean, we've been paying nothing in the past. So if we try and work it out over time and say, okay, for the past 10 years, we haven't paid a penny. In the next 4 years, we are going to be paying 14%. Let's factor it in 4 years, 10 years. We do the arithmetic and we find that we're actually paying about 2-3% per annum, over the past and into the future. So there are various ways one can look at it and to see what we can actually stomach.
Just because of time, we are out of it right now, but I want to say a very big thank you, Amobi Ifediora, a development economist. Many thanks for your time and your analysis this morning. I'm sure we're going to continue engaging these issues. They're not done yet because we're still yet to see 1 month, 2 months, 3 months into it to see how countries have, reacted to it. I understand that the White House said that over 50 countries have called for negotiation about it. So Trump is the one that allows for negotiation and for deal making. So hopefully we have our country also doing the same.
Yes, and that's actually one of the things that Trump sees as success or victory. The fact that he's able to get countries to now come, he brags over it. Oh, they're calling me now, they're coming, they now want to talk. For him and, his own personality, that is the attention. Now, whether they negotiate or not, the fact is that they're now seeing him as,
the big man.
The big man.
Anyway, thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
All right, Amobi Ifediora, a development economist. I want to say a very big thank you for being part of the broadcast today. We're connecting to our Abuja studio to continue this broadcast. It's a morning show. I'm Charles Pius. Good morning.
Good evening and welcome to Full Day, your late night show on Signature TV. I'm Vin Martin Obiora Ilo. I'm glad as always to have you here. And tonight we're focusing on the youth, and we're focusing on the incoming youth conference that is entitled Raising the Total Leader. But tonight I'll be joined by two youthful Nigerians, two Nigerians that are involved in bringing the youth together to discuss how we can raise the total leader in Nigeria. First on my bill tonight is ENUGU, National Coordinator, Transformational Leaders Movement. And he and I will be talking about empowering the Nigerian youth for transformational leadership. Ikenna, you're welcome.
Thank you, sir. Nice being here.
And we'll be joined later by Agonsi Uche Kuntash, who is the Chairman Planning Committee of next Saturday's conference, Raising the Total Leader. He is already in the studio and will be joining me later. We'll take a break. When we return, Honorable Ikenna Onaga will be talking to Full Day. If you're just joining us, you're watching Full Day, your late night show on Signature TV. My guest tonight, actually my first guest tonight, is Ikenna Onaga, National Coordinator of Transformational Leaders Movement. And one of the reasons why Ikenna is here tonight is because his movement is bringing youth together on the 26th of April 2025 at the International Conference Center in ENUGU to talk about how to raise the total leader. You're welcome, Ikenna, once again.
Thank you. Nice being here.
Yeah, it's so easy to say, let's raise the total leader. What will be your prescription? How this very difficult task can be carried out?
Okay, thank you once again. Nice being in the studio today. Raising the total leader, the concept behind there is that we came up with the idea there are four cardinal things that makes a leader. There are four cardinal things that makes a leader. Number one is your intellectual capability. Number two is your financial state of a leader. Number three is your spiritual state, and the last is the emotional state. And that's the four major things we are going to tackle in this year's summit by gathering hundreds of youths all over the Federation in ENUGU here. So today we are going to be talking about some of the aspects how we intend doing that, or how we've been doing it, because this is actually our fourth edition, right? Number one, we believe in mentorship. Every leader is a product of mentorship. If you tell me you are leading and I say, who is your mentor? You say, I don't have a mentor, I'm afraid of you. Because you must have a root where we are coming from. So this youth is actually a school. It's just a leadership school we are building, but we're just starting from the scratch and all that. So we believe in mentorship. We are gathering these youth. We've been doing this for years now. We don't just gather them for one day and leave them. We engage them after the conference. We train them, we pass through all kinds of mentorship. We pass them through those that, because when we talk about leadership, we're not just talking about political leadership. That's not our only concern. We're talking about business leadership. We're talking about family leadership. We're talking about financial leadership. We're talking about entertainment leadership. We're talking about a holistic view to leadership. So we have a mentorship school where we keep these people. We have people that have been, because we found out that any road you want to pass through in life, somebody has been there. For instance, you've had that journey on the newscasting and NBC, everything that has to do with, you have that. So if somebody has similar passion, all we need to do is just to bring the person under your mentorship, and the person will run faster. When you want to go through political leadership, all we need to do is to bring someone that is under there. So number one thing I will talk about for now is about mentorship. We intend having a mentorship school where we train all these people. Thank you.
Okay, Ikenna, what are the challenges? Of course, Agonsi Uche Kuntash is joining me later to talk about, in detail, about what we're expecting to see on Saturday during the conference. But tell me, what are the challenges you and your colleagues have had in trying, to empower youths, in trying to train them or bring them under mentorship? What are the challenges you have faced in doing that?
Okay, we have numerous challenges in doing this movement for the past 4 years now. One of them is apathy, youth apathy, in the sense that our youths, they don't feel like what interests us is not what interests them. You need to make them see reason why they have to get involved in what you are doing. They don't have that passion to lead. And youth of today want it now. But we are talking about mentorship. It takes a while. For you to get to the position where you are now, you didn't just wake up and just saw yourself here. You went through a process, and today you are where you are now. So first of all, the youth of today, they don't have that passion to go through that mentorship. Number two, it goes with, for instance, when you call them, this particular summit you are arranging, they will be like, I hope people will share money when we come there and all that. You tell them they are coming to give them what it be. They don't want to hear that one. So part of our constraint is finances, because it will interest you to know that this thing is self-sponsored. We are sponsoring it ourselves. Nobody. I'm glad to say it on the last. Nobody sponsors what we are doing, apart from people that have come to say, okay, we'll support with this, we'll support, but this thing is our brainchild and responsibility. So part of the challenge you're having is funds. Because some of them, you finish mentoring them, you need to empower them financially to practice some of them.
Before we get there, let's talk about the apathy you talked about.
Okay.
When you're talking about apathy, it's like they're not believing in what you're saying. They'll say stuff like, after this training, what happens? They say stuff like, as they say in Igbo parlance, this is your mentorship of Taregole. In other words, what is the financial value for it? Which I think is, besides looking for the money, is something that is psychological.
Yeah.
So how are you, giving them a new confidence, giving them a new understanding that, look, this journey is a long one. It's not 100 meters dash. It's like the 500 kilometer long distance, where you have to take a step, take a second step until you get. How do you do that? Because I think it's a psychological thing, a mental thing.
Okay. Our major focus is value reorientation. For instance, you need to work on their psychology to tell them, look, like the popular adage goes, Rome was not built in a day. Transformation does not happen overnight. Ruin of a nation does not happen overnight. We are where we are today as a nation because of things that has happened in the past. And for us to see a transformed Nigeria, we have to pass through a process. It's not automatic. It's not like washing machine. You just carry your clothes and put it inside and press one button. The next second, your clothes is out. It doesn't work that way. So we're working on their psychology. We're telling them, see, guys, we are all youths. I'm not saying youths. We are all youths, and this thing doesn't happen overnight. You have to pass through a process. But the generation we see ourselves now, they want it now. For instance, most of the challenge we are facing, they will come and tell us, they keep telling us we are the leaders of tomorrow, but we keep seeing the same old people being recycled over and over in the political sector, in the business sector. Somebody is a big man, he will carry the son, and the son will take over from there. That those of us that don't have where to fall on, what becomes of them? I tell them, see, those big men we are once poor. They built it from the scratch. So we are working on their psychology. It's called value reorientation. We've been talking to them about it. Of course, you don't expect everybody to respond to it. It is like a drug. It's not every patient they give drug in the hospital that ended up being well. Do you understand?
That responds in the same way.
Yes. You will give patient A this drug, give patient B the same drug. This one will heal faster than the other person. So we are seeing it. We are having, if we are not having results, we won't be doing this thing over the years. And we are seeing it. You see some of them, when they are given the opportunity to serve in any form of leadership, they stand out in whatever they do.
So from what you're saying, because I think I understand to a point what what you're talking about the young people saying we serve their father and then we come and serve them.
Yeah.
So doesn't it need the buy-in of the older generation? For instance, working hand in hand with you, the younger people, to ensure that there is equal opportunity for every youth. Do you have that kind of collaboration with the older people, maybe older leaders, older politicians, older entrepreneurs, who you invite to mentor these children, understanding that these young people need to have equal access to leadership opportunities?
Yes, we're already doing that already. Part of what we don't encourage is when you come to our trainings, you don't come and teach us from slide. You tell us from experience what you've achieved. No, we don't entertain that.
So it's not all talk.
No, we don't come and tell the people at the media. Yes, there will be slide. You can slide one, slide no. Tell us from experience what you've done. So we'll have other people coming to talk to the younger ones. That's the collaboration you're asking me of. We're already doing that already. We have younger people talking to the older people coming to talk to the younger people, and you know, beyond the talks now, I can finish telling you, okay, I'm here to train you politically, that when I'm done, I will give you equal playground so that we contest the election and you win and all that. But deep inside of me, I'm already packaging my son to take over from there. So the value reorientation we're talking about is not just for the youth. Also, the older people also need to be reorientated. To tell them, see, listen, everybody needs to have equal playground. You don't just come and have a system whereby it must go in this particular direction so it can favor your interest.
Like a dynasty.
Yeah.
That's from father to son.
To son, to
and
grandson.
Someone is just standing there and just being a spectator.
That's the thing. So that's the system. That's what we are here to talk about. We said, no, see, everybody, it's time we start talking about competence. It's time we start talking about qualification. Are you qualified for the job? Not who do you know.
Okay.
Before we give you this thing. Because that's some of the challenges we are seeing in Nigeria of today. They will ask you, who do you know? Do you know so and so, Mr. XYZ? Do you know Mr. No. Let it be that let all of us have, if you get it on the on merit. Down to the medical sector, down to it has eaten up everywhere. So we are working on it already. We're on it. We're having our bigger mentors.
One of the challenges that has been identified as a problem in the lives of the youths is something what you have talked about. They want it now.
Yes.
They want it like yesterday. A lot of things in our society is defined by wealth and the flaunting of wealth. Not just wealth, but flaunting it and making it look like it's so easy and that the only thing that matters in society is being rich. In your reorientation, does it also include reorienting the value system? You know, talking about what should matter to a young adult, not just about, and again, the journey, the process, instead of just the result or just the end point. How do you handle that aspect? Because that is what you hear from a lot of young people.
Yeah.
I mean, in the media, for instance, every young boy or girl who gets into the media, the next thing he wants to drive a flashy car, probably fly around Nigeria in private jets. The same thing happens in the media, in the film industry.
Yeah.
People are no longer interested in the values that Nollywood, for instance, should inculcate in those that watch it. What they're interested in is renting Lamborghinis, renting mansions, and flaunting it. And then these young people think that it is something you just wake up and it happens. And that's why we are hearing about all these ritual killings.
Yeah.
And young people putting their hands in a lot of things just to get rich quick.
Yeah.
How do you tackle that? Because it's a big problem with youths.
Well, like you already given answer to the question already by saying is value reorientation. Why?
Yes, I'm saying, how do you do that? What is the process in this thing you've done for 4 years? How do you attack that capsule of get rich quick, have money now, and all that?
Okay, we always tell them in all our summits, we tell them, see, any money you don't suffer to get, you can manage. And that's why research has shown that most first generation big men, their children doesn't sustain the wealth of their father. Why? Because they don't know the history of the wealth. Most times it has been proven that those that maybe my father is a very poor man and somehow I managed to make it, it's possible that my children, I will teach them the principles that got it. Then my father has built an empire. Without anything, my children just come and I carry the whole thing and give to them. There is every chances they will squander that wealth. We tell them, see, these things are done gradually. These things that comes in phases. We don't encourage them. Okay, one of the things we do that we tell them, see, wealth is not measured by how much you have. Wealth is measured by how much you give. You are not a millionaire because you have 1 million in your account. You're a millionaire because you can give out 1 million in your account without being affected. That's what happens to you. So that quick syndrome is something we've been working them on. And that's why skill acquisition, because that's some of the things we are going to come to. We teach them skill acquisition. If you come now and say, please give me 10,000 naira, I say, what do you need it for? I need to buy this, I need to buy that for personal consumption. I will tell you, instead of, for instance, one of them last year walked out to me and said, I need money. I'm struggling financially. I need money for that. I say, how much do you need? He said, I need 10,000 naira. I say, what, to feed your family? I said, I won't give you. Rather, I will give you 50,000 naira to go and acquire a skill that can feed you for life. Because it's better I teach you how to fish than to go to the pool, to the pond and get a fish and give you just easy for that. The next second, you're hungry again. So skill acquisition is one of the things. But these people, they are too impatient to learn a skill. They say, how can you, like the Igbo system where they call them one boy, how can a human being serve a fellow human being for 7 years? Yes sir, go and do this. Yes sir, go and do that. Yes sir. No, they don't want that. They want to carry the organ's money, take off and squander the money. Live a very but no. So part of the things we are doing is that we are teaching them career development. We are teaching them mentorship. We are teaching them skill acquisition. We are teaching them networking. You have to, any place you want to go to in life, all you need to do, partner with someone that have gone through that process. You make the journey shorter.
Collaboration.
Yes, collaboration.
Partnership.
Yeah, partnership. So I want to enter into the media world. I don't know anything about media. All I need to do is come and sit under your mentorship. All those things that took you years to learn, it's possible under 1 year. I will learn all of them. Why? Because I've come to understudy how this thing works. Instead of me going to Harvard where you went to study your own and travel around the whole world, I will just sit under your mentorship, sit under your tutelage just for a few months, just for a few years, and we'll all match up at the same level of intelligence.
How do you use those that are faith leaders, the churches, the mosques, the clerics? How do you use them in your program, especially the value reorientation? How do you have a partnership? Do you have a way you bring them into your conferences? You know, to be part of the reorienting the young people?
When I was starting my opening speech, one of the things I said that one of the things we tackle in our training is spiritual development. And you can't talk about spiritual development without bringing in religious leaders, and that's where they come in. I say that 4 things we tackle is intellectual development, is financial development, spiritual development, and emotional development. Because as a leader, you must have these 4 components working in your life. You can't say an effective leader, but you don't know how to relate with your fellow human beings, which is emotional development. Your emotional quotient must be very high. You can't say you're a leader and you don't know how to solve your financial problems. And you're sitting on, imagine a president of a nation begging for food. say I can't eat. It doesn't add up. Do you understand what I'm saying now? So you must know how to generate funds. Or maybe as a governor, they tell you we can't send federal allocation again. You must know how to use your IGR to sustain your state. That's part of the things you're sitting there. Then you talk about intellectual development, which has to do with intellectual capacity, and then spiritual development, because every leader must be spiritually sound. So we're partnering with them, and they are going to come in this year's summit again. You're going to see them there. Because you cannot transform a society without you, first of all, being transformed as a person. And that's where spiritual transformation comes in.
Okay, time is never enough, but tell me, how did you make this decision that you want to spend a better part of your life, training young people, mentoring them? Why did you reach that decision? Okay,
this is the passion that I'm willing to spend my all to see it. In fact, the dream is the assignment I have is a new Nigeria is possible. Mm-hmm. Why? I am among the few Nigerians that still believe that there is still light at the end of the tunnel, no matter how dark the nation looks like right now. I still believe that a new Nigeria is possible. I always tell people that, see, there is nothing wrong with us as a country. Every country is like a brand new vehicle, right? And a leader is like the driver. So do you know that you can buy a brand new car and I don't know how to drive? You give me the key. Instead of matching brake, I'll go and hit throttle and I'll smash the car that same day. I say this car is malfunctioning. That I'm trying to match brake and this. The same thing. If you give a leader that doesn't have that transformational agenda, they will not lead this thing. So what drove me to this thing is an experience I had as a young boy. My mom was a devoted teacher. And every day she leaves for school, they say school must open by 7 o'clock. And every time I come back from high institution, I say, Mommy, we need money for school. She says she doesn't have money. I say, why? He said they've not paid them salary. She's dedicated, she's doing her own job, but her principals, the people that she's working with, is not doing the other. I was there complaining, and I have this thing in my heart and say, stop complaining, you can do something about that. Start a school that raises transform leaders so that when they have that opportunity, that money is not missing. There is money for that, but probably, who knows, I'm not in the system. Maybe someone is sitting on it, or maybe fixed it to generate whatever that is making them too old. I don't know how the system works. But I said, instead of sitting down there to complain, because I found that a complaint doesn't solve problem. Mm-hmm. What solves problem is somebody taking an action.
Do something
towards that problem you are complaining about. If you complain from Nancy to Omo, it won't solve it. And that's how we began this journey. We started as far back as 2010, but we started as a group and now formed a team 4 years ago. We've been running this since 2010, but at a low-key level. But we came out to the space. People got to know us from 4 years ago, yeah.
Again, I must thank you for coming, and joining me later is Agonsi Uche Kuntash, who is the Chairman Planning Committee of your conference coming up on the 26th of April. Thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you, sir.
We'll take a break, and when we return, Uche Kuntash, Chairman Planning Committee, will be joining the conversation. Don't go away. It's still full day, your late night show on Signature TV. And we're talking about the conference that is coming on Saturday, where we are expecting thousands of youths to come together and talk about how we can raise a new generation of youths. And I've been joined now by Agonsi Uche Kuntash, who is the Chairman Planning Committee of the conference. Thank you, Uche, for coming.
Thank you so much, sir.
Tell us about this conference. I mean, Ikenna has talked about the thought behind it. What drove a number of young men like you and him to, start this movement? Tell me specifically about Saturday the 26th. What are we expecting? What is going to happen?
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Like on Saturday 26th, we are gathering close to 600 youths in one venue, and it's not easy to manage them, but we've developed over this years a mechanism of managing them. Like what we're doing, that the theme of this year is to produce the total leader. Mm-hmm. Like our name implies, transformational leaders movement. we don't want to raise leaders alone. We want to raise transformed leaders, because only a transformed leader can transform society. Like this thing, we've done it for past 4 years. It started before obedient movement. So we saw that Nigeria, a new Nigeria is possible. So we started on our own, started gathering youths. We've gotten a lot of mentors behind us, like Chief Pete Edochie is our grand patron. We have Pastor Norbert Onaga, who is in Netherlands. He is part of it. We have Belisa. We've built a lot of board of trustees who equally helps us in running mentorship for these young men. And we had a lot of challenges. So this year is more modified, because this year we're taking it to International Conference Center, which is now bigger and has a bigger capacity to accommodate the young people. Like this year, we want to touch the 4 areas of life that helps the youth to stand better. We want to talk about the emotional essence, their life, because we've found out that a lot of suicide is going on. People have given up. Some people don't even believe in relationship anymore. You miss young people, you ask them, say, I don't believe in love, I don't believe in relationships. So a lot of relationship is dying, and most of our legacies are being swept under the carpet. We are not only raising political leaders, no, we are raising total leaders. Like in entertainment industry, we look for the best who are succeeding in that area to come and help us groom them. In business, we look for real people who have really succeeded in the business to come and help train them. So it's not something we are doing alone. We are collaborating with experts in that field who now comes. And some of our sections are like fire chat, where we now bring experts in that field. You to have the audience to ask them direct questions, and they will answer. And at the end of the day, mentorship is being built so that can continue after the program.
Let me ask how you choose your mentors. Is there a process? Is there a scientific process that makes it possible for you to choose mentors who understand the story you're telling, who understand the vision and the mission of building total leaders? How do you choose your mentor? Is it just because somebody has succeeded in making a lot of money, or is it that because you see the trajectory and the journey and the road this person has traveled? How do you identify the mentors who would mentor these young people?
Thank you so much for that question. Like when you come to entertainment industry, I was there. I joined movie industry way back 2000 to 2003. I have been in the process. We saw a lot of scandals that goes on. But someone like Peter Edochie, you can't record a standard against his name. So we looked at him, we took time, we met him. He has mentored me, and I saw his impact in my life. I survived the industry because of some of the few things he told me. So now we met him. We said, sir, you are an advocate of good behavior, good deeds. This is what we are doing. We want you to be our grand patron. We signed an agreement with him. We have a video section where he was talking to the youth. He shared some of his life stories. Most people don't know he lives in ENUGU. Most people didn't know he worked in broadcasting industry before he joined movie industry. So some of his stories are some of the things he has working from the north until he got into broadcasting to railway. When youth hear those stories, it inspires them. So that this man has a story. And when it comes to education, like we choose Mrs. Melissa Chukwu, she pioneered the Pinecrest School, and now she has built one of the thriving schools in Anambra. So we now watch how she was able to survive that trend before we cannot bring you on board and say you're going to be a mentor. It's not because of the amount of wealth you gather. Like this year's selection, so you know, I have known you for a very long time, and you're one of the speakers. And we didn't choose because of your name, but we choose because of the legacies you left behind. In those things you have been in, you always stand out. You build so many things, you've done things in the past. So we invited you not because you now had a television, but this is a dream you had over 25 years ago. And today you've come to pass. So when youth ask you things like broadcasting, how do I survive the water? You can talk to them by closing your eyes. You can talk them from the tip of your finger. It's not something you now say, let me go and search from this book, let me go and read this book and now talk to you. So in selecting our mentors, look for the people who have survived in that field that the youth want to get into. And they will not ask them, please come and help us. Because one thing in this nation is succession. You can be a good leader, but whoever takes over from you can destroy all you have built for these years. So in that mentorship, we look for people who have done well in that field. Now come and mentor these thriving young men who wants to aspire to be like you. Now show them the tricks, the roads, so they can now walk and go far. Because one of they says, if you want to go far, you start with the show the people that's gone ahead of you to go far.
I did ask Iken what the challenges are. But the challenge I'm going to ask you about is, what are the challenges of organizing a conference like this? Ikenna told us that, look, yes, we have mentors who are identified, but unfortunately, a lot of them are not bringing money. So what are the challenges you have? Of course, I know you have the challenges of finance. What are the other challenges that you have in organizing, in putting together thousands of youths over these past 4 years? What challenges are there? What are the roadblocks?
Yeah, I can tell you the challenges by even closing my eye, because I've been the chairman. I know sometimes we have sleepless nights. The major one is finance, because one thing about youth is, the youth of today, one of our challenges with them is quick fix. They want it done now. They don't want to go through the process. They want finished products. And sometimes when you invite them to come and learn, they now ask you, what is in for me? Like this year, we are gathering youths, we are feeding them, registration is free. They are not paying anything. At the same time, some of them are even asking, what are you giving us to go home with? Apart from the knowledge they've gathered, they've gotten. And sometimes some of this program is self-sponsored. Me and my friends and colleagues who are in the professional leaders movement, we contribute our own money, secure the hall, sometimes invite some of the guests, book a hotel for them. You know, it's not easy to feed 600 youths, and we're not feeding them with tea. We're giving them solid food, because don't expect you that will come to the conference by 9 o'clock and the program closes by 5 and you give them meat pie. They invite you.
Is it that you have not been reaching out to individuals, maybe philanthropic individuals? You've not been reaching out to government? You've not been reaching out to organizations for sponsorship? Why, after 4 years, you're still the one funding it from your pockets?
Yeah, there is one challenge we had one day. We met a man, we know he's well-to-do, and he has an estate. We wrote to him, explained this vision. He said, there's hunger in the land. Why are you training them? Just give them money to start up something. I said, sir, we've tried that. We found that when you give them that, they will finish it and come back. But when you teach them the process of sustaining it, it will last.
When you prepare them.
When you prepare them, when you groom them.
Just like when you're planting.
Yes.
And you need to prepare the soil.
Yes. That was how we came with this ENUGU system of one boy. We now told him that God doesn't take one boy from his father's house and give him money to start a business. He will squander that money. Because we discovered 100,000 in the hand of one boy who has served a master, and 100,000 in the hand of a young man that just graduated from university with first class. They don't produce the same results. The other guy has learned financial management. He has learned how to grow wealth. But this one just...
He has seen his Oga manage.
Yes! He knows that every 1 naira you remove for 1 billion is not 1 million. It's 900 and... But other people, they just... The money is there. Only for them to turn around and say, somebody stole my money. Nobody stole your money. You've been spending it. So that's the mystery. So sometimes our people don't invest until they start seeing results. We visit the government. We've done all those things. Sometimes people will be promising you. Till the end of the program, they say, we could have come here. Now some people even make verbal promise. We will give you 100,000. At the end of the day, they won't even bring the money. You know, sometimes people even ask them, why don't you put your logo? And sometimes when people, elections start coming closer now, they start looking for youths. Some of them will not approach us. Hey, there are those youths you'll be doing to do elections. That's not what we're doing.
That's not your style.
No, that's not our style of gather people that come and vote for you. No. Let's train these people so that in future, they will preserve the legacy that we've taught them.
Okay, specifics once again. What time are we expecting participants to be at this conference? And how long is the conference? And what are the different segments of the conference on Saturday?
Okay, we tend to start by 9. So the session start from 9 to 9:30. So from 9:30 we'll do the casting of the vision, telling the young people why the conference is what it should be. From 10 o'clock, the first speaker starts in. We have about 6 speakers. So we're going to talk about 6 different aspects of life. We're going to talk about mental health. Because we've discovered a lot of young men are into drugs. Some even bring the soccer away and inhale. Some parents have tried, and that's not like a menace. We have experts who need to talk to them. We are usually coming on mentorship. You know, that word mentors are bastardized. Today, young men are messed up in the hand of so-called mentor. We've discovered that people now gather young men and say, I want to mentor them, only to use them as slave.
Or teach them how to do 419.
Or sometimes I use this word. The mentor now are their tormentors.
Oh, great.
So
I like that one.
So some of those things, chaotic disorder, we want to teach them. How do you discover the right mentor? Like one of the things you're going to learn is that any man that is afraid of your success can never mentor you. Because the joy of a father is that the son should become greater than him. But today we'll find out that when you see opportunities from a young growing man, you won't allow him. You want him to always be a servant. You don't want him to grow to be a leader. And you can't be a good mentor. I met a lecturer who was lecturing in school. And he doesn't teach the student his skill. He said, this is my style. I want to hide it. I met him and said, sir, you are destroying this student. If you want to keep your style, stop lecturing. Keep your style. Start doing studio practice. But if you want to be a lecturer, they are paying your school fees for you to teach them that thing that produces you. So that man is associating them. That man can be a good mentor. So we now want to show them the dangers of being in the wrong mentorship. Things how to discover the right mentor. These are some of the things that we will learn there. We're going to do a fire chat where they will not ask questions with men who have succeeded in that field. They know a lot of them I want to go into entertainment because of this social media thing, TikTok. Most of them wants to do. I want to join. I want to act movie. And sometimes you see some people don't even know how to appear before the camera. They'll be looking at the camera. Some don't even know how to do the script management. So that's where we'll now bring experts in that entertainment who will now teach them. Because some of these things that they monetize, if they want to learn, some people will be calling them millions of naira. But want to, because one day, as we are going, if government will start sponsoring us or individuals start adding weight to what we are doing, some of these programs should not be one day. It should be like 4 days because you can't finish all this I'm saying in one full day. That's why the program is starting from 9 and it's ending by 5. We are trying as much as we can to squeeze in program to help them to have a bite of the things we are keeping for them.
So after your conferences, is there a way you reduce them into literature, like a book? Let's say the conference of 2024. You have it in a book, reduced to a book, where if I want to know what happened in 2024, I can either go online or I could have a hard copy. Do you have things like that, or is this something you're looking forward to doing?
Yes, it's something we're looking forward to do because we have a program content director. And you know, to do all those things, you did documentaries. Like sometimes most of the photographers will trend. When you now ask them, please help me come and cover this program, they say, what is it for us? And some of them will be asking you, give me as much as 100,000, 200,000. They are not the one bringing camera. You have the camera. Just show your professionalism. You taught them free.
Is it that they don't understand, you know, the vision or the mission of what you're doing?
You know, sometimes
or is it that they don't have a buy-in? They don't understand what's going on.
You know, in this society, people tell you the level of poverty. That will I eat by doing free work every year? I'm training these young men. What is, because some of them that joined us earlier thought something will start coming out by now. Some of them are even left. They thought when we start, government will hear us, they'll start giving us funds, they'll start sharing. So now this is, you know, the strength of vision is the ability to cut the vision. Vision sustains you.
one day the vision will start feeding you if you can hold on to it. So some of them along the line has fallen off. Some are still holding on, believing that this thing will not achieve in one day. So in line with what you said, is something we want to do in the future. So at the end of the day, somebody can go through the archive and say, okay, this is how we started, this is where we are, this is where we are going.
Finally, if I'm a youth and I'm coming to the conference on the 26th, at the end of it, what would you say is what I'm taking away?
Yeah, I like the question, because one thing, the picture I've always had in my mind on this conference, because I know the speakers that are coming, I've engaged with them. They're not people that are going to come that and tell you, according to John Maxwell, slide 52, John Maxwell said, not I have experienced it. They're not that kind of speaker. They are coming to share their life experience. Like last year, Nane Boy was on the show. When he stood up and shared his own life story, the youth went, let me use this word, mad, because they saw a man who has a real life story they can reach, they can handle, they can feel. So you mean there's this young guy we brought, Chibuza Abana. The guy is an example of a failure. He so failed that even failed people, poverty people, are using him as an example. But today the guy has succeeded. He's one of the people that are going to appear in Big Brother's show. But the guy, when he now tells them his story, I borrowed money,
turned his life around.
In school I failed, in primary school I failed, secondary school I failed, even in university they had to do what we call mass graduation for him. So he looks like a write-off. But along the line something happened, because he attached himself to a mentor who really mentored him. Today now the guy controls millions. And when he tells the youth his story, we always want the youth, they feel inspired, they feel there's hope for them. Because some youths coming to this conference have been damaged by parents, damaged by society. You see a young girl, parents will tell her, you are nothing, you won't amount to anything. And the next thing that will come into our mind is, let me just join people in the streets. And sometimes we go on street and do interview. You find most of them that are there feel betrayed. Some of them don't even have that self-worth.
So it's like a rescue mission.
It's a rescue mission. So if they come for this conference, they will go home a transformed leader, but not totally, because it will happen in one day.
Agon Suche Kuntash, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, sir.
I wish you and your colleagues the best.
Thank
and
you, sir.
Some of us will be joining you. We look forward to sharing our stories and hoping that the young ones that you're going to bring will learn one thing or the other.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you so much, sir.
And a big invitation to you, if you're watching, that you are expected to come, even if you're not a youth, come and support. The event is happening at the brand new International Conference Center in ENUGU, and it's on Saturday, and kickoff time is 9 a.m. Don't go away, our show continues in a moment, where we talk about Development as Attitude, a book by Professor Obu. Don't go away. Today at the International Conference Center, there was a national dialogue on a new book, not a brand new book, by Professor Osito Obu, former economic advisor to the president, former director, Institute of Development Studies at UNN, consultant, teacher, mentor, and all that. He, talked to Nigerians about his new book, Development as Attitude, in a program put together by the Nigerian Summit Group. Let's take, some excerpt from the event today, and then to talk about it is our correspondent who covered that event at the International Conference Center. But let's start with a part of what happened earlier.
What motivated you to write this particular book?
First of all, thank you, Nana. I want to seize this opportunity to also appreciate the audience for being here. I also want to thank the NESG. As I was telling someone, I am also a guest of the NESG. I didn't choose this venue, I didn't plan it. They planned, they chose, they also invited me. So it's a great honor for us to be having this conversation around this simple book. Nana, what motivated me? You know, over the years, we've been writing, we've been researching, we've been publishing. For me, development is the resolution of our many contradictions. We have had both the military dictatorship and civilian governments and a seemingly buoyant and acquiescing civil society. We have many rules and laws, but they are observed in breach. We have presence of schools, but absence of learning. We have huge banking industry profits, but very little credit to the rail sector. We have huge and rising debt, but very dilapidated and neglected public, social, and economic infrastructure. We have increasing growth rate without declining poverty. We consume what is manufactured elsewhere, but our manufacturing sector is insignificant. We have many jobbers, but rising joblessness and underemployment. Large number of micro producers and traders, but very few micro entrepreneurs. Many people are working, but only very few are making a living.
And I'm going to add to that list. In December, billions of naira reported as spent during what they call Dirty December in Lagos. At the same time, Nigerians were dying in Okija, Ibadan, and Abuja, struggling for food. How can development really resolve these contradictions?
No, you're touching on a very important point, which runs through in this book. The issue of inequality. There is no greater danger for any country. In fact, even globally, the reason why people are swimming across the ocean to get across.
Yes, joining me to talk about development as attitude and the dialogue that we had earlier today at the International Conference Center on the book by Professor Signaturetv is Lillian Wale, Signature TV correspondent, who was actually at the ICC earlier today. Tell us what happened at that national dialogue.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. So, Signaturetv were there live to cover the event. So we began with the arrival of all the guests, including delegates from ENUGU State Government House, and other professors, scholars, elder statesmen, men that matter in ENUGU State, in collaboration with NESG, that's the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. Okay, they were the ones that collaborated with Professor Obu, to see that the book launch would be successful. So during that summit, or should I say event, they started with, opening remarks, and then they brought Professor Obu to the stage, where Nana, who is the moderator, asked him a whole lot of questions, in regards to the book and, the ideology.
What did the NESG say was the reason behind that focus on the book, to share it to a larger audience? What are they trying to do with that book?
Okay, I think they were trying to, create a different perspective, especially for leaders, the leadership of Nigeria, with the way the economy is right now in Nigeria. They wanted something different for people, especially people in school, universities. So they wanted to, put it out to the public, and it's a non-governmental organization, with other people, in collaboration with other people.
How do you think those are that, there were diverse
conversations,
specialists and name it that were there. How do you think they received this national discourse?
Okay, I had a conversation with a Reverend Father that was there, which I was supposed to interview. He threw a whole lot, a lot of more light to why we were there. He said that his perception about Nigeria changed. And then another lady that sat close to me, everything, we used to have this thought that everybody that goes into politics is there to take. I'm here for my own share. I'm here for my national cake. But that book gave us a different view. Why leaders should go into politics,
and what they need to do.
And what you need to do.
Okay, we're almost rounding us of our program tonight, but before we do that, our guest earlier in our program, gave us reason for our footnote tonight. So let's take our footnote and then I'll ask you one more last question and we'll end the program. They say the child who is not embraced by the village will burn the village down. But what if the village taught the child to lead instead of burning, the society down? In a world racing towards the future, it is the youth who hold the compass, brave, bold, and bursting with ideas. Leadership, they say, is not just about taking charge. It's about stepping up, standing out, and pulling others up as you rise. Because when the young are empowered, nations don't just grow, they transform. Youth development is not a charity. It is a seed sown into the soil of destiny and inclusion. That is the soul of progress. For what is a table, if not a place where every voice, no matter how young or old, different, is heard? A masquerade without all its dancers is only a half story. So tonight, as the stars take their post and the world slows its pace, let us not merely speak of youth. We must invest in them, include them, follow their lead. For the leaders of tomorrow aren't waiting. They are already here, writing history with their feet planted firmly in today. The question left is, are we wise enough to listen? Well, that's our footnote, and I guess bringing us to the end of our program tonight. Thank you, Lillian, for coming. I'm Vin Martin Obiora Ilo in ENUGU, Nigeria, thanking you for another wonderful evening on Food Day, your late night show on Signature TV.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, People's Democratic Party, PDP, calls emergency meeting over defections. Kano Judicial Commission suspends 2 court registrars over misconduct. Francis will inspire next Pope, Cardinal says as congregation meetings resume. And Liverpool thrashed Tottenham to secure Premier League title. Details shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with the wide
support of this motion as amended. Say aye.
Aye. We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The People's Democratic Party, PDP, the National Working Committee of the party, PDP, has scheduled a meeting for Tuesday to address the wave of defections and other internal crises that have plagued the party over the past years. The storm had been long speculated before the dramatic defection of the PDP's former vice presidential candidate Ifeanyi Okowa, the Delta State Governor Sheriff Obowori, and the entire PDP party structure in Delta, one of the former ruling party's strongholds. The party is facing one of its most difficult times since its formation in 1998. Having lost several members in the federal parliament, the latest being Olowale Oke, a 5-time member of the House of Representatives from Osun State, more defections as being touted would place the party at a competitive disadvantage with the ruling APC with less than 2 years to the 2027 general election. Meanwhile, Senator Samuel Anyanwu, recently reaffirmed as National Secretary by the Supreme Court, has vowed to attend the meeting despite the stance of the Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed-led PDP Governors Forum. Former Executive Secretary of the National Health Insurance Scheme, NHIS, Usman Yusuf, has accused the Bola Tinubu administration of trying to silence critics and suppress dissent. Yusuf, who was arraigned by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, on a 5-count charge of alleged fraud in February, claimed that his recent detention was a deliberate attempt to intimidate him and discourage opposition. Yusuf, who spoke in the media chat, described his time in Kuje prison as a period of retreat for rest, prayers and reflection, insisting that it only strengthened his resolve. He said the EFCC operatives prevented him from changing his clothes and stopped his wife from bringing him alternative clothing before being bundled out of his house. Yusuf said that he spent 6 days in EFCC custody before being arraigned and later denied bail due to the judge's illness, resulting in an additional 24 days that he spent at Kuje prison. Meanwhile, as Nigeria inches towards the 2027 political dispensation, the presidency is labeling groups insinuating that democracy has been compromised as alarmists. Presidential spokesperson Bayo Onanuga took on the opposition on Sunday, insisting that Bola Tinubu is not plotting a single-party state as has been speculated. Onanuga said that contrary to the speculation circulating across mainstream and social media, democracy is not under any threat in Nigeria, describing accusations suggesting that the administration is moving towards authoritarianism are baseless and exaggerated. He said that President Tinubu and the National Working Committee of APC under the leadership of the Abdullahi Ganduje deserve commendation for making the ruling party viable and attractive to all Nigerians willing to participate in the democratic process. Former Governor of Delta State Ifeanyi Okowa and his successor, Sheriff Obowori, both key members of the People's Democratic Party, recently crossed over to the ruling All Progressives Congress, leaving stakeholders speculating that the country is gradually drifting towards a single-party state ahead of the 2027 general elections. The federal government has raised alarm over the growing threat of cyber slavery in West Africa, which it said primarily targets Nigerian citizens, especially vulnerable youths. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tugar, who disclosed this in a statement, noted that many young Nigerians, including underage teenagers, are being lured out of the country with false promises of lucrative employment opportunities abroad, particularly in crypto-related operations. He cited a recent incident where the Economic and Organized Crime Office in Accra, Ghana, rescued and detained a group of Nigerians who were forced into cybercrime activities under inhuman conditions. Toga warned Nigerians, especially youths and parents, to exercise utmost caution when presented with job offers, particularly those that promise easy money, overseas travel, or remote work involving cryptocurrencies. He advised Nigerians to verify all employment offers through official channels and to report any suspicious cases to the relevant authorities for a prompt investigation and action. The Kano State Judicial Service Commission (JSC) has taken disciplinary action against 2 court registrars and 2 upper Sharia court judges over misconduct. This is contained in a statement issued by Baba Jibo Ibrahim, the spokesperson of the Kano State Judiciary, on Monday in Kano. He said that the decision was part of the resolution reached at the JSC's 80th meeting held on April 22, 2025. He said the Commission, in line with its mandate, adopted the recommendations of the investigation carried out by the Judiciary Public Complaints Committee, JPCC, and resolved to suspend and issue formal warnings to them. Those suspended are Ibrahim Adamu, Principal Registrar 2 of the Kano High Court, and Megida Lawan, Principal Registrar of the Sharia Court of Appeal. Others issued warnings are Upper Sharia Court judges Alkali Mansur Ibrahim and Nasiru Ahmad. Jibo Ibrahim said Adamu, a Principal Registrar 2 of the Kano High Court of Justice, was suspended without pay for 6 months. He said the Commission issued a warning to Malam Nasser Ibrahim, an Upper Sharia Court judge, after evidence confirmed he used insulting and abusive language towards a litigant. The JSC also issued a formal warning to Nasiru Ahmad, an Upper Sharia Court judge, for ordering the detention of a judgment debtor in a manner that suggested personal interest and compromised judicial impartiality. He emphasized that discretionary power must be exercised with the utmost fairness and objectivity to preserve public confidence in the judiciary. A university don, Dr. Lawrence Ode, has urged the National Assembly to urgently design a comprehensive legal, legislative, and policy framework for the establishment of state police in Nigeria. Ode, who spoke with newsmen in Abuja, suggested that the proposed state police should be made to coexist with the federal police, but it operates within clearly defined jurisdictions. He said the recruitment into the proposed state police should prioritize individuals with deep local knowledge, fluency in indigenous languages, and a verifiable track record of honesty and transparency to prevent individuals with questionable characters from being enlisted. Ode said that the federal police should focus on interstate security and collaborate with agencies such as the military, Department of State Services, Nigeria Immigration Service, and Nigeria Customs Service to secure the country's borders. The leader of the Senate, Opayemi Bamidele, had recently hinted the National Assembly's readiness to develop frameworks for creation of state police as part of measures to address insecurity in the country. Up ahead, Nigerian Air Force gets first serving professor of aerospace engineering. Headsmen given 48-hour ultimatum to vacate Benue community. Do stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges. Completed and uncompleted projects. Bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signaturetv every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Welcome back. This is Global News on Signaturetv. The Governing Council of the Air Force Institute of Technology, AFITS, has approved the appointment of Air Vice Marshal Osichinaka Obadike as serving officer as Professor of Aerospace Engineering. A statement by the Director, Public Relations and Information, Nigerian Air Force, Ehimen Jodame, in Abuja said the appointment was a landmark achievement for the Air Force and a major boost to its research and development endeavors. This, according to him, makes Obadike the first ever serving officer in the NAF to be conferred the rank of professor. Ejodame also announced the appointment of retired Air Vice Marshal Paul Jemitola as a professor of aerospace engineering, describing the conferment as a testament to the vision of the Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Hassan Abubakar, to prioritize technological advancement through education, capacity building, and research and development. Nigeria has been chosen to host the third edition of the Forum of African Defense and War Colleges Commandants, DOP 2026. This was contained in a statement released to newsmen by the Public Relations Officer of the National Defense College, NDC, Navy Captain Mohammed Tukur in Abuja. Tukur said the 2025 edition with the theme Artificial Intelligence and Defense was attended by commanders. Rights makes Nigeria to become the second host and first Anglophone country to play host to the forum. Over 50 communities across 25 council wards and 5 local government areas in Benue State have been displaced by armed herdsmen. The Benue State Emergency Management Agency, SEMA, reveals that the worst hit area is West Local Government Area, while all 15 council wards have been affected at some point. The report released just days before the latest attacks in Okum, Logo, Otukbo, and Gwe East council areas shows that at least 2 communities in Mbalaga and 1 in Ba council wards in Makurdi, the state's capital, have also fallen to the attackers. The devastating impact of the attacks has been echoed by a retired controller of prisons and a leader of the 3 socio-cultural groups in Benue State, Lobi Ilage, who alleged that the entire community had been abandoned for years due to ongoing attacks. Many residents displaced from their homes are currently taking refuge in 13 official internally displaced persons IDP camps across the state, while others are staying with relatives. Meanwhile, the chairman of the Agatu local government area of Benue State, James Melvin Eje, has issued a 48-hour ultimatum to Fulani headsmen to vacate all farmlands. Eje issued the warning during a stakeholders meeting at the council secretariat in Obagaji, which brought together traditional rulers, Fulani community leaders, youth representatives, and security officials to address growing concerns over herders' activities on farmlands as the planting season approaches. Eje commended the relatives' peace currently enjoyed in the area, but stressed that ensuring uninterrupted farming activities was a top priority. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has raided an 80-room new hotel used as cover for distributing illicit substances in Victoria Island, Lagos, and recovered 598 bags of Canadian loud. The agency's spokesman, Femi Babafemi, said the drugs recovered weigh 417.3 kilograms, worth 1.04 billion naira in street value. Babafemi said that 3 suspects, Eze Ayitu, Ofuku, Samo, and Emmanuel Ame, were arrested in course of the operation at the 5-story hotel building between Friday and Saturday. He said that 2 other suspects, Noble Philip and his partner Kenneth, were currently at large. The Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation, NDIC, says it has started the payment of 46.6 billion naira in liquidation dividends to depositors of the defunct Heritage Bank. A statement by the acting head, Communications and Public Affairs, Hawao Gambo, said the funds were realized from the sale of bank's assets and recovery of debts owed. Gambo explained that the liquidation dividends is paid to depositors of a closed bank beyond the maximum insured limit using proceeds from asset sales and debt recovery. She said that further payments would be made as more assets of the defunct bank are realized and outstanding debts recovered. Following the revocation of Heritage Bank's license by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, on June 3, 2024, NDIC immediately reimbursed insured deposits up to 5 million naira. NDIC, it says, used depositors' bank verification numbers, BVN, to locate alternate accounts and automatically credit the insured amount and use existing records from insured payments to disburse the first tranche of liquidation dividends to ensure a seamless process. Still to come, Greenland and Denmark affirm alliance amid Trump's interest in U.S. control. As SEFA sets new women's only London Marathon record as Soy wins men's race. These and more after the break. Stay with us.
in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Cardinals arrived at the Vatican on Monday ahead of a general congregation meeting, with one saying the next pope will be inspired by the late Pontiff Francis. Roman Catholic cardinals will hold a conclave to elect the Church's 267th pontiff and a successor to Pope Francis, who has died at the age of 88. The date of the conclave is expected to be announced sometime after his funeral, which was held on Saturday. Cardinals aged 80 or over cannot take part in the conclave, but can join the daily closed-door sessions organized ahead of the elections, called general congregations, where the senior prelates discuss issues facing the church. The person chosen as pope does not have to be one of the cardinal electors, but in practice now always is. The cardinal elections or electors come from 71 countries against just 48 in 2013, when Pope Francis was elected. Italians make up the biggest single national bloc, with 17 cardinals against 10 from the United States and 7 from Brazil. In all, there are 53 cardinal electors from Europe, 23 from Asia, 18 from Africa, 17 from South America, 16 from North America, 4 from Central America, and 4 from Oceania. Dozens of cardinals on Sunday afternoon journeyed across Rome to visit the Basilica of St. Mary Major, where Pope Francis chose to be buried in a break from tradition. No pope had been laid to rest outside the Vatican in more than a century, but Francis opted instead for burial in Santa Maria Maggiore, St. Mary Major, located in the Italian capital's most multicultural neighborhood. Upon arrival at the Basilica, the cardinals walked through the Holy Door, which was opened at the start of the year to mark the start of the Jubilee year 2025, and took turns to pray at the Pope's tomb. Following Francis' funeral ceremonies, attention now switches to who might succeed him. The Signaturetv conclave is unlikely to begin before May 6th and might not start for several days after that, giving cardinals time to hold regular meetings beforehand to sum each other up and assess the state of the church, beset by financial problems and ideological divisions. The U.S. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz has said that President Donald Trump intends to use both carrot and stick to push forward negotiations between Russia and Ukraine. Waltz made the comments after Trump rebuked Russian President Vladimir Putin over recent attacks on Ukraine.
But he's determined to use both carrots and sticks to get both sides to the table, in direct talks, talking about those items that we discussed to drive this to a permanent end with European-led security architecture.
Let me move on because we've got a lot.
And President Trump is determined to use diplomacy to bring this war to an end, to talk to both sides. And just in 100 days, we've had multiple rounds led by Secretary of State Rubio, by Ambassador Steve Witkoff in Saudi Arabia, and now in the Vatican. And it was just truly special to stand there with other world leaders looking on as the President Trump led the way.
Do you believe that Zelensky understands he's likely not going to get more land back?
Well, there's been a number of discussions of territory, of what they need to make sure that this war never continues, that it is permanent. We've talked to our European partners, who you saw the images of both Starmer from the United Kingdom and Macron from France, that Europe has to step up. I know that you have Ambassador Whitaker, our new NATO ambassador, who's fantastic, coming on. on talking about how the Europeans need to take the lead in the future. All of those things are key parts of the discussion with both Zelensky and with Putin. And next is to drive both sides of the table, but they both have to want it. And the president has expressed his frustrations in whether both sides genuinely want to end this war.
Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky, who were both in Rome for the funeral of Pope Francis, met in Vatican Basilica on Saturday to try to revive faltering efforts to end Russia's war with Ukraine. The meeting was the first between the two leaders since an angry encounter in the Oval Office in Washington in February, and comes at a critical time in negotiations aimed at bringing an end to the conflict. Greenland and Denmark have agreed to strengthen their ties in response to U.S. President Donald Trump's interest in taking control of the strategically located Arctic island. Greenland's new Prime Minister, Jens Frederik Nielsen, landed in the Danish capital on Saturday for a 3-day visit in a display of unity between the mineral-rich islands, a semi-autonomous Danish territory, and Denmark. Nielsen's visit follows months of tension over Trump's repeated declarations that Greenland should become part of the United States. The leaders of Denmark and Greenland have said only Greenlanders can decide the territory's future. Frederiksen said Denmark was ready to invest more in Greenland and to support Greenland financially as it takes over more responsibility of domestic affairs from Copenhagen as part of what she called a modernization of their relationship. Denmark has called for increased Arctic defense collaboration with the United States, and both Nielsen and Frederiksen said they were committed to strengthening defense in the region.
Well, we are in a situation now where we need to stand together. The talks from the United States have not been respectful, and it have been based on, or the words used have not been respectful, and that's why we need to, in this situation, stand together. And in Greenland, we're willing to do that with all the countries that wants us good and wants to respect us and wants to have a partnership with mutual respect, and that's how it's going to be.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has said he had interactions with his Chinese counterparts last week during International Monetary Fund meetings in Washington, but did not discuss the standoff over President Donald Trump's tariffs. There have been conflicting signals over the U.S.-China trade war, with Trump saying talks are taking place and China denying any have occurred. He said a trade deal can take months, but de-escalation and an agreement in principle can be achieved sooner and would keep tariffs from ratcheting back to the maximum level.
This was IMF World Bank Week, the NDC, as you know, and I had interaction with my Chinese counterparts, but it was more on the traditional things like financial stability, global economic early warnings. I don't know if President Trump has spoken with President Xi. I know they have a very good relationship and a lot of respect for each other. And again, I just believe these Chinese tariffs are unsustainable.
Okay, according to Bloomberg, you said...
Because of the Chinese business. Well, look, I think that there is a path here. So the first path will be, again, a de-escalation, which I think the Chinese are going to have. Then I think there can be an agreement, in principle. These 17 or 18 important trade deals that we're negotiating, the actual papering of the trade deal, a trade deal can take months, but an agreement in principle and the good behavior and staying within the parameter of the deal by our trading partners can keep the tariffs from ratcheting back to the maximum level, sure.
Trump's erratic and often confusing rollout of tariffs has hit countries ranging from the largest U.S. trading partners like Canada, Mexico, and China to the resorts. The result has been almost unprecedented market volatility and serious damage to investor trust in U.S. assets. Elsewhere, Canada's Conservative Party leader Pierre Poilievre paid tributes to the victims of an accident at a Filipino community festival where at least 9 people were killed when a man drove through a crowd. Carney said an investigation had begun into how and why the attack took place, adding that authorities believe the man acted alone.
Everyone, just wanted to be here today with you in solidarity after the terrible attacks that we witnessed in British Columbia. I know many of you are shocked, heartbroken, and saddened by this senseless act of violence and by the innocent and treasured lives that have been lost. And Anna and I just wanted you all to know that our hearts are with you today. All Canadians are united in solidarity with the Filipino community. All Canadians are united with you in mourning the loss of these treasured lives and in binding our country together to support the surviving loved ones.
Sunday was the final day of a 5-week campaign for Carney and his rival Pierre Poilievre to make their pitches to voters ahead of an election on Monday that has centered largely on U.S. President Donald Trump's tariffs and threats to annex Canada. It was unknown if the mass casualty event in Vancouver would have any impacts on the elections. Also, British Columbia Premier David Eby paid tribute to the victims of a car-ramming attack at a Filipino community festival. The identities of the victims have not yet been released. More than 100 police officers joined the investigation as local officials worked with provincial and federal authorities to provide support services. Police warned that the death toll could rise in coming days and weeks. Eby said the attack would not stop residents in Vancouver from gathering together to celebrate events, but vows to work with police to ensure enhanced safety measures in the future.
It's hard for me. I have just such a sick feeling. It was about 24 hours ago, just a few blocks from here. I was here with my daughter on stage with Maple and the organizers, celebrating a community in this province that does nothing but give, has nothing but love. I don't think there's a British Columbian that hasn't been touched in some way by the Filipino community. You can't go to a place that delivers care in our province and not meet a member of that community. This is a community that is suffering right now. We're going to put our arms around them as all British Columbians. We're going to stand with them. We're going to support them just like they support us every single day in this province. It's their turn. It's their turn to get care from us. And it's hard for me, and I know for many people in this moment, not to feel like friends of ours who we love, who've been attacked in this way, not to feel rage. The man who did this, who murdered innocent people, who destroyed a community celebration, and we don't know all the answers yet. We don't know why. But I want to turn the rage that I feel into ensuring that we stand with the Filipino community, that we deliver what they need, that we stand with those families who have lost loved ones, those who have been injured, that we are not defined by this. This event does not define us and the Filipino community or that celebration that I know it's hard to believe it in this moment, but I know we will come back stronger.
Demonstrators held a vigil in Mexico to demand justice for 2 members of a civil search organization, Carmen Morales and her son, Jaime Ramirez, who were shot by gunmen. During the vigil, actors also worry about their safety and that of their colleagues who suffer from harassment and violence. Morales and Ramirez were members of the citizen search group Gures Buscadores in the western state of Jalisco, which was instrumental in the discovery of what local media dubbed the Ranch of Horror in March, a site where searchers found hundreds of items of clothing and skeletal remains. Morales and Ramirez had been searching for a relative who disappeared in February 2024. The Indian Navy posted a video on X for showing anti-ship missiles being tested. The military tests come in the wake of an attack on tourists in Kashmir that left 26 dead and which New Delhi blames on Islamabad. Since the attack, which took place on Tuesday, India has announced a raft of measures to downgrade its ties with Pakistan, including suspending a key water-sharing treaty and closing the only land border crossing. Diplomatic ties between the nuclear-armed South Asian neighbors were weak even before the latest measures were announced, as Pakistan had expelled India's envoy and not posted its own ambassador in New Delhi after India revoked the special status of Kashmir in 2019. Militant violence has afflicted Kashmir, claimed in full but ruled in part by both Hindu-majority India and Islamic Pakistan since the anti-Indian insurgency began in 1989. Tens of thousands of people have been killed, although violence has tapered off in recent years. French far-right leader Marine Le Pen was convicted of embezzlement and handed an immediate 5-year ban from public office, a sentence that will bar her from running in the 2027 presidential race unless she successfully appeals beforehand. The ruling marks a catastrophic setback for Le Pen, the National Rally, RN party chief and a front-runner in opinion polls on the 2027 contest, and clears the way for the party president Jordan Bardella to becoming the far-right presidential candidate. Bardella, who grew up in a social housing block in the impoverished outskirts of Paris, has risen quickly through the party ranks. In 2019, he led its campaign for European elections when it took the top spot just ahead of Macron's centrist party. In 2022, Bardella won nearly 85% of the party members' votes and became the new president of the National Rally, succeeding the figure party Marine Le Pen in the post. Bardella, always smartly turned out in suit and tie, has embraced Le Pen's strategy of seeking to convince voters that the party founded by her father, Jean-Marie, who was convicted several times for indictment to racial hatred, has moved towards the conservative mainstream and is now fit to govern. A team of about 30 experts from China is currently in Myanmar to assess the aftermath of the 7.9 magnitude earthquake that struck the country last month. The team, including professionals from China Earthquake Administration CEA, Tongji University and Harbin Institute of Technology, was dispatched at the request of the Myanmar government on Thursday. The aftermath assessment will provide a scientific basis for post-disaster reconstruction, disaster prevention and mitigation, according to the CEA. So far, the administration said the team has completed the disaster investigation and assessment tasks in Yangon, Bago, and Nay Pyi Taw. It has assessed the intensity and extent of the earthquake in the areas and put forward emergency response and repair suggestions for damaged houses. At the Children's Hospital in Myanmar's capital, Nay Pyi Taw, situated approximately 260 kilometers from the epicenter, experts found that the earthquake fault line ran beneath one of the buildings. This resulted in severe tilting and a fracturing of the pillars, with the ground displaying significant cracks, causing extensive structural damage to the building. Meanwhile, in Sagaing, the expert group observed a large number of collapsed brick walls, with some low-rise buildings showing significant deformation and tilting. These buildings have been severely damaged and are no longer inhabitable. As of April 26, the earthquake has claimed 3,769 lives and injured 5,106 people, with 107 others remaining unaccounted for, according to Myanmar's official data. Russian investigators have filed terrorism charges against a Ukrainian citizen suspected of killing a senior Russian military officer near Moscow, Interfax news agency reported on Sunday. The Kremlin has blamed Kyiv for Friday's car bomb that killed 59-year-old Yaroslav Moskalik, the latest in a series of Russian military officers and pro-war figures to be assassinated since the start of the war in Ukraine. Interfax, citing Russia's investigative committee, said the suspect, Ignat Kuzin, had pleaded guilty to killing Moskalik and had said he was recruited by Ukraine security services. The investigative committee said Russian authorities were trying to identify others who might have been involved in the killing of Moskalik. Russian war bloggers described Moskalik as a rising star. He had participated in several high-level Russian delegations that have met Western officials to try to negotiate a settlement to the conflict in Ukraine. He also dealt with Syria, presenting a report on military technical cooperation in Africa and the Middle East at a security forum in Moscow in 2021. Qatar's Prime Minister has said that efforts to reach a new ceasefire in Gaza have made some progress, but an agreement between Israel and Hamas to end the war remains elusive. Mossad Director David Barner traveled to Doha on Thursday to meet Sheikh Mohammed amid efforts to reach a new ceasefire in Gaza. Axios reported last week. Sheikh Mohammed didn't say which elements of the ceasefire talks had progressed in recent days, but said Hamas and Israel remains at odds over the ultimate goal of negotiations. He said the militant group is willing to return all remaining Israeli hostages if Israel ends the war in Gaza, but Israel wants Hamas to release the remaining hostages without offering a clear vision on ending the war. Fidan said Turkish officials have held with Hamas had shown the group would be more open to an agreement that goes beyond a ceasefire in Gaza and aims for a lasting solution to the crisis, with Israel including a two-state solution. Thousands of Pakistanis gathered at Lahore's Minar-e-Pakistan in Iqbal Park on Sunday in a show of solidarity with Palestinians as the war in Gaza continues. The rallying was organized by the Pakistani's main religious political party, the Jamiat Ulema-e-Islam, at the invitation of which Jamaat-e-Islami and other religious political parties joined. The events drew large crowds waving Palestinian flags and chanting slogans against Israeli aggression. The parties announced the formation of a new alliance to coordinate a nationwide protest and boycott campaigns against Israeli products. The Gaza war started after Hamas' October 7, 2023 attack, which killed 1,200 people and saw 251 hostages taken to Gaza, according to Israeli tallies. Since then, Israel's offensive on the enclave killed more than 51,400, according to local Palestinian health officials. Despite renewed calls for a ceasefire, much of Gaza lies in ruins, with most of its population displaced. Meanwhile, a network of cities affected by tourism in southern Europe fired water pistols at a tourist bus as they staged a protest against mass tourism at the iconic Sagrada Familia Basilica in Barcelona, chanting anti-tourism slogans and blocking the way of tourist buses of the iconic basilica as tourists looked astonished. Protesters said they were tired of tourism being at the top of priorities in the country's economic model and that mass tourism will ruin traditional neighborhoods.
The big cruise ships are a problem. They'll tear up the harbor, they're inundating the city. You can't hardly move in some areas. And as I said, I'm part of the problem because I'm here too. But you've got an economic engine in your tourism. So you're going to have to balance that.
I understand the city is very crowded most of the time, especially the attractions, and I can understand why people would be frustrated with that.
And the rent issue.
And the rents and the costs, but we are providing their economy with a lot of money.
Protests across Spain have been taking place in recent months against soaring rents and the lack of affordable homes in a country that enjoys Europe's fastest economic growth and yet suffers from a severe hosting shortage exacerbated by a tourism boom. After years of displacements, 76 Syrian families gathered on Sunday at the Al-Hol camp in Syria's Al-Hazaka province in preparation to return home in Deir el-Zor. The trip is the first to be organized for Syrian families by the Kurdish Autonomous Administration, which issued a decision to facilitate the emptying of Al-Hol camp following the fall of Syrian President Bashar al-Assad in December 2024, according to head of camps and displaced persons in the Autonomous Administration of Northeast Syria, Sheikh Moaz Ahmed. The families are being returned years after an attempt by the violent group Islamic State to establish a caliphate across the two neighboring countries ended in military defeat. The Al-Hol camp now has a population of around 40,000. It is widely viewed as a breeding ground for extremism and a major security concern for regional states, chiefly neighboring Iraq, where Islamic State at one point controlled about a third of the country. Camp authorities led by U.S.-backed Syrian Democratic Forces have long called on countries to repatriate citizens in the camp, which hosts thousands of foreigners. Remo Stars have emerged champions of the 2024-25 Nigerian Premier League season. Daniel Ogumbodede's side claimed their maiden NPFL title following a 1-0 victory over Niger Tornadoes at the Remo Star Stadium, Ikenne, on Sunday. Also, Olamilekon Adebayo scored the decisive goal 6 minutes from time. Remo Stars made history as the first privately owned club to win the title since Udoji United achieved the feat in 1996. It is also the first time a Southwest club has claimed the title since the now-defunct Julius Berger won it 2 decades ago. The Kenya-based club sit atop the standings with 68 points from 35 matches. Second place Rivers United have accumulated 58 points from the same number of games. Meanwhile, in other developments, Liverpool roared back from a goal behind to thrash Tottenham Hotspur 5-1 and wrap up the Premier League title in style on a momentous day at Anfield on Sunday. Needing only a point to ensure a record-recording 20th English title with 4 games remaining, Liverpool were rocked in the 12th minute as Dominic Solanke headed Tottenham in front. But the title party was only temporarily silenced as Liverpool struck back with a Luis Diaz tap-in, an Alexis Mac Allister thunderbolt and a Cody Gakpo shot before halftime. A one-sided second half saw Mohamed Salah end the 6-match scoring drought by firing a low shot past Guillermo Vicario in the 63rd minute, celebrating his 28th league goal of an outstanding season by snapping a selfie with a fan. Tottenham's Destiny Udoji then bundled in an own goal to complete a miserable afternoon for the visitors, who have lost 19 Premier League games this season. Moments after the final whistle sounded to confirm Liverpool as Premier League champions in a remarkable debut season for manager Arne Slot, the Dutchman paid tribute to the man who helped pave the way for his success at the Merseyside club. Slot's post-match salute to the delirious Liverpool fans at Anfield involved leading them in a song about the club's beloved former manager Jurgen Klopp. Klopp, who won 7 major trophies in his 9 years on Merseyside, had encouraged the Anfield faithful to sing the same song set to the tune of Austrian band Opus's Life is Life. Slot becomes the 5th manager to win a Premier League title in his first season in England and the first Dutch boss to win one. The enormity of the accomplishments, he said, might take a while to sink in.
Very, very happy, of course, but to a certain extent also quite unreal. Because you've worked so hard for this moment to happen, and when it then does happen, it needs some time for you to truly feel it. But the fans were so happy that it didn't took me long to understand what we've achieved together this season. The only moment I was emotional today was when we arrived at the stadium. To see what it meant for the fans, what it meant for these people, for us to have a chance of winning it felt really special, but immediately it also felt like, we still have to do it. But I think everybody who was inside that bus felt if the fans are with us like they are, then it's impossible for us to lose this game of football. Yeah, and then during the game, after the game, it's been incredible how the support of the fans were and how our players played, and special to be part of this day. He was probably longer in his job than I was. He knew the club even better than I know it at the moment. But what I noticed from the first day I came in, that winning the league would be the most special trophy we could win. And yeah, I think I felt that throughout the whole season, although we were all very disappointed when we were knocked out by Paris Saint-Germain. But we always felt there was a bigger goal to achieve. And to do that in the most difficult league in the world is in a period of time where it gets harder and harder and harder, probably to win it, is very special.
Yeah, credit to Liverpool. Worthy champions, and they've been the outstanding team all year, consistent, and again today, they obviously, I thought we started the game well and sort of made things difficult for them. Even apart from the goal, I just thought in general we sort of had decent territory, but once they got in front with the atmosphere in the stadium, fair to say it was going to be difficult for us to claw them back, and that's how it proved.
How much of a concern is it?
No, I don't think so. I think they're well aware of it, and like I said, that we had some key players missing today who I think will come in and sort of make sure that there isn't any sort of any hangover from today. Look, we knew the challenge today was going to be a big one, especially like I said. I mean, we had really young midfield with Lucas and Archie, and you're asking a massive task of them, and so change 3 of the back 4, all these kind of things logically tell you it's going to be a tough day, but when you're facing the best team and on such a massive occasion, it was always going to be a huge ask for us and proved too much.
Barcelona ruthlessly dismantled English champions Chelsea en route to a 4-1 victory in their Women's Champions League semi-final second leg in London on Sunday to win 8-2 on aggregate and book the spot in the final. Having cruised to a 4-1 win in the first leg a week ago, holders Barcelona could have been forgiven for taking their foot off the gas, but they tore into their host in the first half, netting 3 goals to put the tie beyond doubt by the break. Barcelona took the lead on the day with an outstanding solo goal from Aitana Bonmati, who evaded a challenge from Niamh Charles and steamed through the Chelsea half before lashing the ball into the top corner past a helpless Hannah Hampton. Chelsea's fate was effectively sealed when Ewa Paggio made it 2 in the 41st minute as she stole in front of Millie Bright to fire home. Claudia Pina topped that with a sensational curled effort from the edge of the box for her 10th goal in this season's Champions League. Barcelona will find out who they will face in the final in Lisbon on May 24th later on Sunday, when Olympique Lyonnais take on Arsenal at home with a 2-1 lead from the first leg.
We are doing great years. I want to value my team because this is not easy, and we are making it like if it's normal, but it's not normal to make it into a final every year, no? Because we always face teams like Chelsea, Wolfsburg, Lyon that has a big squad and good players, but we are doing again and again and again, and it's not so easy. And yeah, we want to make history.
Yeah, I think we were prepared for everything. We knew they would probably pressure us high and try to create as many chances as possible. But I think we were smart. We kept the ball and we were calm with the ball, and I think that did. And also when we get the opportunities to score, we scored an early goal, and I think that made us even calmer during the game. So good feelings.
It's going to sting a lot. I think the manner in which we lost both games as well is really disappointing. I think when we start 2 legs the way we did, give ourselves a mountain to climb, and then yeah, it felt like they had 3 moments in the first half and 3 goals, whereas I thought for the first half, the first 20, I thought we were on top. I thought we were in their half quite a lot, so it was a really positive start, but then...
Darnos a la final creo que es algo muy positivo y da mucho valor a la temporada que estamos haciendo y a las ganas competitivas que tienen estos futbolistas, ¿no? Que ya llevan años demostrando que quieren ganar siempre todo.
And that's the news this hour. I'm Charles Pius. Up next is the E-Vibes with Quinette Wokunta.
The role of nurses in our society is to ensure that people live healthy. And we do this through promotion. In promotion, we promote people's way of life, having them engage in physical exercises, having them have good nutrition, safe water, safe environment to promote health. And we also go ahead to talk about the preventive measures, proper hand washing, that will prevent one from transferring disease from one person to another. We go about preventing injuries in the home and where we work. We also talk about rehabilitation, because we have tried to promote, prevent, and eventually we're done with disease or injury. How do we manage such situation? We treat in the hospital, the doctor prescribing, we nurses administering. At the end of the day, if there is need for rehabilitation, we ensure that there is prompt rehabilitation. By so doing, we have covered the first degree, second degree, and 10th degree of care. First degree of care being preventive.
Good afternoon and welcome to another week. This is the last week in the month of April, and we would say April has actually made a lot of buzz, especially in the entertainment industry, and I loved it. In fact, I think April, since January to now, April is one of the best months I've had. So I don't know what other months have in store. So this is E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm your baby girl, Queenette Wokunta. A whole lot happened during the weekend, and of course, I'll be reviewing that to you with social trends, fashion review. We've not really done anything about that, and of course, I will review my guests to you today too. So let's delve into the stories of the day. The top names in music coverage at the Echo Conventional Center in Victoria Island, Lagos on Sunday night as the Headies Award returned to Nigeria after 2 consecutive years in Atlanta, Georgia, USA. The event themed Back to Base, an apologetically African honored excellence in African music during the eligibility period from April 1st, 2023 to July 31st, 2024. The 17th Headies also introduced 2 new categories, Soundtrack of the Year and Best Performer Live, expanding the scope of recognition for artists' contributions to the industry. The event was marred by poor time management and technical issues, forcing the organizers to end the ceremony abruptly before the announcement of winners of some major categories. As at 3:32 a.m., Best R&B Single, no winner announced for Best Collaboration Lyricist on the Row, Best Rap Album, Best Inspirational Single, Best West African Artist of the Year, Best North African Artist of the Year, Best South African Artist of the Year, Best Performer Live, and a few others. Here are the Headies Award winner. Thames Burning was the winner for Best Recording of the Year. Billions Loja was the winner for Best Vocal Performance Male. Leah I'm Done was the winner for Best Vocal Performance Female. Odumodu Black was the winner for Best Rated Award. Lonely at the Top Ashake was the winner for Album of the Year. Chimamanda Pearl Chukwuma Vision King Madi was the winner for Songwriter of the Year. ENUGU Director Pink was the winner for Music Video of the Year. Mohbad Ask About Me was the winner for Best Street Hop Artist. Big Baller Flavor was the winner for Afrobeat Single of the Year. Hayes Rema was the winner for Afrobeat Album of the Year. Cast Charlie Poppy and Odumodu Black was the winner for Best Rap Single. Oseba London was the winner for Producer of the Year. Davido was the winner for Digital Artist of the Year. And if we keep going on and on and on, this show would be over and I'll be sent out of this studio. So yeah, big congratulations to each and every one of them. The nomination was really heated. I mean, if you check the list, you would be praying. In fact, you're going to soak your chaplet inside holy water and anointing oil that you would go home with something. And of course, a whole lot of people did. And I'm so proud and I'm so happy that Headies was brought back to Nigeria. It's ours. Like, we own it, you know. Some people said, if you go to some comment section, some people were like, this is the most boring show, very boring, you know, things like that. I don't know why we don't always appreciate our own. I don't have a reason for that. But one thing I'm happy about, it is back to Nigeria after 2 years. After 2 years. And I like the force that the organizers pulled to make sure that this took place. Don't forget that they had to pick nominations from 2023 and 2024 to, you know, get the winners of some of this award. So yes, big congratulations to each and every person that got an award yesterday night. So let's move forward. Rapper Odumodu Black caused a stir at the 17th Headies Award ceremony held at the Echo Convention Center in Lagos on Sunday after he refused to exit the stage after receiving his award for the next rated. Odumodu Black, who stormed the stage with his mother and over 10 men, had his microphone cut off midway into his acceptance speech and asked to leave the stage to enable the organizers manage time, but he declined. The organizers were forced to restore his microphone connection to allow him finish his speech. Odumodu Black defeated his frequent collaborators Charlie Poppy, King Madi, Ayomafi, and Nasboy to win the keenly contested next rated category. The award was presented to him by Afrobeat ace Davido. The Headies next rated award comes with a car prize. So, yeah, if you saw that particular scene, you would agree with me that that was a whole drama. And of course, trust Davido being the one to call Odumodu Black for the kind of person that our Davido is. He is someone that would always cause a fuss. You know, I love the way he made the intro, and I'm going to review that to you on the social trend, but let me give it 2 cents. I love the fact that he had to carry the award to Odumodu Black's mother. He literally pushed Odumodu Black one side and gave the award to his mom. So yeah, I like that, you know. And concerning them offing his microphone, you know, that whole joy, you know, when you got the award of next rated, it's something else. He had to start calling each and every person that was part of it before he even gave his speech. And the surprising thing is that he kept on calling his girlfriend's name. Trust me, I always bring gossip to you. He kept on calling. He said he did not show this to his girlfriend because she would edit and remove some certain things. And me, myself, I was already getting tired. Can you say your speech already and leave that stage? Because you're not the only person that would be called out on stage, you know. So they had to call up the next host to call the next award winner, and he refused to leave the stage. He stood there. They offed his mic. In fact, they started playing a song, and he said, no, 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 we are talking about Jesus, and you are playing a secular song, you know, things like that. And they had to off his mic. He still stood there. But along the line, they had to put on the mic because, of course, if he doesn't give his speech, he's not going to live there. We know how Odumodu Black can be. I'm going to review that to you. So let's move forward to the foreign scene. Contestants vying to be the best seagull imitator faced off against each other in the Belgian coastal town of De Payne on Sunday in the 5th edition of the European Seagull Scratching Championship. Around 60 participants from 14 different countries took part in the contest, divided in 3 categories: junior, adult, and colony. Each performance was judged by a professional jury, which awarded up to a total of 100 points, 75 for how well they imitated the seagull sound, and 25 points for their behavior. So countries were participating for the first time, with contestants coming from Finland, Bulgaria, and Denmark. Anna Brainard from Denmark snagged first place in the adult category and was awarded the contest medal. As seagulls are often despised by the public because of their intrusive behavior, the contest also aims at creating a positive image of the coastal bird. Take a look.
think seagulls are annoying things, but in fact they only take care of the little ones, and they are very protective.
I think they heard you back in Finland, Lebanon, from Helsinki. Thank you.
There's something wrong with people thinking about seagulls, because some people hate them. They see them like rats of the sea because they can peck open rubbish bags, because they screech a lot, they make a lot of noise, they breed on roofs, they leave their droppings everywhere. But the contrast is that these seagulls also belong to the coast. They are an essential part of the seacoast, and their sound, their calls, and their acrobatic behavior is just part of the seacoast. So you need to balance that. We need some more sympathy for the seagulls.
3, 2, 1.
Well, we started like 6-7 years ago with less participants. Then it was a Belgian championship. Now it has really grown to a European championship with 14 countries. It's amazing. I'm surprised, and also about the quality. Performance were great this time.
1. Oh my God! 17, 17, 70, 88, 60.
Vigyázzatok a színpad!
I came from Denmark just to win the European Championship in Seagull Sounds. I feel good, I think. I was a bit nervous, but I think it's great. I practiced with tic-tac, and I practiced in front of the mirror and in front of the seagulls.
Oh my God!
The seagulls are free, fly with the dream, and the seagull have a character very strong, very resistant, and for being partisan, we have to be resistant like a seagull.
The seagull lives everywhere. The seagull can adjust and be resilient and stay in every environment. And so the partisans, so the people that believe in freedom, can stay everywhere and need to stay and resist everywhere to meet and just dress up, have fun. That should be the goal of humanity always.
All right, that that particular video got me laughing, but it's quite interesting. Imagine people acting like a particular animal, and there's an award for it. So that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. Go on a very short break, and I'm sure you don't want to miss out on this particular conversation. So go refill your popcorn, go refill your glass of wine or juice, whatever you're using to enjoy this particular program, because we've got it heated right here. So stay with us.
Will be done.
right, welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is the conversation hour. And of course, I have an interesting guest here with us, and I'm sure you want to see who that is. He's an actor. He started as a model, and of course, he has won so many awards. Okay, yes. He is one of the lead actors in Tribe Called Judah, and of course, Living in Bondage, you know. And today we'll be talking about Nollywood, her impact on the past, present, and future of the industry. His name is Jide Kene. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. How are you doing?
Fine. I'm feeling small on this end. I feel so small on this end. All right. So you know, you're a big celebrity, and sorry to say this. You know, I told you before we started that Emeka in Tribe of Judah took your name in some kind of way.
Well, maybe to a large extent.
Okay.
Yeah.
At least you agreed with me a little bit. So can you walk us through your journey so far? Because when we go through your profile, it states a model and now an actor. At what point did you delve from being a model to being an actor?
Well, I think the one thing that is permanent in life is always change. So I'm always trying to, you know, try out new things. I think I had a music track or an album. No, album. I had a track released last year with Rugged Man.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm still going to try to be a painter, you know. So there's a lot of things that, you know, is fun to try out in life. So yeah, so right now I'm a producer. So modeling to acting, I think happened in 2015 or 2014, one of the two. But
yeah,
I just woke up one day and said, you know what, this one has a longer career mileage. So I'm going to pivot and try to do that one first, or more seriously, yeah.
All right, so, you know, there's this particular movie that got my interest. I don't know if you remember a poker...
Messiah?
Thank you very much. That movie was shot in IMT.
Yes.
You know, what was it like being on that particular scene?
Well, that was my first ever lead role film, like English-speaking film.
Yes.
Yeah, it was my first ever lead role, and it was very massive. Had over 250 people as just cast. There were lots of big celebrities on that project, so it definitely didn't feel real for me at the time, you know. But I just, in hindsight, I would say that I had always known that things would get green, so you have to, at all points, give your best.
Yeah.
But going back to watch it, I'm very proud of it. You know, it was my very first time having so much lines.
And you did great, actually. You did great.
I haven't seen it sometime.
The way you had to stand up to those, he called it fraternity or something like that. Yeah, the way you're able to stand up to that, I like. For that to be your first role.
Yeah, it was.
You actually have it in you, you know. So let's talk about you and what you experienced when you got to the spotlight. You know, like you said, Poker Messiah was your first. So what was it like? How did you feel when you got to the spotlight? You know what I mean by yeah, you know. And I think a tribe called Judah, Living in Bondage was the one that gave you the award in AMVC, Best Lead Actor. So how was it like when you got to that point?
Well, you know, lots of times people have dreams. You know, I like to refer to ENUGU as the city of dreams. You know, a lot of people here, give them 5 years and they will be all over the world doing different things. So when I used to live here when I made Living in Bondage, you know, so I hadn't relocated to Lagos or to any other place in the world. Yeah. So just going there, I've been going to Lagos for like 7 years before that time, just going to model, trying to act, trying to do things, auditions. So it just felt like, you know, full circle moment. You know, where you're very proud of yourself, but as a very focused person, your biggest headache, your biggest problem is, can I sustain this? Not enjoying the moment. I don't think I ever took 1 second to enjoy the moment. And even shortly after the award, which I won a Trailblazer award. Yeah. Yeah, immediately after that award, COVID hit.
Yeah.
So it also gave me like...
That was 2020.
Yeah, it also gave me like, you know, don't get too excited kind of...
You need to work harder.
Exactly. Yeah.
So you didn't feel Well, I like your spirit, honestly, because there are people that would feel so fly. Not that they're going to step down, but of course they would feel so fly. But I like the fact that you have to understand that, okay, this is time to work harder and all. So let's delve into the topic of today.
Okay.
Right? Tell me, what do you think about Nollywood? Do you think that they've grown? Do you think that they've gotten to that point? You know, like we have the AMVCA award and all. Do you think that we stand a chance to, you know, compete with the diasporas and those abroad, Bollywood, Hollywood, you know, compete with them and maybe win something? Do you think our movie has gotten there?
To go. I would say that looking at Nollywood with the inception dated back to the times of Things Fall Apart, Living in Bondage, we've gone from language films to should we say international films. You know, that doesn't mean that an Igbo film can't do well internationally. I'm just saying we've gone from making films for ourselves alone to making film for the world, films for the world. So I would say that we've come a very long way. We've gotten better with the graphics, we've gotten better with cinematography, we've gotten better with the acting, with the, we no longer have only people who are typecast in films. You know, we've morphed, we've become more of a global thing now. So what I would say is we've come a very long way, but there's still much longer way to go, and we can definitely stand our own these days, stand on our own or stand against the international standard. You know, we can do that now. I say that knowing that a few projects have been accepted into international carnivals and festivals. So I do realize that, you know, we have a section of the industry that can definitely go toe to toe. But what we are missing is just the should I say, the fragrance of African storytelling.
Storytelling. You mean like the epic movies?
Not necessarily epic. You know, we have history. We have the stories that what happened in Aburi. You know, we have what happened in the 1960s.
Yeah.
We have stories that happened when Zeke did that. So we have a lot of traditional heritage that we have not yet tapped into. You know, and a lot of American studios are doing that for us now with the Woman King and the likes of it. So we have a long way to go, and the promise is good.
You know, like you just said, we have a lot of historical movies that we've not really added fragrance to. Would you say that we've diverted a little bit? You know, during the time of Nkemuwo and the likes, Patience Ezokwan, or, you know, we always create movies that are comedy more like, and they tell real life stories. Not really scary or horror, but they tell stories of you know, blood money, and of course you would agree with me that some of them happened real. But would you say that we've diverted, we've forgotten what we're supposed to do, and we are doing something else?
I think we're experimenting. I think I would say that Nollywood is currently at an experimental stage, because we can't say we have done anything in the horror genre. We can't say we've exactly made the most comical thing ever. You know, we've had a little bit of character-driven stories, like Okwa, Sofa in London, Mr. Ibu. It's always been character-driven, which means the actor is the central figure, you know. So we're still learning the art of cinema. We're still understanding that, you know, sometimes it's a director's film. Sometimes it's the script, you know, like Titanic. No matter who you put as the actor, it will be a good film.
Yes,
because it's about a milestone in history. You know, so we're getting there. So what I would say is, we haven't diverted. We're experimenting. We're exploring. We're expanding, expatiating. Because look at the likes of the veterans, who are very much still here, by the way. If you look at the transcendence of their careers, you can agree that, you know, we've gone from just making comedies that only people in our localities can understand, to now understanding that we can tell films like Hijack 93, you know, things that the world can watch. So we're finding our feet. Let's think of ourselves as either adolescents or, you know, older teenager, something like that.
You know, talking about those comedy movies, it's people abroad watch it more than we do, honestly. And our epic movies, I'm talking about the real village movies where we tie rapper. They watch it abroad more than we do, because when you go through comment sections, people will be like, I think I miss epic movies. You know, yes, we're getting used to Netflix, cinema movies and the likes, but sometimes people are like, can they try bring in Epic, you know, would you say that Epic would maybe put us there, like you say we are young adolescents, would you say that Epic would put us there, that maybe one day they'll pick us one of our movies and say, okay, Nigeria won this award for this particular movie?
Well, I would just say that that market cannot die. Even morphing into other industries. A lot of them are very hugely represented now in the YouTube streaming platform. You know, so they may not make movies with a lot of budget, like the cinema movies.
Yeah.
You know, it may take a few days or fewer days than the other ones, but there's a large population that still buys those kind of movies, especially Nigerians who work from home in diaspora, or even non-Nigerians who love Nigerian content. But you see, so that's why I know that that's a faction of Nollywood. Nollywood is very big. You know, the people that make the ones for TV, Iroko, Africa Magic, people that make for the cinemas, people that make for streaming. So that being said, I think we are currently feeding that market, but the difference is we're not in that era where that is the mainstream, or that is the only stream. You know, as you know, back in the day, renting DVD was the only stream. You know, so there's multiple streams now, and the people who are on the internet, who have access to X, Instagram, are asking for those films. But they actually exist. If you look at almost all the legendary films, they're all on YouTube. Living in Bondage, the first one, they're there. So maybe they should just look in the right places. But in terms of circulation, what is circulating now is new media, which is, you know, more expensive backgrounds, sets, you know, stuff like that. Yeah.
I totally agree with you. Let's talk about A Tribe Called Judah. You actually played the good son in that scene, but what broke our hearts was that you died in that scene.
I feel like this is everybody's complaint.
Yes, because why exactly? You know, why would the good son be the, what they call it now? The lamb that is used. What's that Bible portion?
Sacrificial lamb.
The sacrificial lamb. Yeah. So talk to us. How was it? You know, playing that particular role. Sorry, particular role. How was it playing that role for you?
Well, I'm always very happy to represent the Igbo-ness or the Igbo man. You know, it's one language I have a very strong command of. You know, maybe even better than I can speak English. You know, Igbo lets you just be you, you know, in terms of being a first son, being a responsible son, whatever it is that, you know, amplifies what it is to be an Igbo boy or an Igbo girl. It's always welcomed by anybody who understands the culture, the language, and the heritage. So being a Emeka Judah was a phenomenal experience, especially, you know, working with really great actors from other parts of Nigeria, which has always been my dream. You know, let there be an Hausa person in there, cross-Riverian person, you know, somebody from the Middle Belt, somebody from the West. You know, let's just make the best dish for the entire country. And Funke Akindele was very smart to have always, you know, understood the assignment. So when they offered me the role and, you know, we got to set, I understood the assignment, which is be somebody that everybody would like enough so that when the character dies, you guys will feel what you felt. So I understood that, you know, Emeka had to be very lovable, likable, you know. Yeah, you want him to be your other brother, but you also know he does too much, you know, just a little bit of everything. So yeah, it was, thank God for experience of movies like Poker Messiah, Living in Bondage, I could count on to be able to, you know, come into that character.
You know, that Living in Bondage brought out the Igbo guy in you. In fact, I think he used Igbo language to finish us in that particular movie, especially when you got the gig to travel out of the East.
Yeah.
And I think it was 2 million naira they offered you or something.
I think it was 5 million.
They were about, but it was in millions actually. And I know it's a movie, right? But how do you feel to realize that your father that you've been wanting to know about is a priest? And he had something to do with
the fraternities.
Thank you very much.
Well, you know, to be able to interpret any character, you have to completely understand the story. So I think I was more so fascinated by the fact that I get to be a part of Living in Bondage franchise, which I know you guys or Nigerians or the world hasn't seen the last installment of. You know, there's still going to be more installments of Living in Bondage. So just to be able to say, oh, it's like saying, oh, I was the godfather in that Godfather movie at one point. You know, it's always going to be a hallmark thing. So I think, you know, it was just beautiful to be part of history. You know, it's big. It's the film that they say began Nollywood. So honestly, I would just say, you know, as when it goes for feeling or how it felt, just blessing and gratitude all the way. You know, and yes, the script wanted, the director specifically wanted Inglibo. You know, so we had to give him what he wanted. You know, and he was very intentional about creating that language attachment.
Yeah.
You know, so it's great to see that people really did love that aspect.
And I would say he picked the right person for that role. You know, because you always feature in Igbo films and you do your best. So picking you for that role was the best you could do.
Before then, I don't think he had seen me in many Igbo films. So,
you see, so I think Grace was speaking. What do you think?
There was lots of auditions as well.
Okay.
Preparedness would always meet opportunity, right?
Yeah. You're more of a motivational speaker. All right, so who was your source of inspiration? Because you are a model. You're still a model, right?
Sometimes.
Okay. You're sometimes a model. So, before you decided to go into acting, who inspired you?
A lot of people, actually. My first love has always been radio, you know, because I'm a very private person, and if you could work from an office where there's no cameras, just your voice, I feel like that was perfect, you know. But I've had a lot of influences along the line. NS2B, Hank Sanuku, Sentobi of blessed memory, to mention a few, you know. So I think it's just been, you know, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, because, you know, old Nollywood, or just a few years ago in Nollywood, most people were typecast, if not everybody. You know, if you're going to do only action, only comedy, you know. So you've got to take a little bit of that and also impute about 50%, if not more, of personality, of who you are, to be able to break into, like, you know, new markets or new roles or new genres. So I would say a lot of people did influence me at certain points. One of the biggest influences also is the movie Across the Border. You know, immediately I saw that, Nigeria and South Africa, I was very excited. You know, I've always loved to work on big projects only. You know, yeah, I love it. I just cannot make 200 movies of the same story every time. So I have to stay excited. Yeah.
That's great. So what advice would you give to up-and-coming actors? I'm thinking of going into acting.
I would say that
what advice did you give to me?
Things has changed. Before, you gather at audition grounds, you know, so now you send monologues. Now you make self-tapes and you send that across, right?
Yeah.
So what I would say to everybody that is young, everybody that is young, up and coming, I would say, first things first, pick and choose. What do you want to do? You know, entertainment is very broad, and nowadays everybody's a celebrity. You know, once you can tape what you're doing well and put it on the internet, people will follow you, and that's being described as being a celebrity. I like to think of myself as an artist more so than a celebrity, because I don't know what that means, you know. I never want to lose freedom of being able to walk through spaces, you know. But what I would say to young people is, don't be jealous or hypocritical or too, like everything is not good enough for you. Like, oh, I could do better, I could do better, I can do better. Don't do that, you know. Just focus on the people you want to connect with, the people that you want to grow with. Focus on them, watch what they're doing. Always rehearse. Remember that opportunity that meets preparedness, that's what people call luck.
Okay.
So if you're able to do that, watch out and, you know, just always do monologues, post them, send to directors, send to people, you know, and you never can tell when the opportunity comes. Yeah.
We have a motivator. He's not just a model actor. He said he has a music. He's an you're what? A musician, an he's everything. A producer, literally everything. So when he's giving you a motivational quote, you should accept it with good faith. Do you understand? So there's this other movie that I loved so much. You acted as a best friend in Can't Believe.
Oh yeah.
And you acted with Nancy Seymour. It's a movie. But you know, I see movies like reality most
it's a
times.
reflection of reality.
Yeah, so you know, You're best friend to somebody, and you were in love with her.
Was I?
Kinda.
We were in love with each other, but we just didn't realize it on time.
I think you were in love with her. I think you were in love with her, actually.
If you say so.
Yeah. So how did you go through that script? You know, we once had an actor, and they had to explain to us how you have this conversation with the person you're meant to do this thing with. Did you at some point do that with her? Did you rehearse with her? Did you get to know her? Go out to build that chemistry?
I think Kambili is probably the best romantic comedy of the last decade or thereabout. You know, there's been lots of romantic comedies. Nigeria, we haven't really hit the hammer on the nail when it comes to rom-coms. You know, we're still trying to find out how to do it, you know, but I think Kambili is a perfect example of, you know, what a romantic comedy should feel like, especially because I would like to say you won't see it coming.
Okay.
You know, I may be deceiving myself. Many people might have seen it coming, but,
yeah.
you know, I like to think about it like that, you know, just like realizing that, oh, what I want is actually right here, you know. So when I got the script, with big productions, there's always conversations, script readings, rehearsals, and everything. Director will ask you, you know. So I think at the end of the day, it was just an issue of screen chemistry.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what it is. And, you know, besides, when you work with people that you think are great people or cool people, the likely chance of the vibes being on point, it's high.
All right. So this is where we end the conversation, but we have some games to play with you. Quite simple games.
Okay.
We're going to play social media abbreviation. I know you say you're not a Gen Z, but it's fine.
Okay, fine.
So what's the full meaning of LWKMD?
LWKMD. Laugh one, kill me, die.
Oh my guy.
Please, try harder, John. What's
Oh really? Must be nice. Okay. TTYL.
Talk to you later. You. Is there another game?
If you like say I'm bringing.
You didn't really prepare it hard.
Okay, let me think of something else. Of course, you know this one. OOTD.
OOTD?
Yes.
What is that? Okay, hold on. Give me clues.
OOTD.
Any clues?
Uh-uh.
Maybe just one word.
Okay. Day. D is day.
The last letter is what you gave me.
Yes.
You didn't give me.
Yes. You said I should try harder, so.
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff. I see.
Okay.
Okay, GWRM.
Get ready with me.
You know that, but you don't know outfit of the day.
It's always on
You did very great. Let me ask you one more question. Name 3 fruits that have just one seed inside.
Mango.
1.
Avocado.
2.
Oh, come on. Just one seed inside. Wow, the third one is hard.
Think.
Everything that's going to my head has multiple seeds in them.
You know, there's this one that is actually this is season. Does not
This is the season of what?
Icheku.
Icheku.
Yes.
Oh, is that really a fruit?
What is it then?
We have to leave it to the viewers to decide. So
okay.
We don't embarrass ourselves.
You know, that fruit has a very long name that I don't want to embarrass myself right now to pronounce.
In English or what?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay.
I swear. So let's ask one more question. Name 3 things an employer is not supposed to do in the office.
What kind of office though?
Office segment, corporate office.
Office romance.
1.
It's not good for business.
But they do it though.
Yeah, but they shouldn't do it.
Why?
It's bad for business.
Why?
It's very bad to bring personal feelings into the workspace.
But you used to see them marry. They used to marry at the end of the day. So are you saying it's a bad thing?
I can't say that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's bad for business. He said it's bad for business.
Especially for married people. It's worse.
Oh. Okay, name another thing.
Bad for office. Bad for the office. I would say personal divulging personal information. Like those are just your colleagues, not your friends.
Okay, sharing personal information.
Oversharing, yes.
Okay, but it's not bad for business now.
Is it just bad for the office?
Yes, these are rules that people are breaking every single day.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's bad for the office space. It's not. It's not. Yeah, oversharing is not. It's not necessary.
Okay, name the third one. I'm not convinced by that one, Sha.
Lack of ethics, like the basic mannerisms, and
like fighting,
knowing how to talk to a person, whether it's your junior or your senior, understanding what it takes to operate in a professional manner.
Me, I'll say my own number one: sleeping in the office. It's bad for business. Pressing your phone in the office is bad for business.
Okay. Number three.
Number three. Okay, I agree with you. Romance in the office.
You can't take any of my options.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next episode, you can tell them.
Okay.
Okay.
So we had so much fun with you, Jide Kene. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
I hope you had fun with me too.
I did. I'm very excited.
Well,
Yeah.
great. So this is where we draw the curtain. The show has come to an end. Join us same time tomorrow for more exciting stories and of course conversations. I didn't review social trends to you today, but I'll do that maybe next week or tomorrow. So keep your fingers crossed. You don't know what's coming up tomorrow. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Smokunta. Join us same time, same station. Don't forget to tune in on 265 on SLTV. Follow us on all our social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Thanks for watching and enjoy the rest of your day.
Injury from occurring. Second degree of care being prompt treatment, and third degree of care being rehabilitation.
I think it's a good step. Number one, the older people grow, the more experience they have. Am I right? And the more you dwell on a particular profession, the more expertise or skillful you become. So even 65 is okay, but if we can have people of 70 years that can still be brought back into service that are active, I think is a good one. Because abroad, they employ old people that are skillful and that specialize in some field. So 65 is nice, but it could be better.
I don't see anything wrong about it, because with my perception of that profession, doctor, I believe it's an experienced profession. Okay, so if I walk up to any of the hospital, could be private hospital, could be general hospital, and I felt the doctor attending to me is of age, I feel there should be an experience in him. Okay, because it's something that he has done for several years, practiced for several years. With that, I'll be able to have confidence in them. Like now, I had a fracture on my leg. So when I walk up when I was amending my leg, and the younger doctor were coming around, but I wasn't having the confidence. But when the surgeon came in, I saw it's an elderly. I said, oh, for such an elderly person to be in this field, he would operate my leg with, experience. And I had a very good confidence about that. So I think that is a good one.
It's a good idea, because based on the unemployment I have, we have more youth that finishing their NYSC, there's no job, lack of employment, and the rest of it. If they increase the doctors, I am not going against it fully, but the thing is they need to look at the other generation that is coming. So if they increase their retirement age, what provision the government made for the upcoming doctor that is coming? So is there any job for them, and all this we need to look at it? Yes, indeed. nice. Because one of these days I saw something in YouTube. A doctor want to undergo some operation like that, and he was watching a YouTube tutorial before he undergo that kind of a thing. They are quite those of these days. But if we can use that old brain, and if they have that that old knowledge that they can treat and get it right, I think it's better. It's better like that. I like it that way. You get me right? Yeah, it's okay. I'm in support in that. Very, very support. I have that full confidence that those old men will do better than the younger ones, because they are no longer studying. How can you go on YouTube before you undergo a process like that? So I'm in support of that.
From the president to the ministers to the governors, all of them, 98% of them attended public schools from primary, secondary to university level, paying almost nothing. Now go to a typical primary and secondary school in your locality and see how it has been destroyed over the years, simply because people in the position of power have the resources that they have accrued from the national treasury to take their children and give them the best of education in any part of the world. Keep that aside. 98% of people in the position of power, their mother either gave birth to them in their homes or in public hospitals, because in the last 40, 50, 60 years, how many private hospitals do we have in Nigeria? But now go to a typical private hospital, public hospital, and see what you have there. I was invited for an event, and then the head of a public school was delivering a speech, and he said, government can no more build hostels, government can no more give scholarships. So what can government do? You attended a public university, lived in a public hostel, and now you find yourself in a position of power. You cannot build more hostels for the generation that succeeded you. You went to public school and was given a scholarship by your state government, and you are in a position of power. You cannot give scholarship to the children of the poor. You cannot build a nation when you rob Peter to pay Paul. If the system is that of robbing Peter to pay Paul, then they should only expect patriotism from Paul, not from Peter. So if this country will experience peace and stability, then we must ensure social justice and equity. These teamy young people who are sitting down, we don't know. This is a cake of gunpowder. This is a time bomb for our country. If you think that because you have 4 or 5 children that you have educated well, and then you don't care. But those are your children, which country are they going to live in? They're still going to live in this country here.
the situation and everything, so not too bad.
For what I know, for what we were told, the Vatican museums arrange a specific path to not being too close to the Sistine Chapel. So they arrange a special, itinerary inside. But we see many things anyway.
I knew there's a lot to see, so we are not going everything to see because that's too much. And the Sistine Chapel, it's not good.
Chapel is closed, so
I have to come back for seeing it because we have get a mail that it's closed. So.
The world's Catholic Cardinal met on Monday for the first time after the funeral of Pope Francis to discuss a possible date to enter a sacred conclave and elect the next leader of the global church. Conclave is not expected to begin before May 6. Francis, Pope since 2013, died aged 88 on April 21. Funeral on Saturday and procession through Rome to his burial place at the Basilica of St. Mary Major attracted crowds estimated at more than 400,000. President Donald Trump urged Russia on Sunday to stop its attacks in Ukraine, while its top diplomat said now the states might walk away from peace efforts if it does not see progress. Speaking to reporters in New Jersey, Trump said he was disappointed that Russia has continued to attack Ukraine, said its one-on-one meeting with Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky at the Vatican on Saturday had gone well.
I think the meeting went well. We'll see what happens over the next few days. We'll probably learn a lot. I was very disappointed that missiles were flying by Russia, but that missiles were flying. Very disappointing. We'll see how it goes. On the Iran situation, I think we're doing very well. I think a deal's going to be made there. That's going to happen. Pretty sure it's going to happen. We'll have something without having to start dropping bombs all over the place.
You trust President Putin?
Say it again?
You trust President Putin?
In about 2 weeks. He needs more weapons, but he's been saying that for 3 years, He needs more weapons, and we're going to see what happens. I want to see what happens with respect to Russia. Because Russia had been surprised and disappointed, very disappointed that they did the bombing of those places after discussions.
Trump and Zelensky, who were in Rome for the funeral of Pope Francis, met in the Vatican Basilica on Saturday to try to revive faltering efforts to end the war in Ukraine. The meeting was the first between the two leaders since an angry encounter in the White House Oval Office in February and comes at a critical time in negotiations aimed at bringing an end to the conflict. Trump rebuked Russian President Vladimir Putin after that meeting, saying on social media there is no reason for Russia to shoot missiles into civilian areas. U.S. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz said that President Donald Trump intends to use both carrots and sticks to push forward negotiations between Russia and Ukraine. Waltz made a comment after Trump rebuked Russian President Vladimir Putin over recent attacks on Ukraine.
But he's determined to use both carrots and sticks to get both sides to the table, in direct talks, talking about those items that we discussed to drive this to a permanent end with European-led security architecture.
Let me move on because we've got a lot.
And President Trump is determined to use diplomacy to bring this war to an end, to talk to both sides. And just in 100 days, we've had multiple rounds led by Secretary of State Rubio, by Ambassador Steve Witkoff in Saudi Arabia, and now in the Vatican. And it was just truly special to stand there with other world leaders looking on as President Trump led the way.
Do you believe that Zelensky understands he's likely not going to get more land back?
Well, there's been a number of discussions of territory, of what they need to make sure that this war never continues, that it is permanent. We've talked to our European partners, who you saw the images of both Starmer from the United Kingdom and Macron from France, that Europe has to step up. I know that you have Ambassador Whitaker, our new NATO ambassador, who's fantastic, coming on talking about how the Europeans need to take the lead in the future. All of those things are key parts of the discussion with both Zelensky and with Putin. And next is to drive both sides to the table, but they both have to want it. And the president has expressed his frustrations in whether both sides genuinely want to end this war.
Trump and Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky, who were both in Rome for the funeral of Pope Francis, met in the Vatican Basilica on Saturday to try to revive the faltering efforts to end Russia's war with Ukraine. 68 bodies were recovered in Yemen and 47 others were wounded after a U.S. strike on Sada hit a detention center hosting African migrants. Yemen's Houthi-run Al Masirah TV reported on Monday. Sada is a Houthi stronghold that has also been previously targeted in U.S. strikes. According to Yemen's Ministry of Interior, the detention center was housing 115 African migrants. U.S. President Donald Trump has intensified military operations targeting Iran-backed Houthi forces, conducting the deadliest strike thus far earlier this month on a fuel terminal on the Red Sea that killed at least 74 people. Washington has pledged to continue its attacks on the Houthis until they cease assault on the Red Sea shipping. The Houthis, who have seized significant territory in Yemen over the past decade, have launched numerous drone and missile attacks on Red Sea vessels since November 2023, claiming they are targeting ships associated with Israel in support of Palestinians amid the conflict in Gaza. Russian Defense Ministry released on Monday footage of the mining operation said to be in villages in Kursk region that had been recently retaken from Ukrainian forces. The military personnel was seen collecting various types of mines to conduct a controlled explosion afterwards. Russian President Vladimir Putin telephoned his top commanders in Kursk to congratulate them on victory and the end of the operation to expel Ukrainian forces from the region in western Russia. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, writing about frontline operations on Sunday, said Ukrainian forces remained active in Kursk and in Russia's neighboring Belgorod region. Russian forces for months have been pressing for the rejection of Ukrainian forces who staged a surprise cross-border incursion last August and seized swaths of territory. Israel will face accusations of breaking international law by refusing to let aid into the Gaza Strip when dozens of nations present arguments at the International Court of Justice during a week of hearings which started in The Hague on Monday. Since March 2, Israel completely cut off all supplies to the 2.3 million residents of the Gaza Strip, and food stockpiled during a ceasefire at the start of the year has all but run out. In December, the UN's top court was tasked to form an advisory opinion on Israel's obligation to facilitate aid to Palestinians that is delivered by states and international groups, including the United Nations. Israel has said it will not allow the entry of goods and supplies into Gaza until Palestinian militant group Hamas releases all remaining hostages. Germany, France, and Britain last week called on Israel to adhere to international law by allowing the unhindered passage of humanitarian aid into Gaza, after Israel reiterated that no aid will be allowed to enter Gaza in order to pressure Hamas. Meanwhile, Israel decided not to appear in hearings at the International Court of Justice on Monday for advisory opinion on the country's obligations to facilitate aid for Palestinians into Gaza. Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Saar said Israel had submitted its position in writing to the hearings, which he described as a circus. Speaking to journalists in Jerusalem, Saar said the court was being politicized, while the UN was failing to root out employees of its Palestinian refugee agencies, UNRWA, were members of Gaza militant groups.
Israel decided not to take part in this circus. It is another attempt to politicize and abuse the legal process in order to persecute Israel. The goal is to deprive Israel of its most basic right to defend itself. The UN has become a rotten, anti-Israel and anti-Semitic body. Clear evidence shows that under the UN and its Secretary General, UNRWA employed terrorists who took an active part in the October 7 massacre. The installations of UNRWA was the commanding centers of Hamas, were operational centers of Hamas, was communication centers of Hamas, to try to break between Hamas and UNRWA is a very hard work. We gave time and again the UN a chance to change UNRWA, to reform UNRWA, but none of that happened.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu arrived at the Tel Aviv District Court on Monday to testify in his long-running corruption trial. He has denied any wrongdoing and has pleaded not guilty. Netanyahu is on trial over a series of corruption charges, which he denies. He appears weekly in a Tel Aviv court to testify in the 2019 indictment of 3 cases involving gifts from millionaire friends and allegedly seeking regulatory favors for media tycoons in return for favorable news coverage. Netanyahu, 75, is Israel's first sitting prime minister to be charged with a crime. Up ahead, China minimizes Trump tariff effects, remains confident in 2025 growth goals. Myanmar marks 1 month since massive 7.7 magnitude earthquake jolted nation. These and more after the break.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signaturetv every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
U.S. President Donald Trump said on Sunday he hopes the Supreme Court will come to the rescue of the country as he blamed lower courts for stymieing its administration's crackdown on illegal immigration, which has alarmed civil rights advocates. Trump was asked about Wisconsin Judge Hannah Duggan, who was arrested by the FBI on Friday and charged with having a man in a court briefly evade immigration authorities, and called the circumstances surrounding the arrest terrible and a shame.
Terrible. What happened there is terrible. That could happen with a judge is so ashamed. And we have to, look, we have to bring our country back from all these criminals that Biden allowed to come in. These are world-class criminals and people that are insane, people from jails, murderers, drug addicts, drug dealers. And, you know, we have a country. We have to be proud of our country. We can't let these people stay, and the courts are allowing them to stay. And we're just not going to allow it. So hopefully the Supreme Court will come to the rescue of our country.
Duggan was released after a court appearance in Milwaukee on Friday. Supreme Court has ordered the Trump administration, which has already deported hundreds of people to El Salvador, to facilitate and effectuate the return of Maryland resident Kilmer Abrego Garcia, who was sent to the country on March 15, despite an order protecting him from deportation. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said he had interactions with his Chinese counterparts last week during International Monetary Fund meetings in Washington, but did not discuss the standoff about President Donald Trump's tariffs. There have been conflicting signals over the U.S.-China trade war, with Trump saying talks are taking place and China denying any have occurred. Bessent, who said last week that tariff negotiations with Beijing will be a slog. They don't give a timetable for any potential agreement with China. He said a trade deal can take months, but a de-escalation and an agreement in principle can be achieved sooner and would keep tariffs from ratcheting back to the maximum level.
This was IMF World Bank Week, the NDC, as you know, and I had interaction with my Chinese counterparts, but it was more on the traditional things like financial stability, global economic early warnings. I don't know if President Trump has spoken with President Xi. I know they have a very good relationship and a lot of respect for each other. And again, I just believe these Chinese tariffs are unsustainable.
Okay, according to Bloomberg, you said...
Because of the Chinese business. Well, look, I think that there is a path here. So the first path will be, again, a de-escalation, which I think the Chinese are going to have. Then I think there can be an agreement. In principle, these 17 or 18 important trade deals that we're negotiating, the actual papering of the trade deal, a trade deal can take months, but an agreement in principle and the good behavior and staying within the parameter of the deal by our trading partners can keep the tariffs from ratcheting back to the maximum level, sure.
Trump's erratic and often confusing rollout of tariffs as 8 countries ranging from the largest U.S. trading partners like Canada, Mexico and China. The result has been almost unprecedented market volatility and serious damage to investor trust in U.S. assets. Meanwhile, Chinese policymakers on Monday sought to ease concerns U.S. President Donald Trump's tariffs could derail efforts to shore up a fragile economic recovery, talking down the levy's impact on firms and employment in energy and grain supplies. Zhao Zhebzheng, vice chair of the National Development and Reform Commission, said he had full confidence the world's #2 economy would hit its economic growth target for 2025 during a news conference and pledging new policies to be rolled out over the second quarter, before adding that the foundation for China's economic recovery needed to be consolidated as external impacts rise, and said further policies will be implemented based on changes in the economic situation.
Regardless of the changes on the international front, we will continue to anchor our development goals, maintain our strategic focus and focus on our own internal affairs. We have full confidence in achieving this year's economic growth target and social development goals and tasks. We are concerned about the recent fluctuations in the United States debt market. I would like to emphasize that, for a long time, China's forex assets, with the objectives of security, liquidity and value preservation and appreciation, have been invested in the international financial market in accordance with the principles of marketization and specialization, achieving a more effective diversification of its investment portfolio. The impact of changes in a single market or asset on China's forex assets is generally limited. From China's point of view, the economy has had a good start, continues to recover and improve, the financial system remains stable, the financial market shows strong resilience and has performed steadily. The People's Bank of China, PBOC, will continue to implement its moderately loose monetary policy and step up its efforts to support the real economy. At the same time, the PBOC will adhere to a management system of floating exchange rates based on market supply and demand, adjusted in reference to other currencies, adhere to the decisive role of the market in the formation of exchange rates. Regardless of the changes on the international front, we will
absorb the impact. Officials to proceed with planned stimulus measures intended for release throughout the remainder of the year. Speaking at the same news conference, China's deputy bank governor said it will continue to implement its loose monetary policy and step up its efforts to support the economy, as well as keep the yuan basically stable. The impact on China's foreign assets from volatility in the U.S. bond market is limited, Zhou Lan said, adding that the People's Bank of China would stabilize the market expectations on the yuan and deal with market distorting behaviors. China's foreign ministry said on Monday the presidents of China, the United States, didn't have a call recently when asked about Donald Trump saying in an interview with Time magazine that Xi Jinping has called him. China and the U.S. did not conduct any consultations or negotiations on tariff, says Guo Jiquan, a ministry spokesperson during a regular press briefing.
As far as I know, there has been no recent phone call between the heads of state of the two countries. I would like to reiterate that China and the United States have not held any consultations or negotiations on the issue of tariffs.
In an interview conducted on Tuesday, Trump said his administration is talking with China to strike a tariff deal. Beijing on Friday again denied that any U.S.-China trade talks were taking place. Japan and Vietnam agreed to boost bilateral trade and uphold global rules on the free flow of goods as Japan's Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba met Vietnam's Prime Minister Ching in Hanoi on Monday. Ishiba's first trip to Vietnam and his subsequent visit on Tuesday to the Philippines marked the latest high-level East Asian meetings and escalating global uncertainty triggered by the threat of crippling U.S. tariffs. Early in April, the U.S. slapped bilateral tariffs of 46% on Vietnam and 24% on Japan. Those duties were later paused until July as bilateral talks are underway, where a 10% levy applies on all imports to the United States, which is a major market for both countries. Both Japan and Vietnam were engaging in talks with Washington to avoid tariffs. Vietnam's top leader, To Lam, urged Japan to increase investment in infrastructure projects after I met Ishiba on Sunday, according to a report on the Vietnamese government portal. Vietnam is a major assembling hub for large Japanese manufacturers, including Honda, Canon, and Panasonic, with a total of $78 billion invested in the Southeast Asian country by Japanese firms, according to Vietnam's finance ministry. Myanmar on Monday marked the one-month anniversary of the massive quake that struck on March 28, 2025, killing more than 3,000 in Myanmar and 62 in Bangkok due to building collapse. 7.7 magnitude quake, one of Myanmar's strongest in a century, jolted a region home to 28 million, toppling buildings such as hospitals, flattening communities, and leaving many without food, water, and shelter. The World Organization WHO flagged a rising risk of cholera and other diseases in the worst affected areas, such as Mandalay, Sangay, and the capital of Naypyidaw, which is prepared $1 million of relief supplies, including body bags. However, Myanmar's junta has kept up a deadly military campaign, including airstrikes and military assaults, despite announcing a ceasefire after a major earthquake killed thousands in March, according to United Nations and data from a crisis monitor. One person was killed and several injured after a ferry in Clearwater, Florida was struck by a boat, which then fled the scene on Sunday, local officials said. Ferry was carrying 45 passengers when the crash happened near the city's Memorial Causeway Bridge on Sunday evening. Eyewitness footage showed emergency responders at the scene. 6 people were declared as trauma alerts, while 2 seriously wounded, being transported by helicopter to hospitals, City of Clearwater said in a post on X. The boat that fled the scene had been identified by another law enforcement agency, and an investigation was underway, it added. Canadian Prime Minister and Liberal leader Mark Carney wrapped up his campaign on a somber note on Sunday after at least 11 people died when a man drove through a crowd at a Filipino community festival in Vancouver. Sunday was the final day of a 5-week campaign for Carney and his rival Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre to make the pitches to voters ahead of an election on Monday that has centered largely on U.S. President Donald Trump's tariffs and threats to annex Canada. It wasn't known if the mass casualty event in Vancouver would have any impact on the election, and both candidates offered their condolences. Police said they had arrested a 30-year-old Vancouver man who was known to them. Pollsters say Carney's Liberal Party holds a narrow lead in popular support ahead of final voting after Trump slapped tariffs on Canada and repeatedly referred to the once close ally as the 51st U.S. state. Trump's comments enraged Canadians and reversed a lead of some 20 votes for Poilievre, whom the Liberals have compared to Trump.
We see every day what the politics of slogans and anger and chaos are doing south of the border. They are dividing and they are weakening the Americans. And that is why, that is what, they are not united anymore. United in name only. And now the Americans want our strength. They want our resources, our water, our land. They want our country. There's your answer. There's your answer. Because Canada is not America. Canada is not America. Thank God. America is a melting pot. Look around this room. We're all Canadians. We're all Canadians. We're all distinct. We're all Canadians. Canada is our mosaic.
British Columbia's 43 electoral districts are among the country's most closely contested battlegrounds. An honest poll on Sunday said a gap between the two front-running parties was approximately 4 percentage points, slightly wider than it had been on Saturday. The poll put National Liberal support at 43% versus 38.9% for the Conservatives. Meanwhile, eyewitnesses described the moment a man drove into Vancouver Festival as tragic. A resident, Joshua Ponington, said the driver pushed the gas all the way through the whole block, crashing into everyone in his way.
Right there, some car, some Audi, black Audi, he just like stopped or whatever. I don't know, but from over there, from like the start right there, he just pushed the gas all the way through the whole block right there, crashing into like everyone in his way.
Can you describe a little bit what you saw?
I heard like a bunch of like crashing and stuff. Then I walked down like not even like half the block. I just saw like a bunch of bodies and everything. And I just went back. I don't know. I'm just like, I'm mad at whoever did that because like, why would he do that? Like, it's like a Filipino festival. Like, it feels kind of targeted, but like, I don't know. Like, I heard the dude was drunk. I don't know if he was like, if it was like a hate crime or if he was just drunk. But yeah, still like, just wrong.
Police arrested a 30-year-old Vancouver man who they said was known to them at the scene of the incident on Saturday evening. In a related event, residents in Manila on Monday called for justice for 11 people who were killed in the Canadian city of Vancouver over the weekend when an SUV rammed through a Filipino street festival.
We have a lot of fellow Filipino countrymen, over 10, who were killed. What happened was very sad, especially that many families are now left behind. Nobody wanted the incident to happen, and it is really heartbreaking that we have a lot of fellow Filipinos who were just trying to make a living in Canada but were killed.
The incident needs to be investigated enough to find out the truth. If what happened was done intentionally or if it was an accident. I hope justice will prevail, especially to those who passed away.
Canadian police on Sunday charged 30-year-old Vancouver man Kai G. Adam Lowe with murder. Authorities describe the suspect as having had a significant history of interactions with authorities involving mental health. They said there was no evidence of terrorism. The incident occurred shortly after 8 p.m. in Vancouver's Sunset neighborhood, an area known for its large Asian population, where the Lapu-Lapu Day Block Party was taking place, celebrating a Philippine national hero. Also, British Columbia Premier David Eby paid tribute to the victims of a car ramming attack at the Filipino Community Festival. The identities of the victims have not yet been released. More than 100 police officers joined the investigation as local officials worked with provincial and federal authorities to provide support services. Police warned that the death toll could rise in coming days and weeks. Abby said the attack would not stop residents in Vancouver from gathering together to celebrate events, but vowed to work with police to ensure enhanced safety measures in the future.
It's hard for me. I have just such a sick feeling. It was about 24 hours ago, just a few blocks from here. I was here with my daughter on stage with Maple and the organizers, celebrating a community in this province that does nothing but give, has nothing but love. I don't think there's a British Columbian that hasn't been touched in some way by the Filipino community. You can't go to a place that delivers care in our province and not meet a member of that community. This is a community that is suffering right now. We're going to put our arms around them as all British Columbians. We're going to stand with them. We're going to support them just like they support us every single day in this province. It's their turn. It's their turn to get care from us. And it's hard for me, and I know for many people in this moment, not to feel like friends of ours who we love, who've been attacked in this way, not to feel rage. The man who did this, who murdered innocent people, who destroyed a community celebration, and we don't know all the answers yet. We don't know why. But I want to turn the rage that I feel into ensuring that we stand with the Filipino community, that we deliver what they need, that we stand with those families who have lost loved ones, those who have been injured, that we are not defined by this. This event does not define us and the Filipino community or that celebration that I know it's hard to believe it in this moment, but I know we will come back stronger.
Still to come, South Korea says North's confirmation of Russia troop deployment is admission of criminal act. Kashmir local residents stand firm against Indian threats. Details in a moment.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges. Completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signaturetv every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
South Korea said on Monday that North Korea's confirmation of its troops' deployment to war in Ukraine was an admission of criminal act. North Korea confirmed for the first time on Monday that it has sent troops to fight for Russia in the war under the orders from leader Kim Jong-un.
North Korea's participation in the war in Ukraine is a clear violation of the UN Charter and Security Council resolutions, and constitutes an illegal act. North Korea's official acknowledgement of this involvement is, in itself, an admission of criminal act. In response, our military strongly condemns these inhumane and illegal acts. The truth cannot be concealed. Sacrificing North Korean youth for the regime's survival is an inhumane and immoral act. The government calls for the immediate withdrawal of North Korean troops and makes clear that if the current military collusion between North Korea and Russia continues, we will not stand idly by but will respond firmly in coordination with the international community.
South Korean government also condemned the North for the inhumane and immoral decision to send its young people to battle with the intention of propping up its regime. North Korea sent an estimated total of 14,000 troops, including 3,000 reinforcements, to replace its losses. Ukrainian officials have said, lacking armored vehicles and drone warfare experience, they took heavy casualties but adapted quickly. The Indian Navy posted a video on X showing anti-ship missiles being tested. The military tests come in the wake of an attack on tourists in Kashmir that left 26 dead, in which New Delhi blames on Islamabad. Since the attack which took place on Tuesday, India has announced a raft of measures to downgrade its ties with Pakistan, including suspending a key water-sharing treaty and closing the only land border crossing. Diplomatic ties between the nuclear-armed South Asian neighbors were weak even before the latest measures were announced, as Pakistan had expelled India's envoy and not posted its own ambassador in New Delhi after India revoked the special status of Kashmir in 2019. Militant violence has afflicted Kashmir, claimed in full but ruled in part by both Hindu-majority India and Islamic Pakistan since the anti-Indian insurgency began in 1989. Tens of thousands of people have been killed, although violence has tapered off in recent years. Residents of Chakoti, a town in Pakistan-administered Kashmir situated on the line of control with India on Sunday, condemned Indian threats to cut off water supply and warned against any escalation to war. Latest diplomatic crisis between the cross-border neighbors was triggered by the killing of 26 men at a popular tourist destination in Indian-administered Kashmir on April 22, in the worst attack on civilians in India since the 2008 Mumbai shootings. India blames Pakistan for the attack. Pakistan denies responsibility and called for a neutral probe. After the attack, India and Pakistan unleashed a raft of measures against each other, with Pakistan closing its airspace to Indian airlines and India suspending the 1960 Indus Water Treaty that regulates water sharing from the Indus River and its tributaries. The Chakoti residents who live in a strategically sensitive area expressed determination to defend their land against any aggression and were unfazed by India's threats to cut off water supply.
For the past 8 to 10 days, India's so-called media has been spreading false news about war on social media. But people near the line of control are living their lives as usual. I want to send a message to the world and to Modi: if war breaks out, with Allah's blessings, Kashmiri youth, children, and elders, alongside our army, will defend against India. We're not intimidated by India's recent threats to cut off water supply. Instead, our people are energized. Standing alongside our army on the line of control, we want to tell Modi that we've faced such challenges before and won't back down. We'd rather die as martyrs than become a burden in old age. We'll keep moving forward, unafraid of death. Our only fear is Allah. We pray for Allah's support for our forces and people. Modi doesn't dare look at Pakistan with malice.
The last major settlement before the heavily militarized line of control has frequently seen cross-border shelling during periods of India-Pakistan tensions. China's foreign ministry on Monday expressed hopes India and Pakistan will exercise restraint following last week's deadly attack on tourists in Kashmir, Pakistan. China welcomes all measures conducive to cooling down the current situation and supports an impartial investigation as soon as possible, said Guo Jiakun, a ministry spokesperson during a regular press briefing. Guo added the issue should be handled through dialogue and consultation.
China welcomes all measures conducive to cooling down the current situation and supports an impartial investigation as soon as possible. As a common neighbor of both India and Pakistan, China hopes that India and Pakistan will exercise restraint and meet each other halfway. We should properly handle relevant differences through dialogue and consultation, and jointly safeguard regional peace and stability.
India said on Monday it has responded to unprovoked small arms firing from Pakistan along the de facto border for the fourth consecutive night, as it deepens its search for militants in the region thought to be responsible. After the April 22 attack that killed 26 people, India identified 2 of the 3 suspected militants as Pakistani, although Islamabad has denied any role and called for a neutral probe. attack triggered outrage and grief in India, along with calls for action against Pakistan, whom New Delhi accuses of funding and encouraging terrorism in Kashmir, a region both nations claim and have fought 2 wars over. French far-right leader Marine Le Pen was convicted of embezzlement and handed an immediate 5-year ban from public office and a sentence that will bar her from running in the 2027 presidential race unless she successfully appeals beforehand. The ruling marks a catastrophic setback for Le Pen, National Rally RN party chief and a front-runner in opinion polls at the 2027 contest, clears the way for the party president, Jordan Bardella, to becoming the far-right presidential candidate. Bardella, who grew up in a social housing block in the impoverished outskirts of Paris, has risen quickly through the party rank in 2019. He led its campaign for European elections when it took the top spot just ahead of Macron's centrist party. In 2022, Bardella won nearly 85% of party members' votes and became the new president of the National Rally, succeeding the figure party Marine Le Pen in the post. Bardella always smartly turned out in suit and tie as embraced Le Pen's strategy of seeking to convince voters that the party founded by her father Jean-Marie was convicted several times for incitement to racial hatred, has moved towards conservative mainstream and is now fit to govern. Demonstrators held a vigil in Mexico City to demand justice for 2 members of a civil search organization, Carmen Morales and her son, Jaime Ramirez, who were shot by gunmen. The individual activists claimed that in addition to having to search for the missing relatives, such groups must now also worry about their safety and that of their colleagues who suffer from harassment and violence. Morales and Ramirez were members of a citizen search group, Guerreros Buscadores, in the western state of Jalisco, which was instrumental in the discovery of what local media dubbed the Ranch of Aro in March, a site where searchers found hundreds of items, clothing, and skeletal remains. Morales and Ramirez have been searching for a relative who disappeared in February 2024. Thousands of Pakistanis gathered at Lahore's Mina el-Pakistan in Isbak Park on Sunday in a show of solidarity with Palestinians as the war in Gaza continues. The rally was organized by Pakistan's main religious political party, the Jamaat Ulema al-Islam F, at the invitation of which Jamaat al-Islami and other religious political parties joined. The event drew large crowds waving Pakistani flags and chanting slogans against Israeli aggression. Parties announced the formation of a new alliance to coordinate nationwide protests and boycott campaigns against Israeli products. The Gaza war started after Hamas' October 7, 2023 attacks, which killed 1,200 people and saw 251 hostages taken to Gaza, according to Israeli tallies. Since then, Israel's offensive on the enclave killed more than 51,400, according to local Palestinian health officials. Despite renewed calls for ceasefire, much of Gaza lies in ruins, with most of its population displaced. A network of cities affected by tourism in southern Europe fired water pistols at tourist bus as a stage a protest against mass tourism at the iconic Sagrada Familia Basilica in Barcelona, chanting anti-tourism slogans and blocking the way of tourist buses at the iconic basilica as tourists looked astonished. Protesters said they were tired of tourists being at the top of priorities in the country's economic model and that mass tourism will ruin traditional neighborhoods.
The big cruise ships are a problem. They'll tear up the harbor, they're inundating the city. You can't hardly move in some areas. And as I said, I'm part of the problem because I'm here too. But you've got an economic engine in your tourism. So you're going to have to balance that.
I understand the city is very crowded most of the time, especially the attractions, and I can understand why people would be frustrated with that.
And the rent issue.
And the rents and the costs, but we are providing their economy with a lot.
Have been taking place in recent months.
The big
against soaring rents and lack of affordable homes in a country that enjoys Europe's fastest economic growth, and yet suffers from a severe housing shortage exacerbated by a tourism boom. Spain's center-left government has struggled to find a balance between attracting tourists and migrants to fill job gaps and keeping rents affordable for average citizens, as short-term rentals have mushroomed in major cities and coastal destinations alike. Spain received a record 94 million tourists in 2024, making it the second most visited country in the world, as well as an influx of thousands of migrants, both of which are widening a housing deficit of 500,000 homes, the Bank of Spain has said. That's the news this hour. Thank you very much for watching. I am Barry Kumo Ado.
Welcome to another episode of The Muse on Signature Television. My name is Chris Maduka. I'm supposed to be your uninvited guest to your peaceful home, as it were. That is, if there is any peaceful home again in Nigeria. But be that as it may, Nigerians being the resilient people, we as always, that reminds me, people outside Nigeria also watching. So, you know, my people say, if it's how do you know a stranger? He will always be telling you, if it is in my place. Yes. If it's in my place, that's how you know a stranger. So I forgot that some people are outside listening and watching us from outside Nigeria. So welcome all the same. If you have peace there, remember some of us that are where you don't have peace. We don't pretend we have peace here. There is a lot of wahala here. But before that comes, well, to dead Pope is among one of us who has not answered. Nigeria is a wonderful country. But that's wonderful. It's also you know, the church, the Christ did not come for the saints. So you can as well carry everybody in Nigeria who have allegation, one other allegation of corruption, of chopping our money. For even as having been there's alleged that you say, make me happy, and you can be among the delegates. It doesn't make anything. After all, you go for the dead Pope, you know, like the Roman Catholics, where the Pope is the world leader, they always ask for the saints to pray for us. So as he stayed there, saints, pray for us, pray for us, pray for us. Yes, you pray for us. We have not prayed for ourselves. We want the saints to pray for us. Will the saints kill themselves? For Nigerians, the number of sinners in Nigeria, if the saints keep praying for us, they won't have time to pray for other people of the world. It's wonderful. It tells me a story of one man, you know. He was just converted to Roman Catholic Church recently, but the man has been in Okite. He's from my state. He has been doing Okite. He's a Dibia. But, you know, the powerful Christians has converted him to Christianity. But like they said, they go to these people will say, what is this man talking about? What I'm saying is that once you finish curing a madman, you will not cure the madman from, how do I speak that? I don't even know the meaning of ibuniku in English. Winking. When you cure the madman, he will still be winking. After some time, he will wink for you to know that he came from a constituency. I entered the bus going home, and the bus driver was saying, bus stop, there's a bus stop of along the way to my house. There's a psychiatric hospital, a federal psychiatric hospital in ENUGU. So the bus driver was saying, the bus stop of all those people who, in the Intamu bus stop. I didn't understand what the man Nigerians are wonderful people. They turn everything into a joke. He said, Intamu bus stop. Those bus stops where you stop and you see a lot of people will be they wouldn't Ntamu. In Igbo, Ntamu means murmuring. So if you get to that bus stop where you see a lot of people murmuring, you don't need to bother. That's what they're talking about. You know already where the bus stop where you find yourself, you know. So you have to be careful there. When you see people, you don't talk about it. So as we bid the Pope farewell, among our delegates who have gone to bid Pope farewell, you know, I find there when they're singing in the church, somebody will be using eye to look at to admire the sisters, the reverend sisters and the nuns who are in the cathedral, probably looking for who will make me happy or not. I hope they come back with another charge, and I trust among them we have the piteous comeback. All the killings in Nigeria would have stopped. I mean, you know, just go to Rome, bury the dead Pope, pray, and then do, you know, when we come back, all our sins are forgiven. And we come back fresh, and we start all over. That is what we are hoping. So it's just about that. It won't stop Pope from going to where he's already gone. All these ones are ceremonies. But Nigeria would have saved the Pope that embarrassment, because along the line where the Archangel Peter and all the ones Gabriel are trying to receive the Pope, they will look back at the people who are paying, you know, who are just assembled to wish his soul well, and they will spot some Nigerians. They will say,
Who are those? They seem to come from... I'm not saying anything, but if the angels look back and see among the people who are beating the Pope very well, they will say, are those ones among the... Well, Pope, goodbye, Pope Francis. May the angels of heaven sing you to sleep. Whatever Nigerian delegates are coming, they will not stop the angels from singing you to sleep. And like we said, your death will become a lesson for us to learn in Nigeria. In one other platform, I have said, it reminds me, I like singing songs as a Christian father. We said, you know, fading away like the stars of the morning. You know, when you hear this kind of song, you know, the church I worship with, you know, the Anglican church, the Orthodox Anglican, the Methodist, the Lutheran church, the Baptist, you know, they sing a lot of hymns during the time of burial. And the Roman Catholic too, we all sing and we pay a lot of respect for the dead. And so it means that we're fading away like stars of the morning. Do Nigerian politicians know that? I don't know. Even the delegates that are going to bid for power, they don't know that we are fading away like stars of the morning. And he was not there to happen. He didn't do now, you know, because along the line, one day somebody will lie, no motion, and then everybody will start singing Requiem High Mass. That's it, and that's it. So do we think about that day for us all? Do we reflect as Nigerians in all our endeavors, beyond politics, in our economic endeavor, health, all the sectors of Nigeria? Do we remember that one day we will fade away like stars of the morning? Like Pope Francis had just faded away. And all the pomp and pageantry and ceremonies of burial, we know, some people will look at it, they say, some people will look at how Pope is buried and they wish they are dead to be buried like that. You want to be buried like Pope? Are you Pope? You know, you end that kind of burial. And you know, even at death, you have a choice how you want to be buried. If you die like a thief, you will be buried like a thief. If you die like a corrupt Nigerian politician, you bury you as one. If you die like a saint, like Saint Francis the Pope, you bury you as one. You know, whatever a man sow, he will reap. That's all. So goodbye, Pope, and we're expecting the Nigerian delegates, that is if they did not jackpot. You know, the Nigerian delegates will not come back. They will just use the opportunity. They're going for the burial of Pope and jackpot, because it doesn't pay you that you go to bury Pope and come back to hell. So like this, Nigeria, Nigeria, we held the. So goodbye, Pope, as we take on the next news point. What point do we muse? Remind me. Okay, political defections. Political defections. I want to announce that I, the presenter of the news on Signature Television, I am defected. Ask me where. I don't even know where to defect. It's just that I will not that defecting anywhere there is stomach infrastructure. After all, tell me, just notice that I am ready to defect. Tell me where to defect to. If I'm a Nigerian politician, where I will defect to will be very, very, very clear, because we have been told that if you join that particular party, all your sins will be forgiven. And all of us are making effort. Well, now we know that we have a party in Nigeria where we join. We don't need to die again to go to heaven. You know, all our sins are forgiven, so it's heaven. It's Eldorado. Just join that particular party. 90 million flies cannot be wrong. Join them to eat what they eat. Hey, Nigeria, we have the political defections that even a sitting governor with all the machineries of state government defected to a party. And in Nigeria, we all kept quiet and accepted it. And take it as the new normal. Nigeria. Who did this to us?
issue with defection. As I'm sitting here, I've announced my own defection, but I cannot defect with a Signature Television. If I want to defect, I leave their studio, leave everything they are doing, and just defect to anywhere I want to. I can ask for a defect to hell. But I shouldn't be drawing people who do not want to defect, drawing them to defect. What would that be? How do you describe that? Is defection by force? If we vote you as a representative of a state, you are not there for everybody and for nobody. You suddenly decide that a complete over 5 million people that make up a state that is also a legitimate member of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, all of us, over 5 million people should join one party overnight without due consultation. What is our offense that we have elected you as governor of our state? And nobody is talking about it though. Hey, God. Hi, Nigeria. Who will write this story, this history? Have we given up on Nigeria? Are we giving up on our democracy? Are we saying that nothing can be made out of our democracy? Is it how this leg Nama go take reach Omaya? This is how we are going to get to become a very strong democratic nation. We believe that we need to make mistakes. But some of these ones are not mistakes. How can somebody deliberately climb a tall palm tree, get to the tall palm tree and just remove his hand and they just say, God will catch me when I fall? Is God catching you? Are you, even if you are his son, Jesus? Even Jesus did not try God to that extent, because when the devil asked him to fall down, the angels will catch you. He said no. And he used the word, he said, do not tempt your God. You shouldn't tempt your God by doing that. But you see, in Nigeria, we do anything. You see, a whole politician, he climb up through mandate, with one mandate, climb up with mandate B, get up there, and then leave his hand to fall into another mandate A. You call that Nigerian version of democracy? God forbid. For how long are we going to remain in sin for grace to abound? The Igbo Bible says Tofiakwa. And that is what I believe in. That one makes more meaning. Because if I speak them in English, it will be God forbid. But if you say it in Igbo, Tofiakwa, it makes sense. Nigeria, Tofiakwa. For how long can we be defected from one party to another without due process? And we have constitution and Nigerian legal luminaries that are not interpreting it. So meaning we are taking the voters for granted. These are the same people who will come out tomorrow, beg them to vote for us. And we believe they will trust us. Because if we ask them to vote for us in party A, 2 months after, we can jump ship to party B without due apologies, without explanation, because it's politically right for us to do so, without due consideration of the people who actually gave us the mandate. That is, if there was they get there with that mandate. Because if we didn't get there with the mandate, which mandate are you going to recall back to? Nigeria. But then even Nigeria is telling that musician say, don't cry for me, Argentina, cry for yourself. Why should we pity Nigeria? We should pity ourselves. Nigeria has been there before we come. And we all be here and go. Nigeria will still be here. Soldier go, soldier come. We are deliberately with open eye destroying Nigerian democratic system. That means we never deserved it. Some people paid with their lives to get us to this level. You know, my people talk say, now children when no sabi waiting they call war. For Igbo language, you know no sabi what they call war, they call them aya, aya. In war, in Igbo, aya is aya, war. But small children that doesn't know what aya is, call it aya, aya. You don't blame them. They don't know what war is. Most of us who witnessed the Nigerian Biafra Civil War, when they are talking about another war, we take it with pinch of salt. We be saying, not deliberately refusing it totally, but we don't jump into it with all that kind of, you see our young people who are calling it aya, aya. But we know we saw Aga. But then, you know, some people say if what happened in the recent past happened in the recent future, we might not even care and give up Aya for Aya, and then whatever it is. If you get confused, consult your Google. But I'm here, defections from one party to another. Some people I find in Nigeria have jumped from all the parties. They are jumping around, and now they completely circle. They will begin again to defect. And the Nigerians say, Kai, Nigerian voters, Nigerians, who did this to now? The same people will still come back tomorrow, call for rallies, and people will wear their uniform and come out and be saying, Ijebego, 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 Ijebego. Are we not ashamed of ourselves? Okay, somebody was in the class of aesthetics, and he was talking about when something becomes consistently ugly, it begins to gather beauty. Some people get confused. If you see a very ugly woman, is ugly from head to toe, you start seeing the beauty of ugliness. That's aesthetics. Yes, Nigerians' democracy has gotten so rotten that we got it so rotten and smelly that we got to the point of start seeing some element of beauty in the rottenness of. It means you can defect. The only thing that has not, the only person that has not defected in Nigeria is the only president. Of course, he has no reason to defect because he's a strong man. Everybody is defecting to the center. We are not defecting to the side. Good luck, Nigerians. Keep defecting. Keep defecting. As you are jumping ship, make sure the ship stops before because a ship can be, see ship in the ocean. You think this is a high motion. If you don't calculate very well, you jump and you jump into the ocean and you hear boom. That's it. And some of the people who have jumped ship, I'm sure they jumped into boomness. Don't ask me. Time will tell. Let's go. There's this one I saw today. It's high medical bills has forced Nigerians to get prescription from the internet. Yes. High medical bills has made Nigerians, you go to hospitals. I've been to many hospitals recently. I don't see people again. You go to their wards, you don't see anybody. Anybody you see lying there is like, it doesn't have, is not internet savvy. People go on the internet to get one lawyer. In the internet now, the AI tells you how to fall sick and how to get it cured. You can Google it. If I want to fall sick, what to do? AI with. Then now that I'm sick, what do I do? AI will answer. Now that I'm sick, what medicine do I? You recommend all those ones. My only problem is that it doesn't recommend African herbs because it's not yet on the international brand. The AI does not recommend. Artificial intelligence does not recognize African herbs. So all those of one Noya concoctions we make, we have not patented them for AI to pick them and put them in the repository, the repository of AI knowledge that is managed and shared by the internet. And then, by the way, even as much as in Nigeria, one of my brothers from Onitsha founded was a very strong man on the internet history. Where is it today? What brands we have in Nigeria, in Africa, that is recognized by AI? So, simply fall sick, AI will recommend the Igbo medicine. You go to the chemist, buy Igbo medicine. The only thing is that this part of the world where we are, NAFDAC has told us that almost 90% of our drugs in our market are fake. So you go, double wahala for dead body. You fall sick, yes. You don't go to the hospital, yes. You go to the internet, yes. Internet prescribe for you, yes. You don't go to the Nigerian market, yes, to buy fake drug. Case closed. Fading away like the stars of the morning. That's the next song we hear after that process is completed. Otiku. According to my Yoruba friends, they say Otiku, that is a case closed. You don't die. What happened? All the 60,000 Nigerian medical, over 5 million, when you put them together from medical doctors, nurses, are jackpot in the last few months. So how many left? So the few that are left here cannot serve the remaining. We are not up to 200 million again. No. because terrorism has reduced Nigerian population by over 20% in the last 2 months. Some people will want to quote me, and quote you, just go to AI, ask the same question that I said, you will get the answer. Everything is AI now. You get sick, go to AI on the internet. You ask him, I'm sick. He will tell you even what kind of sickness that's worrying you. You ask him for your location. Say, AI, I'm a Nigerian. What do you think is my sickness? He will say, ha! You will line up all the sicknesses for you. You pick one. And I say, AI, what the medicine do I... You will give you so many medicines you could pick. Then you go to Nigerian market to buy. That's where the case closes. The process stops there. Because here there are certain things the AI cannot do. AI cannot stop fake drug in Nigeria. No matter how NAFDAC have tried, NAFDAC has not even employed AI to help them in fake drug system in Nigeria. They can only go to Head Bridge Market in Onitsha, close the market, ready the market at night, without the people who own the workshop, the shops, and cut away whatever they cut and declare whatever they think is fake drug. They send Nigeria. Who did this to us? I say I get confused. That is what I want to talk. They say this man, you want to talk nothing, another enter my mouth. That's why they say is muse. Don't use the other one. No. You know, one madman in my place. Why they say he's mad is he'll be saying one thing, another thing will enter his mouth. I'm talking about the Nigerians getting prescriptions for their medical issues from internet, and then the issue of fake drug came in. The issue of Head Bridge Market in Onitsha came in. And the issue of how NAFDAC raided the market came in. And what they cutted away came in. How they cutted it away came in. No one is against the cutting away fake drugs. But the manner of cutting is what we are faulting. Because if you remove flare from the body of a dog, you better show it to the dog. Otherwise, the dog will bite you thinking you are pinched it. How can you want to stop fake drug? You suspected the market in Nigeria is filled with fake drug. You gathered the security to help you to raid the market. But you have to go when the markets are locked. You invaded the market, broke shops, cutted away goods. There's some viral video of some shops that were located near the medical shops. And then they were not dealing on medical materials. The woman was dealing on beauty and accessories and grooming materials, and then everything was scattered away. So you start imagining what has clothes and shoes and women's clothes and shoes and bags and those high brands had to do with fake drugs. It all shows that human beings still remain human. No wonder Jesus Christ, when they brought the woman who committed adultery, alleged, he said, if you have not committed sin before, throw the first stone, and the case closed. So all those ones who are raiding on the drug market, cutting it away, if they know they have not taken fake drug before, if they know they have not committed anything against Nigeria before, nobody is promoting corruption or anything. Let us begin to do things the right way so that we don't leave suspicion and issues on the trail of any policy or government policy and decision that will be well defined and out. But because of our humanness in it, we bring in fault into it. That's what we are saying on the news. So before some of you misquote me, don't just go and do the wrong thing, do the wrong thing the right way. It can never work. Because they don't meet, light and darkness can never meet, no matter how you try. If you want to meet, you go to River Niger and River Benue at the confluence town of Lokoja and see how the two rivers meet. The next thing we do before we round up is the killing and killings in Nigeria continues. Yes. And then what is on top of the burner that people are recommending is whether we will have state police. Anytime that is mentioned, we have pause. Okay, we'll be talking, there is a high level of insecurity in Nigeria. Yes, everybody agree. There is killing and killing every day. Yes. There is kidnapping. Yes. There is some element of rape. Yes. There's clashes and violent clashes everywhere. Yes, we agree. Now, when we come to solution, we have not been able, in the last, since 2012, to come up with solution. The only solution we do, we have been solving the same problem with the same consciousness that caused the problem and expecting result. Tell me what that means. Not be telling from my mouth when I go here. So I talk, say, somebody saw a problem. The same consciousness that make you cause that problem. You are using the same consciousness to solve that problem. Tell me what you are. Tell me. You talk saying, amigo talk says, I'm not that abusive. I grew up in a generation where we respect people. You know, they respect people. We don't use bad word against our people. But what do you call such things? So how will the problem get solved? We have our Nigerian security personnel who are 24 hours in the front line, dying, sacrificing for us. We have done that for a long time. Why don't we try some other things? As you use the mortar, they pound something for your house, for the mortar. You use the pistol, they pound. You're going to hear boom, boom. When they give that pistol, that sound is equal. So accordion, when the accordion, that's the pistol, is sounding on the mortar, you'll be hearing boom, boom, boom. But even without the pistol, the mortar won't make the noise. So accordion, the you don't hear boom, you don't zapo, that's the noise. So let us try something that will help our Nigerian securities to solve the problem of insecurity in Nigeria. Instead of using one straight line jacket, or every day we load our boys to the front line, some of them will return, some of them will not return. Who did this to us, Nigeria? Is it not high time we rethink and become more smart in our thinking? Why not add the issue of state police, so that our code the equal is the mortar. That's the Nigerian security apparatus and the personnel. The ACODO in this case will now become the state police. The state police is another way of bringing the issue of security to the grassroots, nearer to the grassroots. That was the same consciousness that made us go into local government. And if local government is a recognized autonomous unit of our federal governance system, you ask yourself, why won't you, if you have federal police, why won't you have state police? If possible, local government police. But Nigerians, we do first things last. Some people have consolidated their state police. After all, we have the likes of Amoteku, we have Bubagu and other ones. But it's just for Nigeria to give it baptism and say, this is state police. We are still running under vigilante. But even that vigilante, what is it? That is some of the things that help to stop these incessant killings. Every day we are dying. Let's help the Nigerian police. Let's help the Nigerian Army, Nigerian Air Force, Nigerian Navy, the customs, the civil defense, the DSS. We need to help them with the Nigerian police so that we all will be moving together. If we think Nigeria is the cattle owned by one Alhaji, all of us are headers for one Nigeria. If we are going in one direction, why not listen to the people and think about the state police? Well, this is where we're going to stop musing today. We have so much to muse on, but time passes when you are musing alone. I never know it can be this fast. Until we come your way again, this is Signature TV, the muse of Signature. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka. You can call me the muser or anything it means in your language. But that's it. Stay tuned to the rest of our program. Don't go away.
Ignorance of the law is not an excuse to offend the law. The Nigerian Constitution guarantees the right to protest. But when on July the 8th, 2024, this young man climbed the ASO radio tower in Abuja to protest the economic hardships in the country, he was talked out of it. However, the police charged him with attempted suicide, even when he pleaded that he was only protesting as a matter of right. The protest put his life at risk. As families in Abuja, the Nigerian capital, travel for this year's Christmas, many, as always, ignore the pedestrian bridges. They run across 6-lane motorways in their hurry to catch the next vehicle to their destinations. That hurry puts their lives at risk.
This bridge is meant for people to cross over because this is a highway. Motorists, drive on very top speed, and crossing is dangerous. Many a times people have been knocked off by vehicles that are fast, moving on the highway. People who want to just cross, they look at climbing the bridge as a additional burden, waste of time. Why wouldn't I just cross? I mean, it's simpler, it's quicker, but the quicker, the more dangerous it is.
For those who cross successfully, it is a risk that saves time. But for those who get knocked down, it is the cost of a disobedience to the traffic rules.
Because it is safe and I'm not risking my life. So that is it. They should not risk their life. Since the bridge, the presidential bridge is close by, they should at least use it. Even I myself, I use it because I value my life.
Just proper hand washing that will prevent one from transferring disease from one person to another. We go about preventing injuries in the home and where we work. We also talk about rehabilitation because we have tried to promote, prevent, and eventually we're down with disease or injury. How do we manage such situation? We treat in the hospital, the doctor prescribing, we nurses administering. At the end of the day, if there is need for rehabilitation, we ensure that there is prompt rehabilitation. By so doing, we have covered the first degree, second degree, and third degree of care. First degree of care being preventing that injury from occurring. Second degree of care being prompt treatment, and third degree of care being rehabilitation.
The only reasonable pension you can talk about is the federal pension, because if you come down to the state pension and the local government pension, they are always owing those people. There's always backlog. But even with the federal pension, I retired from Nigerian Navy, the way they are being paid is too poor, the pension is too low, and all the contributions people made with PENCOM and defense and stuff is not really being well attributed to them in the way it's supposed to be. Most of them don't have housing. It's not only about paying people pension, you should consider their housing, post-housing, after service. Where do those people live? How do they survive? Do they have a farm? Is there any government intervention in helping them alleviate the pains of the current economic hardship? Like now, the government is even dragging to pay 100,000 for the minimum wage, and the pensioners are still receiving low 30,000. That's the basic pension benchmark. Then 30,000 cannot even buy a bag of rice. It cannot fill a tank. It cannot buy you electricity for a month. It's too low. So it's regrettable. And some people that have actually managed the pensions, they have, like Mena and others, they have really squandered people's money, diverted the money and there's no really money there to pay the pensioners, because if there was money, there would have been accrued interest in their deposits. So there is nothing like that, and people are suffering. Their money has been squandered or diverted, or one way or the other, they are not being paid their pension.
They should look into it because they are the receiving end. Government employ them when they are young, and when they get old, government will not be taking care of them. Take for instance, in a western state, western part of the world, government from inception take care of them, and I believe that their money, they reduce the money from their salary. So when it's time for them to be paid, they will not be paid at the appropriate time. Most of them die young because of not taking proper care of them. You continue going for pension office from one office to another until things get not getting well at all with them. Most of them, they are suffering it. It affects them because when you look at your old person that is older than you, what is facing, you will be discouraged. The work that you have in mind doing, your enthusiasm will go down because you are seeing what other persons are facing. You will be scared. When I reach to this level, I will face the same thing. It is reduce their work.
Like in state government, they are giving them something. But parasites, like water corporation, my husband is worked in water corporation. They don't even give them pension. They don't even give them pension. In water corporation, you can ask them.
You know, those people worked, suffered their old age. It's government that's supposed to take care of them. They don't suppose even their pension, their gratuity. They should help people. You know, some of money don't have value. Just like as they are still talking to we staff minimum wage. You know, things are very scarce. Inflation in Nigeria. So they suppose those people that depend on drugs, and those money they are paying them as a pension is not even enough to pay their bill. Some are still training their children. Some are paying house rent. So all those things, government should try to help the pensioners so that to survive more before they die. Some even on the process of going to road, do this, do that, you see some die on the hunger or fall on the road.
The way pensioners are treated is not good, because after serving the government for 35 years, you don't have nothing to show. You don't have house in your village. You don't have any investment. You can't even train your children in the tertiary institutions or give them proper medical support. Even you as a pensioner, you are not sure of your medical support from the government, people that you have worked for. If you have stroke, many people have stroke, they have hypertension, all those type of illnesses cost a lot of money, and there is no way the government is trying to help them, you know, to treat their illnesses, even to feed, even to have housing. All those things is absurd for those pensioners. And people that are in service, when they see the way they treat the people that have already retired, they will be striving, trying their best, you know, in corrupt ways, trying to make money so that they won't be suffering after retirement.
We talk of subsidy. Why subsidy? A lot of Nigerians should know that subsidy came in place in the first place, in the petroleum sector, to cushion the fact that the federal government has failed to refine oil locally. That's why subsidy came. In the 80s, There was nothing like fuel subsidy. Because the refineries were working, Port Harcourt, Warri, so that we get crude oil from the Niger Delta there. We move it to these refineries. They now pump up north also to a refinery in Kaduna that services the whole of the north. And outside these refineries, we now have depots, oil, fuel depot, tank farms and fuel depots, like we have one in Mosimi, we have in Ore, we have in different places, we have in the north, we have in different places. These refineries also pump to these depots. Then the trucks now go to the nearest depots, lift for petroleum products, then go to the filling stations and discharge. So you find out that trucks don't need to travel far. All the ones from the north just go to Kaduna, and Kaduna already have also some fuel depot where they pump all these things too. So it was well regulated. Fuel was selling because we're producing locally, we sell locally. So we're producing in Naira, we're selling in Naira. So there's no need for fuel subsidy. Then Babangida all of a sudden embraced IMF, International Monetary Fund recommendations to devalue our Naira. They started devaluing our Naira. They now brought a policy called Structural Adjustment Program, SAP. And that was where Nigeria's, they said they brought in the regulation of the Naira. That means the Naira should not be as powerful as it is. Because even as at late 80s, late 70s, Naira was stronger than the dollar. And as of 1983, we are still going to return tickets to the UK with 17,000 Naira. Return tickets. So what we are now saying is that they saw that the Naira was a threat. And of course, people who don't know anything about the currency came in. Babangida bought into the idea and do structural adjustment program. From the day he took over that structural adjustment program, Nigeria economy went downhill. That was where all our factories run by government, they brought in, apart from that, they also brought in the issue of, they were not using the regulation that time, they were using privatization. That government has no business, they should sell off government enterprises and conglomerates. So they didn't even allow government to sell it. The government started allowing them to die. The Nigerian Sugar Company died. We had two sugar companies that were servicing all of us in Nigeria. Nigeria was even exporting sugar. We had a sugar plantation. We had a factory. We had the raw material. Sugar has no waste product. All the waste products of sugar are used for other things, like the molasses is used for ethanol. So Nigeria opened another company called ENUGU, Nigeria Eastern Alcoholic Manufacturing Company, where they produce ethanol. Pharmaceuticals come there to buy. The back of sugar, the fine grains of the back of sugar waste products is used to manufacture paper. So Nigeria opened a company called Jeba Paper Mills, where they produce receipts, tissue paper, and all those things. So we had 3 sugar factories. Do you know that it was the sugar factory in Bashita, which was the biggest one, was being expanded into 4 times its original size when it totally closed in the mid-90s. The same time, we killed Nigeria Airways. We killed the Nigeria NNS, the Nigeria Shipping Line. We killed the textile factories in Kaduna. We killed the Delta Glass, really. We killed all the rubber factories. Ajokuta became moribund. Delta Steel Company, a company that one of the first fully automated steel plants in the world.
Paimano Ani, an 80-year-old man from Umwatuboma in Akebugu, ENUGU South local government area, has a story that resonates with many.
Go back, tomorrow I'll come. Where the money where they take on come?
to understand the challenges Pa Ani and others like him face as pensioners. Signature TV visited his hometown, Umuatu Boma. We are here with Mr. Ani Emmanuel, a man whose resilience and dedication has been tested.
Aramorono, National Population, NPC.
I worked with National Population Commission NPC in ENUGU. I started earning 18,000 naira only as pension after I was forcefully retired. I only worked for 15 years instead of 35. The money I'm being paid does not sustain me. I have 5 children. The money can hardly sustain us.
In a country like Nigeria, where social security is absent and a man's children have become their insurance in facing the vagaries of retirement and old age, Pa Ani's story is really a sad one. Having lost some of his children and the surviving ones still struggling with their careers, he faces the dual challenges of old age and being the sole breadwinner for his family.
My children are not around to take care of me, and my immediate siblings are busy fending for themselves. My wife died 2 years after I buried my daughter. What I'm struggling for now is how to get money to buy snuff and sell.
A development expert and lecturer at the Institute of Development Studies in University of Nigeria, ENUGU campus, Ben Nwosu picked holes with the treatment of Nigerian workers, arguing that the plight of pensioners is an invitation to corruption for those in service.
People collect finances, buy properties, invest for the rainy day, because the government is making that rainy day, or the pension fund management system is making that rainy day a fearsome one with the way the pension fund of the country is being managed. You want to guarantee that at least when you finish service, no landlord will come and harass you for house rent, and at least you have one additional one where you get money for monthly feeding and then buy your medication if you have medical conditions that require such attention. So it's a unique way of hiring corruption to work for the society, and that's quite unfortunate.
Is there any avenue for pensioners to seek redress? Professor Nkechi Okpalobi teaches law at Nnamdi Azikiwe University in Awka.
Yes, they have a right. And their right is born out of the provisions of Section 36, 1 of the Constitution, that where there is a determination of the right of a person, the person can access the court under Section 36 of Section 1. Then if you move further, under Section 16(2)(d) of the 1999 Constitution as amended, you also see that pensioners have a right there under that provisions of subsection D, where the law states that you must take care of them, their old age, their pension. They can ventilate their grievances before a court of law.
Pa Ani's story resonates strongly among other pensioners in Nigeria. At a recent verification exercise of pensioners by the Enugu state government, it was also tales of woe.
I'm sick and I'm old and I have no help. For many years, I've been unable to do this. This, I want help. My problem, my immediate problem now is to pay me my gratuity. That is my immediate problem, to pay my gratuity.
My brother, yes. He was paid few months before he died. He died 18th January 2015, and the pension was stopped 2015 August. To continue the pension, if they can pay the gratuity, good and fine, because the children are suffering so much.
As the arguments rage, people like Pa Ani continue to suffer with no end in sight.
Many people have been known to die waiting for their gratuity. And oftentimes, the next of kin or people who are on paper to um, um, receive these payments may not be very properly streamlined, such that some of these funds go unpaid when the individual dies. 18,000 naira, strictly speaking, cannot, if you're very conservative, it might just serve you for 2 days. You might just feed for 2 days with it. But even the
happened in Nigeria is that everything turned to the negative when our production of agricultural produce went drastically low. Because you can say our output of oil is fixed in the short to medium term by OPEC quota. It is only in agriculture that you can tweak how much you produce. You can increase it drastically because we have the natural endowments to do so. But we have not done this. And so when we started having the crisis between the herders and the farmers, production of agricultural produce went down drastically. It was low, but it went further down. Farmers deserted the farms. At a point, we had come to the point where we were almost reaching a point of self-sufficiency in rice consumption, rice production. That is, we are curtailing the import. We are cutting off up to 500 something million US dollars used to import rice into Nigeria. We are almost cutting that off. But now we reversed again because people were becoming hungry. Prices of food items went skyrocketed. And then hunger was facing everybody. And the government had to start again allowing certain items of rice importation, a certain amount of rice importation into Nigeria. So these are the dynamics that determine the price, the exchange rate of our local currency.
Welcome back. This is the morning show. We are on the last leg from the headquarters in ENUGU. Hopefully, in another few minutes, we'll connect to Abuja. But before then, we have the Master Dr. Paul Akanonu, who is in the United States. He's a professor of leadership studies, patron, Arundeziogo Patriotic Union, North America. Good to have you. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
For having me. I'm glad to be here.
Okay, just give us an overview of Nigerians in the United States and how they're, receiving, and trying to merge the culture of the African continent and that of the culture of, the Americas, and how they're able to adapt and how they're also able to communicate back into Nigeria. These cultures change.
Thank you. Nigerians in diaspora, with respect to the United States, is where I'm going to limit my discussion. And when we talk of Nigerians in diaspora, that's a broad term. So we have in the United States, we have people from all the segments of Nigeria, the North, the Western Nigeria, and Eastern Nigeria. Typically, we don't have many people of Northern Nigeria in the United States. They are here, but during the time I will call the mass exodus, in the 70s and 80s through the early 90s, when many Nigerians immigrated to the United States, it was typically the Western Nigerians, mainly the Yorubas, and the Eastern Nigerians, mainly the Igbos. So when we talk of cultural propagation, we mean how do we propagate the culture of Nigeria here in diaspora? So I'll limit my discussion to the Yorubas briefly, and then the Igbos from the eastern part of Nigeria. The Yorubas, let me make a brief remark about the Yoruba. The Yorubas in the United States are as vast as the Igbos. So the Yorubas is believed to have come to the United States through the transatlantic slave trade. And mostly they settled in the islands in Central America, Brazil, and then the islands, Cuba, Grenada, St. Lucia, and St. Lucia, Grenada, and those areas, the islands. So the Yorubas today in those places, the Yorubas, of course, believe in their Orisa. So most of these people most of these Yorubas that settled through the transatlantic slave trade, they still practice religious, Yoruba religion. And I have quite some number of friends. The New Year festival, which they call Egungun, E-G-U-N-G-U-N, Egungun, is a very big festival for Yorubas in the United States and in the islands. When I say the islands, I mean Caribbean islands. So here is a lot of cultural display and everything. Beside that, the Yorubas in the United States, they do their Orisa, and most of these cultural festivals, they have through the development centers and through online, they teach all the Yoruba immigrants a lot about Yoruba cultures and everything. So they do that for a long time. It's been ongoing. I've been able to visit their New Year Egungun. And on a few occasions, I was in their centers, in their religious worship centers, where they do their Orisa and everything. So that is very, very tremendous whenever they do it. They invite friends, which as a socialist, I have a lot of friends across. So, but my main discussion today will center on the Igbo diasporans. The Igbos also, let me start with what we call there's an organization called CISA, C-I-S-A, which stands for Council of Igbo States in America. CISA often organizes the yearly Festival of Arts and Culture. The greatest hit, am I with you? You hearing me, right?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Go ahead, please.
Okay. The greatest of the Igbo Festival of Arts and Culture was the one celebrated in 2019,
which was the 6th, it started gradually advancing. So that was in 2019, in July 2019. It was organized in a place called the Igbo Farms, which is located in Staunton, Virginia, state of Virginia. Why Staunton? Again, like the Yorubas, many Igbos were sold through the transatlantic slave trade. And I don't want to take you too back into history. From the cave, the Arochukwu merchants, through Bende, which is currently Uzakole. They gathered these slaves and deported them and sold them, and they were taken by ships through the ports of Calabar, Brass, ports of Calabar and Brass. And then most of them did not get into the United States, but the Yoruba settled mainly in the islands, Caribbean islands, and Central America. So these Igbos, their first landing was in Virginia, these slaves, and they helped their slave masters. Their contribution in the state of Virginia here is very tremendous. They helped in the development of state of Virginia. So in that respect, the Council of Igbo States in America developed this farm, the Igbo farm. And in 2019, it was a big hit. And every year, this CISA moves this Igbo Festival of Arts and Culture around. For this year, it will be holding in Georgia, in Brunswick, Georgia, from in July again this year. And during this festival, there's something called recognition and naming ceremony. This implies that African Americans who have located their routes or roots come over to identify with their people. So we take this thing seriously. So bringing awareness to the African American community about Nigerian culture. That's why the Igbo Festival of Arts and Culture of Nigerian State. So many African Americans who have developed their origin are given names, Igbo names. Most of them, like Nwachukwu, the ladies are given Lolo, so, and so. And they're very happy. Later on, I will send some of these pictures. When the naming ceremony in this CISA Igbo Cultural Festival of Arts and Culture. So many Americans are giving names and they like it, they appreciate it, and they identify with their Nigerian. Of course, there are traditional festivals, different dances and everything is done there in during this World Igbo Festival of Arts and Culture. But the propagation of culture does not end with the CISA World Igbo Festival and Arts and Culture. In all the localities in the United States, we try as much as possible to propagate Igbo culture. And when we talk of culture, bear in mind that in most cases, people interweave culture and tradition. Of course, culture is a set of beliefs of the people, the way they do things, their beliefs, their religion, their Christianity, and everything. They are all about culture of a people. So, to this effect, then tradition means things that are handed over, things done repeatedly over and over from generation to generation. So these cultures, when handed over from generation to generation, they become tradition. So over here in the United States, the Igbos, or people of Igbo descent, try to propagate this culture as much as possible in various localities. Let me give you an example. For instance, there are we try to do the New Yam Festival in many communities in the United States. As many Igbo people, and especially you in media, know, New Yam Festival is typically celebrated at the end of rainy season, which involves giving thanks to the deity, the G deity, and the Ama, which prepares people for harvest of the new yams. And many titled people do not, this is not to say that new yams, people who cultivated as early as July, new yams have been all over the market. But many people who believe in tradition, especially titled people, do not taste the new yams until there's this festival of Iriji or Ewaji, depending on the Igbo dialect or locality where somebody comes from. So typically, the way it's done in Nigeria, we try to do it as much as we can here, Ewaji or Iriji. This Ewaji or Iriji involves thanking the ancestors, the way it's done in Nigeria. A symbol of it, symbolic, pouring libations, and then some roasted tubers of yams are caught with the most high-ranking person. That's the way we do it here. And blessing the new yam with all the traditional prayers, and then people taste a little bit of it, thanking the deity, the Ana, and the goddess Earth for the new yam, and begging for, thanking our ancestors for giving us the new yam in the new season. So after the New Yam Festival, within a month or two, the new yams are harvested in Nigeria. So here we do New Yam Festival. For instance, I belong to this association called Association of Nigerians, Association of Nze, Ozo and Chiefs, ANOC, pronounced ANOC worldwide. In 2019, there was a big hit in Los Angeles area. It's called the Iriji Festival by ANOC Worldwide in Los Angeles. Many traditional rulers from Nigeria were invited. Many traditional rulers. And the hall was full. Everything was agog. So we did it every year. Other communities, we still do it. But I'm talking of the one this major association held. So we try to teach our children and the new generation about these Nigerian cultures, telling them that as titled people, or many people who believe in their Chi, goddess Chi, their little god, that you do not taste the new yam until the Iriji or Iwaji ceremony is celebrated. Many communities do that. So, but I've spoken about the one we did. Traditional rulers, about 5 of them came, and the new yams were roasted and then baked, if you wish. People shared it, a little bit of it. Of course, there will be now festivals, merriment, dance, and masquerades to usher in the new yams while giving thanks to the deities. So various communities do it in the United States. In Los Angeles area here, we don't take it for granted. And so
do you have people who are not Igbos in the US join you people for these cultural festivals? And how do they receive the cultural change there?
Yeah, one good thing in the United States is, especially among the Yorubas and the Igbos, we intermingle, both when we were college students or in the workplaces. So we bridge the gap. We have friends all over. When Yorubas do something, they invite us. Like I said earlier, in their ENUGU New Year Festival or the Orisa in their churches, they invite Igbos. And we, in many parties, which I'm coming to that, too, during funeral festivals, we invite our Yoruba friends and they come and mourn with us. So same thing in all these, if we celebrate New Yam Festival, yeah, we invite them. So the Nigerian community here, I would say, is kind of, is unitary. Igbos and Yorubas, we invite ourselves. So we interchange visits. So during this New Year, yeah, they come and they cherish it. Of course, they'll be dancing. Like when I said dances and masquerade display and everything. So it doesn't matter. The Yoruba invitees are friends. They enjoy the New Year festival and everything we do. And I'm coming to other traditional and cultural propagation of Igbos in diaspora here. So when we do the New Yam Festival, yes, the Yorubas come. Do you have more questions before I proceed?
Yeah, I was also going to ask whether beyond the Yorubas that you invite, are there other persons from other parts of the world, whether they are even indigenous of the United States, who find their culture over there fascinating and they tend to join?
Thank you. Yes, I was talking about Yorubas because of the two tribes in Nigeria. When we do Paris here in the United States, Americans love to come to Nigerian Paris and the events because what we call BYOB, bring your own beer or bring your own little food, which is typical of here. Nigerians, we throw lavishing parties and events. Eat as much as you can, drink as much as you can, and yes, our African American friends and white friends, Nigerians have been here so long, so we have integrated, we have permeated the society. Meaning, by permeating the society, we have made friends across the board. Arab, Middle Easterners, everything. I have my friend professors who are from Middle East. Most of us, our people in the care profession, doctors, nurses, they're all there in the workplace with people from all over. Indigenous Americans, African Americans, the Caucasians, that's the white, and people from Indians and all over. So we do invite people. I was talking of Yorubas, we don't limit it there. Nigerian parties are known all over. They are very happy to always come. Eat as much as they can, drink as much as they can, and no charges.
Okay, generally, what benefits do you think these cultural integrations actually have for not just the Igbo culture or the Yoruba culture, but generally, what benefits does it hold, and what can someone even take away from these cultural activities and integrations?
Yes, I'm glad you used the word cultural integration. Yes, because we've been here so long and we work across in our workplaces, we have people from all nationalities and ethnic groups. So this brings so inviting them over and all the festivals we create, we throw these parties or events or ceremonies, it has helped a lot. Before, when people of my age came to immigrated to the United States in the 1970s, when we came as college students, many Americans used to ask us, where is Nigeria? Do people live in houses? When you drive around the freeway, they ask you, the highways, they ask you, do you have roads like this in Nigeria? Because the awareness was not there. They did not know much. But with time, due to this cultural integration, inviting them to our parties and higher education. By the way, Nigerians are among the highest, which I believe you in the media, you know that. Nigerians have been consistently ranked among the most educated ethnic group in the United States for 6 years in a row. So we have produced professors, professionals, doctors, nurses. So with all these invitations and cultural integration, it makes them to be aware. Nigerians are no longer relegated like during the time we first came, when they were thinking people lived in the caves or that there are no freeways or we were living in the huts or thatched houses. So it has helped a lot. That's why many Nigerians are youth. I'm coming to that. These days, last year, my closest friend, their daughter, who graduated from one of the prestigious universities, got
Just in case
married.
you...
So the Americans are marrying our children, and our children are marrying Americans. So that's
Absolutely.
the result of the cultural integration. Go ahead.
All right, Mazi, I would love to continue this conversation, but we just have to leave it here. Maybe some other time we would have enough time to discuss further about this cultural integration as it affects diasporans of Nigerian descent. I want to say a very big thank you for your time. We truly appreciate your insights. Mazi Dr. Paul Akamnonu is a professor of leadership studies and a patron Arundizuogo Patriotic and Union North America. Many thanks for your time. I truly appreciate your insights.
Thank you very much. And I want to add too, before we get off, that we do teach a lot of Igbo language to the younger generations. So we propagate this culture. Most of our children here speak Igbo fluently. They can't write it as much, but they do. So we try our best to propagate the culture in the United States. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Many
Thank you.
thanks. Many thanks, sir. I appreciate you. All right,
Thank you.
so
his mind at that moment. That's why today we are here today. Uche Collins Foundation is here today to talk to people who are saying they want to do what? Kill themselves by running across the express, but that is very, very dangerous. Somebody in his right senses will not want to contemplate of taking the expressway. So that's what we want to let our voices to people say, look, hey, what you're about to do is what? I think that's a suicide. And if we are doing that, we are scaling up the information to hear that people here and they're using different routes, I believe that change will come. Where that awareness of and that consciousness of saying, oh, let me take the bridge will come to people's life.
When law enforcement agents, the police and officials or the Federal Road Safety Corps stop vehicular traffic right under the pedestrian bridges to assist pedestrians cross the expressway, who can stop them?
It's bringing a very poor image on the FCT as a whole. Take example now, somebody who's a foreigner for the first time coming to Abuja from the airport, see that people crossing the express, he was just assume that people is that how they behave here. That alone has given us one stigma. So which we are working to say how to stop this result. We can also maintain our activity and our image in the eyes of the people out there.
Secondly, when campaigners against not using the bridges are told that they are infringing on the freedom of movement of those running across the highways, knowing that such is the nearest thing to death, what should be the attitude of the law? Our next story, we seek answer to this question. In Abuja, Anwabo Zenjoko for Signature TV.
28th of April 2025. I'm Charles Pius. Hope you're good. On this show, we'll bring you the top 5 trending stories of the day and give you the rare opportunity to call into the studio to share your thoughts live. The numbers, of course, will be showing on your screen just in case you want to be part of it. It's +235 912 520 7370. That is +234 912 7370. You can also reach us via our social media handles showing on your screen right now. That's at Signature TV News, wherever you are in, whether it's on YouTube, whether you're on Instagram, or of course Facebook. We will be there waiting for your thoughts. All right, let's have your voice heard on every of the stories that we're putting out for you. All right, today. In the headlines today, PDP calls emergency meeting over defections. South Korea says North's confirmation of Russia troop deployment is admission of criminal acts. All the details in a moment. We are local. And found him guilty of culpable homicide, resulting in the deaths of the deceased on April 8, 2022. The judge sentenced Nwachukwu to death after the court had held that the prosecution had proven the burden of proof placed on it by the law and subsequently found the defendants guilty. Nwachukwu was arraigned on June 3, 2022 by the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation on behalf of the federal government on a 23-count charge bordering on culpable homicide punishable with death, criminal intimidation, cruelty to children, and criminal intimidation of children, spousal battery, among others. Justice Wosu Ihem sentenced Nwachukwu to death by hanging on count 1, while he was sentenced to 2 years imprisonment each on counts 2, 3, 8, 9, 12, 13, and 18. The court sentenced the defendant to 6 months imprisonment on count 10, 3 years imprisonment on count 11, while he was fined a sum of 500,000 naira and 200,000 naira on counts 6 and 7. The late gospel artist, who had several tracks, including Ekweme, died at the age of 42. Her death triggered outrage in the country, with fans and Nigerians calling for justice for the singer. Really sad You know, it's sad. I clearly remember the story, and it's just so unfortunate that a gospel singer had to die in that very serious circumstance. So many persons would say, in whatever you do, don't just die. Don't just die because you want to stay in a marriage. But then someone else would also say that it is not that easy as said. I mean, it's just easier said than done. It's not that easy to just step away from a marriage that you have built over the years. But anyway, we'll keep an eye on that and bring you up to speed. And elsewhere, South Korea said on Monday that North Korea's confirmation of its troop deployment to a war in Ukraine was an admission of criminal act. North Korea confirmed for the first time on Monday that it had sent troops to fight for Russia in the war under orders from leader Kim Jong-un.
North Korea's participation in the war in Ukraine is a clear violation of the UN Charter and Security Council resolutions, and constitutes an illegal act. North Korea's official acknowledgement of this involvement is, in itself, an admission of criminal act. In response, our military strongly condemns these inhumane and illegal acts. The truth cannot be concealed. Sacrificing North Korean youth for the regime's survival is an inhumane and immoral act. The government calls for the immediate withdrawal of North Korean troops and makes clear that if the current military collusion between North Korea and Russia continues, we will not stand idly by but will respond firmly in coordination with the international community.
The South Korean government also condemned the North for the inhumane and immoral decision to send its young people to battle with the intention of propping up its regime. North Korea sent an estimated total of 14,000 troops, including 3,000 reinforcements, to replace its losses, Ukrainian officials have said. Lacking armored vehicles and drone warfare experience, still took heavy casualties, but adapted quickly. And elsewhere in the Middle East, Israel decided not to appear in hearings at the International Court of Justice on Monday for advisory opinion on the country's obligation to facilitate aid for Palestinians into Gaza. Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar said Israel had submitted its position in writing to the hearings, which he described as a circus. Speaking to journalists in Jerusalem, Sa'ar said that the court was being politicized while the UN was failing to root out employees of its Palestinian Refugees Agency, UNRWA, who are members of Gaza militant groups.
Israel decided not to take part in this circus. It is another attempt to politicize and abuse the legal process in order to persecute Israel. The goal is to deprive Israel of its most basic right to defend itself. The UN has become a rotten, anti-Israel